I hope you're alive as well. The time of tangent is upon us. I have so many fucking tabs today, brother. I hope we can get through a lot of them. So many tabs. Dusk Rider, thank you for the 24 months. That's 2 years. Quick math. Hell yeah, thank you. Mystic Matthew, thank you. Thank you for the heckin' 2 years. Double 24? That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you, Mystic Matthew. Any glowing tabs today? Oh god. Do I have a tab today that doesn't glow is the question. Revenant Legion, thank you for the 21 months, my guy. Thank you. Jesus Banda, thank you. Let's fucking go. Get your Kirsche for your Kirsche. For your Kirsche. For your Kirsche. True. You need to continue the lineage, right? They need friends. Rip stream elements? Well, probably still. Last night was like apocalyptic for a lot of streamers, man. A B-Gem and thank you. We need a donation bar for you to play mixtape. It'll be great. We can get a heart monitor and see how infuriated you get with the main characters and pay for a solid chunk of your mortgage. Win-win. I don't know, man. You know, I think like psyching myself up to buy Grand Theft Auto 6 whenever that comes out is probably the most sloppa I can handle. Alejandria the Great, thank you for the full year, brother, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Get a Kirsche, continue the lineage. That's a dangerous sentence, bro. Bro. Did I see the New Hampshire governor saved a Burger Bob actor from a fiery... No? What the fuck? That sounds like a really fun article. I would love to read that. What the hell? If Bagman can play mixtape, you can handle it. I don't know. Bagman also played that other fucking woke slop that I never got a chance to. I was intending on playing it, and then just too much shit happened, you know? I can't even play the things I want to play, much less the sloppa. No, I played Yick. I don't know if Bagman played Yick. Was it Dustborn? Yeah, he played one of those, like, really egregiously bad ones. And he did a fan-fucking-tastic review on it. It was hilarious. Remember, you need at least 3 Kirsches for a proper nest. One does not simply play mixtape. True, it plays itself. A Slanesh says hi. Thank you for the 33 months of Peru. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Help. Hope I'm doing well. Really hope everything with Stream Elements works out. I don't know what's gonna happen with Stream Elements, so I asked my website guys if it'd be possible to, like, integrate a tip page on my website. Because it's like, if I'm already self-hosting merch, I might as well try and self-host a tip page if it's possible, right? I don't know. I feel like that would make the most sense. Rainy Cow, thank you for the 32 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. But if my website guys can't manage to do that, because I don't know what the process for that would look like. I don't know what the hosting cost would be like. I don't know anything about that. But if that's not possible, Binary Mind has been looking into alternatives to possibly use, and Don P. Bongwater also said that he could help me understand whatever the fuck he was talking about in my replies. He mentioned something about rappers, and I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know how Biggie Smalls will help my tip page. So, so hopefully something will happen, even if Stream Elements does go under. It was really concerning because, like, obviously everybody saw the rumors everywhere, and my first thought was, hey, I don't need to care about rumors. I can just go talk to somebody at Stream Elements because I've been working with them for like a majillion billion years. And so I asked the person that I know, and they were just like, yeah, it's not a rumor. That's actually happening. They should be making an announcement later tonight or tomorrow. And lo and behold, that announcement came several hours after my tweet, so. Death Admirals, thank you for the 26 months of Proom, thank you. Hello, Foxwoman. The Kirsche has been ordered. Speaking of plushies, have I seen the giant 41-inch Spheal plushie that Pokemon is selling? I hate that you got me excited, but then your next sentence is, unfortunately, it's out of stock. Because I would have bought that. I fucking love Spheal. He is a fat orb. I love him. I love him. Arf, arf. Battleizer, thank you. Fine Friday fracas for Foxy Fun Time. Feeling fantastic, friends. Hope everybody survived the week. Dying is against TOS. Dying is against TOS. Yesterday was so fucking busy, it felt like I lived 3 days in one. Like, by the time I got home and I was able to get back into my pajamas, it was like basically midnight. And I was like, I just want to die. My neck is so fucking stiff. It feels like touching metal. It's so bad right now. It's so bad. Is Kirsche releasing a rap album to fund the stream? Only if I can get a collab with 50 Cent. think that would mean handling banking or card information on my back end of the website, which might make me more of a target to hackers trying to get the info. I mean, possibly. I have no idea how Stream Elements handles it, because like they haven't had issues of people hacking them before, and they're a utilization for like every fucking streamer that exists, basically. JC Dosk, thank you for the 17 months of tier 3, buddy man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Straight out of Boston by Kirsche with Attitude. That would be the cutest rap album ever. She loves Feel and maybe Celio and probably Wallerine in Connection. I don't know. Feel is just deliciously round. I love round things. Warblade, thank you for the 11 months. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. If any rapper would be down for a VTuber collab, it's probably 50 Cent. I just tweet at him on Twitter, be like, hey, I'm a Fox cartoon from Boston. I can't sing, but I can talk really fast. Want to collab? Feel is the optimal shape. They simply aren't comparable. Exactly. Oh, of course the fat Spiel would say that. He's over there like beaming because I'm giving so much praise to the Spiel. Eat an adult Spiel for a better deal. Come on down. Moose Nugget, thank you. Your ketchup tithe, madame. You eagerly await your Kirsche. Sweet, sweet Kirsche borscht will help keep you full and warm through the winter. True. True and real. Make the Kirsche borscht. Thread, thank you. Off early on a Friday. Let's Munya! No Munya. Where are we here? Where are we? Fuck. The Wastelander, thank you. Where's your hat at? You're not used to no pineapple hat, Kirsche? What do you mean? I frequently don't wear the hat. Sometimes I'm hat on, sometimes I'm hat off, you know? Hat on, hat off, hat on, hat off. Apply directly to the fox head. Scalpers got the big Spiel and are selling it at double the price on eBay. The smaller one returned to stock recently. I fucking hate scalpers so much. Holy shit. You missed the Halo? I also missed the Halo! Halo's like one of my defining main model features. And I was like, oh, you know what? I'm not gonna have it on my summer model because like if you bring the Halo in the pool, maybe you'll get electrocuted. That's how that works, right? But I've been in summer mode for years now. I guess the giant Spiel plush was a good investment. Anglo-Saxophone, thank you. Kirsche Bros. Spend Israel's GDP on merch. True. Please spend all of Israel's GDP on Kirsche's. Don't even have cherries anymore. I know! It's so weird! God damn. Ice Bees, thank you. Your last paycheck deposited and it was for 2 weeks, not one like you thought. So technically it only converted half of your last paycheck into Kirsche's. It really did buff out. Don't spend an entire paycheck on Kirsche's. I'm always in summer mode from your recollection. No! Pixie Misa, thank you for the 23 months. Time to launch a Kirsche Elements. Oh my god. Oh, yes! Yes! Hello, sir! Thank you for the 26 months, Mr. Jugen, Musugen, Megosuge, Matsufurai, Matsu, Bombako, Nano, Jokyumen, Shosuke! Thank you! I fucking love saying that long-ass name. It's crazy. Thank you for the 26 months. Please, Mr. Twump, send 1 gazillion to Kosovo. It was promised to the Kirsches 3,000 years ago. The Laughing Man, thank you. Hi, Kirsche. Thanks for always being so super cute and wonderful. No, you! You are super cute and wonderful. Liam Sexton, thank you. Doc agreed to give you ADHD meds. Currently on a double-decker bus to Fogo to celebrate. Brain feels funky but quiet. I've been told I should try ADHD medication. But there's like 2 kinds of ADHD medication. There's like the meth and then the downer. And I don't know which one I would ask for. I don't know what flavor of ADHD people seem to think I have. Crozan, thank you for the gift subby bubby, my guy. Thank you. Do meth! God damn. I hope you enjoy a Fogo de Chao, my guy. The Fogo is fucking amazing. It's so great. Anthony, thank you. We shall send checks via flying Kirsches when Stream Elements goes under. I'm gonna start accepting cash money via envelope and P.O. box. Morgan LaFoe, thank you for the 10 months. The 2-tier justice we seem to have in this country with Chud the Builder has you glowing this week. Anyway, you'll catch the VoD later. I had no idea who the fuck this guy was. So like he started popping up in my feed, and I was like, oh boy, another astroturfed clavicular. I can't wait until this guy starts hanging around with Nick Fuentes, and I start having to see his name fucking everywhere for no reason. And it made me feel slightly better that even the official Kiwi Farms Twitter was like, yeah, we had no idea who the fuck this guy was either. So like, if even the fucking autism farmers have no idea who you are, you're probably some kind of a weird astroturf, all right? Craig's coverage of it was not great. That's pretty much the most coverage I've gotten, but I'm gonna look at the Kiwi thread today. You take meth, but you've been on it for 30 years. That's a lot of meth. Bored DevOps, thank you. Have I considered starting my own blockchain? Kirsche coin? I'm not gonna start a scam coin, bro. No rug pulls here, buddy. Oh my god. I had a conversation with another... How do I explain what this individual is? So like, I don't have a manager who goes out and gets like sponsorships for, I mean, maybe I didn't have that in the first place, who knows? But I talked to another like person that gets sponsorships for streamers at a different company. And they were talking about like the kinds of sponsorships that they give out and whatnot. And I was like, yeah, so I don't know how like off norm this is, right? But like when I take sponsorships, like I decline a lot of them, all right? Like, I don't want to take a sponsor just, like, for the bag, as it were. When I take sponsorships, I want it to be because, like, I like the product, it's a product I would use, it's something that I feel would be useful to my audience, right? Like, I don't want to shill something to them and have them spend money on something and it be, like, a scam product, or it, like, fail, or they're just wasting their money on something nonsensical. And he was just like... Yeah, that's really abnormal, actually. Like, most streamers only care about sponsorships insofar as they can make money from it. They don't really care about, like, the consequences or, like, what their audience might think. So you might have some problems getting more sponsors. And I was like, yeah, no, that's fine. I'd rather have few sponsors that I can actually wholeheartedly endorse than just take on any kind of sloppa. He was like actually fucking stunned that a content creator said that to him. And I was like, that should be a massive fucking indictment of the entire industry. That's crazy. Because my opinion should just be the default here. That should just be how people operate. Like, not even sorry for saying that. Holy fuck. Jimothy Farm! Thank you for the kick, Betty's brother, man. Your mom's left knee was replaced 2 weeks ago. She's recovering well. However, her right side needs prayer as her right knee is wobbly when she's walking with a cane. Help, God is good, and have a wonderful day. I'm glad her surgery went well, and she's recovering well. Hopefully, the wobbles will go away with a bit more strengthening exercises. Hopefully. Good luck, Jimothy Farm. Help. It's not. Most people don't care about their audience. It's fucking crazy. It's a little insane. What sponsors do I have besides Gamer Subs right now? I mean, I guess technically I'm like partnered with U2s for the plushie drop, right? Like, it's not really a sponsor. We're just collaborating together with it, yeah. But yeah, just Gamer Subs at the moment. I haven't bothered like taking on other sponsors. I've had some emails where like games will reach out and offer me keys and stuff, but I hesitate to take too many free game keys because I don't want to let someone down. Like, I got the Atomic Heart fucking DLC key a few weeks ago, and I still haven't played that, and I want to. So it's like, I don't want to take developers' keys and then just not get to play the game. And I've had other people be like, oh, it's only been a few weeks. You know, sometimes streamer turnaround isn't like 10 plus months or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Please understand that this mentality of putting your morals and ethics above the bag is like finding a diamond in like 50 million pig trows filled with sloppa. That's fucking weird, and I hate it. That's fucking weird, and I hate it. Caltech sponsor when? That'd be fun. That'd be fucking... Use code Kirsche. Atomic Heart is such a good game, but the dialogue is obnoxious in English. I don't know. I grew kind of fond of crispy critters. I've been mostly watching fleshies until recently, and I've gotten into VTubers. Some are just so relaxing because you do not try and sell us faux stuff. I just don't... I would feel like scum if I did that. Play Eden Grawl again anytime you feel like. Just saying. I want to catch more flying Kirsches, bro. Isn't it Kirsche hunting season? Isn't it always Kirsche hunting season, man? Thomas Collins, thank you. Gonna cover the Cars for Kids? Yes, I have a couple of tabs on fucking KARS Cars for Kids. The whole thing is so absurd, it's legitimately Poe's Law territory. It really is. You've hated the commercials for years. They're utterly insufferable. I think there's a new layer of insufferability discovered that I never knew about. That's crazy. Be jammin', thank you. Hey, it's been a year of memberships. She's a Foxu. She's super cute. Her enemies are self-defeating. Wow, buddy. Triangle, no. Oh, wait. I have a coffee cup again. I can do the fingernail tappies. Oh, you donated your car to them. No! No, I'm sorry. Thank you, be jammin', my guy. Here we go, thank you. Oh god, I gotta scroll up again. You've ordered your Kirsche to keep your Kirsche, Pippa, and Alana plushies company. They will be protected by the Claymore plush. Absolutely, and they can take turns riding the noble steed, the Kirsche. A dink donk, a Caboozezilla, thank you for the 2 fucking years. There's a lot of 2-year resubs today. You guys are fucking crazy, thank you. Donated your car, boat, and house for the kids. And Zirconis, thank you for the 4 months. If caffeine makes you feel more focused, the crystal kind is what you need, pretty sure. Not a doctor, though. Caffeine does make me feel more focused and awake, and like I can get things done. And it's like I fucking hop myself up on caffeine for stream, and then I get off stream and I'm like, it's time to die. It's time to no longer use my voice for anything. I will just nod and make retard noises, and if you can't understand, that's your fault, alright? If you ever get a P.O. box, need to send you a comically sized triangle. I wonder if I could get, like, a metal worker to make me a comically sized triangle. Decided to go into Sides Law, gonna specialize in coleslaw. This fucking guy. Coleslaw is disgusting, by the way. Instructions unclear. Donated kids for a car. Understandable. White Rabbit, they give the 5 months. Don't think I need it. You had the meth kind for 20 years and broke yourself out of it. Ooh. Ooh. Be jammin', thank you. As someone with ADHD, go for the meth. The downers are never worth it. I wouldn't know. Liam Sexton, thank you. Didn't get a choice of pills. Made the mistake of scheduling a driving lesson on your first day on them. But you survived. Well, that's good. Surviving's always nice. Jesus Banda, thank you for the meths fund. Don't say meth fund. Wastelander, thank you. You're already on meds. It turns you into a Bodo Kirsche. Yeah, I was debating taking Gumbies for stream because my neck is so fucking bad. Like, it is distractingly horrific today. But I didn't want to be Gumbied because there's a lot of tabs. Ryfile, thank you. You got the ADHD and you say go for the medical meth. Jesus Christ. A Delta, thank you. Honor over the bag. That feels like it should just be normal, bro. The fact that it's not, it just torches my undies. I hate it. I'm gonna try not to get on it if you can help it. It's a monkey on your back that is hell to get off. Yeah, you know. Jesus Banda, thank you. Careful with Steam keys. Some games are known to have malware that steal your credentials and save browser information like credit cards. Well, I'm very picky about the games that I play, so it's like when I take Steam codes, I research the game before I'm like, ooh, let's put that in. You can take a little one, makes you sad to know you're uncomfy. You know, I'm kind of used to being in pain. Like, it's worse than the usual levels of pain. I know someone's gonna pop up and be like, Kirsche, the usual level of pain is none. But it's a little worse than the usual levels of pain, but it's like, you know, nothing I haven't dealt with before. I don't need to break out the pasta box for this one. My Kirsche can't stop following me. What can you do? Why would you want it to stop following you? That means it loves you and will follow you forever and might take a bullet for you if you get in trouble. You need to find a new massage lady. I do. Girugamesh, thank you. It's the same coffee cup from last stream. It's probably full of... No, it's fresh. I just finished drinking it. I had steak for breakfast. I had steak and black coffee, like a man in the middle of the woods who has said, fuck you, society. Wait, it's not normal to be in constant pain. No, it's not. Zim the Despo, thank you. You have standards for how you market yourself, and we love you for it, among other things. Never change, Foxu. I will try my best. I will try my best. Like, I think my worst nightmare would be, like, genuinely loving a product and, like, promoting it to you guys, and then it turns out that, like, the company is some, like, weird evil conglomerate, that would actually be nightmare scenario for me. I would feel so fucking awful. That's all fine, but does the Kirsche need to follow us to the bathroom so we can be sure we're doing a good job? Well, yeah, that's what cats do, too, you know? She ate, hooray! Yeah, steak for breakfast sounds tasty, especially with some scrambled eggs. That's too much food. I couldn't even finish the steak, so there's no way I would have been able to eat eggs. It was nice of Asmund to make you the $2 steak for breakfast. Shh. Kilgore Trout, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you. Wastelander, thank you. Here's an idea. Next merch round, throw out a butter Kirsche plush. We need the buttered I want an olive Kirsche. I think that would be really fucking fun. Hidden, thank you for the 10 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I know. Kirsche, if that ever did happen, you would degenerate into a quivering puddle of a woman and we'd recognize it was clearly not intentional. Well, yeah, but like, I wouldn't even know. I would just apologize forever. Be like, oh no, I'm terrified of taking sponsors now. I mean, like, everyone who loved and talked up Slay the Spire before Anita was added to the credits. Oh, I have a tab on that bitch today, too. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Why are we donating cars to children when we know they're too short to drive? I don't know, man. Artemis Kane, thank you. Kirsche, do you wonk wonk weeg wonk wonk moog woodle weebis squee babble? The termites are speaking Estonian. You know, I've been thinking about how fun it might be to visit Estonia at some point. You know, since all of the, like, Western European countries are in a horrific state, maybe I just visit Slavic and, like, prior commie block countries. You know, why not? Why not? How do you like your steak? This question will alienate parts of your audience. I like it medium. I like it medium. I'm a big medium fan. I don't like it super bloody, but I also don't like it like a tire, you know? Kirsche apologizing constantly. That'll be a change of pace for sure. Shut up! Fence sitter! I'm a filthy fence sitter when it comes to steak temperature. What did you miss? You've been self-employing yourself since no one hires white men anymore. Understandable. Kitsune, thank you. You just made it back from a Navy ship. First time catching a stream in 2 months. Hello, welcome back, Kitsune. Welcome back. Okay, back on the land as well. Lich-kun, thank you. Foxwife. Makes rice! Jen Jacko, thank you. Coleslaw's not disgusting. Potato salad is? No, I agree with you there. I don't like coleslaw or egg salad or potato salad. They're all gross to me. It's that texture, man. And the taste of coleslaw is also pretty gross. Ameti the Nerd, thank you for the member. Thank you. A Battleizer, thank you. You think the devs at Unknown Worlds finally figured out what made Subnautica 1 good? Because 2 is hitting all the right notes so far. You guess they can learn? I don't know anything about Subnautica 2. We're going to loop on steak and never get to tabs and frustrate the fox, and then she leaves us. No, we're fine. You can eat your steak however you like. That's no problem with me. My mom always said that she likes her steak as raw as possible. Like, she just wants someone to kill the cow, wipe its ass, and then slide the cow over on the table. And I'm like, that's kind of gross if you think about it. John in English, thank you. Chat, she can't even finish the Egu sandwich. True. Duskfall Phantom, thank you for the 5 months. The early voting poll place in Georgia. Wish us luck. Good luck, Georgia. Wastelander, thank you. Here's how we know how to speak Kirsche. Wife walks in when Kirsche says, "It torches my undies." Wife responds with, "What is she glowing about today?" The streamer mentality. I'm gonna fucking open this, like, Stream Elements tab so I can go into the rant, as it were. So, Zach Bussy over here said, to get everyone on the same page, here's a breakdown on what's happening because rumors always travel further and faster in a vacuum. Earlier today, there was an initial rumor that Stream Elements was laying off all staff and shutting down. I heard this secondhand from a trusted source, but like any rumor, it was not confirmed. It was merely a starting point. I personally require at least 2 independent sources to confirm a story, as individuals can make mistakes or misinterpret the facts, especially if there's a reason that might make it personal. Hard agree. That's a good standard to have, Mr. Bussy. Since then, the single source has repeated this story to everyone in his Stream Elements sponsorship Discord, not the official one. And as such, it has been shared as a rumor widely across streamer Twitter. Yes, he does work for Stream Elements as a creator success manager, so he does have credibility. At the same time, I have attempted to get secondary confirmation from anyone at Stream Elements, but have been unable to. Every person I've spoken to about this, creators, former SE staff, media people, has the same source, the person mentioned above. Now that said, let's talk about contributing factors. Stream Elements continues to be silent on the matter. They've been slow to pay users in recent weeks. They seem to have been removed from Twitch's third-party sponsorship offers. I've never used that, so I had no idea that was even a thing. And also, for all the issues I've had with, like, the Stream Elements dashboard, like, you guys have heard me and Binary Mind losing our fucking minds over how long we've been in talks with, like, Stream Elements support, because the dashboard that, like, shows people's names and their tips has just been basically non-functional for, like, the last year. But I will say, I have never had a slow payment from them. I have always been paid on time, not just for, like, every sponsorship I've done, but also, like, whenever I withdraw my money from Stream Elements to go to my bank, always have been paid, like, incredibly fast. So I have no idea what the slow to pay users has been like or why people are encountering that issue. Hopefully that gets resolved, because if people aren't getting paid out, that fucking sucks, dude. They've been soliciting donations to keep the service free. Maybe. I have no idea if they have. But also, if Stream Elements came out and they were like, we wanted to keep our promise to keep this platform free for everyone forever. However, we're not able to do that anymore. And so it's with a heavy heart that we must ask for, like, a subscription. Streamers using this service for everything that it does, I would have zero issue paying like $5 or $10 a month for everything Stream Elements offers, especially if it got me access to, like, an actual competent customer service, right? And in reading through all of the stuff on Twitter, there were some people mentioning that Stream Elements had like $110 million windfall in like 2021. And then they hired like 200 plus people in 2022. I don't know what it is with companies that end up doing really well that they overhire and start bringing on people who either don't know what they're doing or are basically a useless pencil pusher. Because there's zero reason Stream Elements needed 200 plus more employees. You found it weird that it wasn't their first resource rather than shutting down and selling? Yeah. What were all those employees actually doing? And it's like, when you have like a creator manager, right? They don't just manage one person. If you're a creator manager and you're only managing one person, they have to be like fucking Asmongold tier. Otherwise, you're not making enough money as just a manager. So you typically take on like a roster of creators and you do sponsor stuff for all of those creators, right? So you're going to need to expand and get more creator managers the more creators sign on to your processes. You're probably not going to need 200 plus. Tech company culture? Yeah, right? Retards who had windfalls to projected annual profits, right? They make the mistake of thinking the growth percentage will continue. You've made that mistake yourself, but you're not able to afford consultants to tell you that you're wrong. You know? And in line with a lot of these posts, I've also been seeing some content creators say that a big issue with content creation is that there's a full-time job with no full-time wage. And I think that's very weird that there are a lot of content creators that think that they are entitled to some kind of flat wage or even a minimum wage to do this. Because once again, content creation is like the new Hollywood. When people would try to become actors or singers or whatever, not only were they routinely the butt of the joke for being impoverished failures, because like 1% of people who try to become actors and singers actually make it, but it was like culturally acceptable to make fun of the people trying to make it big in Hollywood. Whereas when it comes to content creators, it seems like if you have the realistic approach of you should treat content creation like a hobby because very few people actually make it to a self-sustainable, real full-time job point, you're seen as like, Oh, how could you say that? How could you say that? There's so many people trying their hardest and putting in so much effort every day. How dare you denigrate those people? And it's like, well, I don't want people to feel like they should stop. Like, if you want to do it, you should do it. But you have to be realistic. If you're not making money from doing content creation to pay your bills, you might need to work a real, heavy quotes, real job before you can do it full time. I just don't understand. And so like, I feel like the bitch for pointing out like the obvious. At the end of the day, results do matter. Yeah. And it's like, every time I have this loop, I'm sure like some people will take it the wrong way, but it's like, I've been there myself. I've been in that position where it's like, maybe I can't do this. Maybe I need to scale this back. Maybe I need to get a quote unquote real job. I've been in that position. And it's like, I'm not unaware. I'm incredibly lucky to be where I am. It's not just because like I've worked hard to get here. I have, but hard work isn't the only thing that gets you somewhere in like Hollywood or content creation. You're a little familiar with how entertainers get paid thanks to Adam Carolla's ranting. The Stream Elements comes across to you as a middleman. Kier needs a dedicated manager and some kind of payroll specialist. Stream Elements was incredibly helpful. Like, I'll just talk about the tip portion because they did a lot more than just the tip link. But Stream Elements tip link is useful for people to obscure their personal information. When someone tips me through my Stream Elements link, they don't get my real name, they don't get my address, they don't get any of that information that would typically be in the receipt if they had donated directly to PayPal. The juicy tip! And on the top of that, Stream Elements provided a way for people to tip without using PayPal. So like previously, if you didn't have PayPal, you wouldn't be able to tip unless a creator had a specific link through like Stream Elements with SE Pay, or I think Streamlabs might also offer something without PayPal. But it's like, it was not a very common thing. And so you had this two-pronged, like, it's very useful. And then on top of those useful things, Stream Elements offered additional protection from chargebacks. I've thankfully not been a victim of a chargeback before. I've had people who have accidentally like double tipped when they meant to like send a 20 and they're like, oh fuck, I sent it twice. They'll just open a mod ticket and I'll be like, okay, I can just refund this, no big deal, right? Like it's not an issue if that happens. Life is not fair. All that's fair is that you don't give up. If you can do that and be satisfied in the trying, what comes of it should be a bonus. You're happy you can feed your family and your kids are happy. You're disabled and can't work anymore, but you've given up on seeking a new path. I mean, like, if you're happy where you are, sure. But I mean, if you want for more, I would say go and try to do it, right? There's nothing that should prevent people from trying to do something. But just because you try to do something doesn't mean you will succeed. That is just the nature of reality, unfortunately. You definitely pay for Stream Elements just for the simple multicast feature that they have. I had no idea that you could multicast through Stream Elements. I use Item as my multicasting, and I fucking love it. I've had 0 issues with Item since I've started using it. Dispute fees will destroy your income if you do it with something like Stripe. Yeah. You're right, Kirsche. Anyone that made this into a full-time job successfully should be insanely grateful, because let's be honest, this profession, and you say that loosely, is basically a step up from a hobby when it comes down to it. It is. It's a step up from a hobby, and it's amazing that we live in an era that we can do something like, you know, reading news and engaging with people or playing video games and make money off of it. Like, that's crazy. That's insane. You don't even need the like functional trained talent of a singer or an actor to do this, right? Like, you don't have to, you can, but it's insane. It's insane. And it's crazy that any of us are here and have people who are like, we find enough value in what you do that we want to spend our hard-earned money to help you build a career out of this. Like, it's incredibly surreal when you think about it. And I think it would do very well for a lot of creators to think of this as new Hollywood. If you make it, you're going to start being like a recognizable name, like an old school celebrity. And it's going to be just as hard to make it as it would be in Hollywood. That's true. And make money without ads, because advertisers hate this, Fox. What do you mean, Kirsche? Clown has been a profession for centuries. That is a fair point. Clown has been a profession for centuries, but alas, we have no kings to employ jesters. Guardian Dark Angel, thank you. You've heard an update says that they plan to make a statement tomorrow. I don't know if there's going to be a new statement, but they already did make one statement. Let me finish this tweet. Finally, Bussy continues saying they have had numerous layoffs over the last few years and more have left of their own volition in the last few months. On the other hand, it's unusual to simply shut down a service with hundreds of thousands of users without first becoming a paid service. Again, it's weird to all of us, but when I do understand the conundrum that they're in, if they made a promise and they wholeheartedly believed that they should have this service be free for everyone forever. I very much understand the, like, confliction with your principles on that point. But with thousands of people relying on this service, or as Bussy says, hundreds of thousands, I think the majority of us would be okay paying a subscription service rather than having the entire service ripped out from under us, you know? Probably also less dick sucking in this profession than in Hollywood. I got some bad news for you, buddy. Or maybe just shutting down part of the service and focusing wholly on the sponsorship side. Either way, it's unusual. The entire thing is unusual, and while the rumors may end up being true, I don't feel confident saying that yet. As I said, my standard is at least 2 independent confirmations. More is better. I always prefer being right to being first, and this is also a good thing to do. This is why I like it when things happen mid-week. They get to develop, and I have more information by Friday. That said, given the situation as presented, it may still be worthwhile to ensure any SE pay money is requested, and you may want to download your alerts or move to an alternative such as Streamlabs. Disclosure, Bussy has a partnership with them, but an easy link to do so is attached below. I don't want to use Streamlabs because of all of their weird jank shit with trying to claim stuff that OBS made, they actually made, them just plagiarizing things from OBS, them trying to copyright Streamlabs OBS so more people get them confused with OBS. I just don't like Streamlabs. Streamlabs was what I originally used as a streamer because it's basically retard proof. Like, you can be functionally like a chimpanzee and be able to use Streamlabs. Moving off of Streamlabs was a little difficult for me because everything else was a lot more user input necessary and a lot less user friendly. But once you get used to the harder things, it just becomes second nature, kind of. Except for audio. Fuck audio. Wastelander, thank you, with occasionally 10% power boost from the gummies. I don't know if that's a boost. White Rabbit, thank you. You value me, and you know everyone here that donates and values you as a person and the hard work you and your mods do every stream. Well, thank you. I very much appreciate that. Sometimes I feel like I don't do enough, and so it's very nice. It's very nice to hear that people care. So thank you. Retard-proof software, that's impossible, and you know. But off of this, Stream Elements made an official update at almost 3 a.m. this morning. Official update, we're in positive discussions with potential acquirers and working to find the best path forward for creators, customers, and our team. We'll share more updates soon. We've spent over a decade building for creators and we'll do everything we can to keep supporting the community. And I believe the Stream Elements team when they say this. I have not heard of a single person, like, feeling fucked over by Stream Elements. Again, if some people have delayed payments, that fucking sucks. I've never encountered that issue. Hopefully they can get that taken care of. My hesitancy is where they come in and say, we're in positive discussions with potential acquirers. Now, I trust the current team at Stream Elements to want to do right by creators, but whomever may acquire them will very likely not have the same mindset. And so that makes me very, very wary for even if Stream Elements continues and even if this service exists, it might become just as predatory as Twitch or YouTube towards creators. And so that's why, like, even if Stream Elements sticks around, if they're acquired by a different company, I would still want to have that contingency of building my own, if possible, on my website. It's so over time to jump ship to another platform, which sucks. What really sucks is, like, the only 2 platforms that I know of that offer everything that Stream Elements does is Stream Elements and Streamlabs. Like, people have floated some other alternatives, but they don't have, like, the all-in-one package that these two platforms do. And so if Stream Elements gets acquired by money-grubby, non-content creator-first mentality people, it's going to go a similar way and have a similar blemish on its reputation as Streamlabs. Don't buy the platform, but the element that allows you to censor the chat. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Wouldn't have bought 4 Kirsches if you didn't value me as an entertaining newscaster. Now say the line. Ow, 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 monya. Someone needs to get Gaben to buy Streamlabs. Another 50 yachts to Gaben if he buys Streamlabs. Or Stream Elements, rather. Oh my god! Says Brzezinski Scherzazquicks. Thank you. A nice juicy tip. Send it right now through the PayPal link. A nice juicy tip. Send me a juicy tip. Let's hit the goal, please. Collabu with Gundo. I answered a handful of DMs yesterday before I died. I did it. I'm nuts. As a final FU, it'd be funny if Stream Elements releases their source code and people develop a self-host variant. That could also be interesting. That'd also be interesting. If you eat ghost peppers, if someone who holds the health of streamers as high priority as the buying party, you know? Guardian Dark Angel, thank you. You've heard an update says they plan to make a statement tomorrow. I read that, I think. Maybe not. I don't remember. You're hoping that's true. There really aren't nearly enough content creator-friendly applications half the time, especially non-culture war. True, unfortunately. True, true, true. Jen Jacko, thank you. In the case of the Fox Lady, 10% luck, 90% skill. You're a joy to listen and interact with. Thank you. You're so sweet. My honorable chatters. Danny D, thank you. The consultant said we need to hire their cousins as middle managers, Kirsche. Thanks, I hate it. Anthony, thank you. As the fat electrician has pointed out, companies seem to have an issue figuring out if it's working, don't change shit. Yeah, there's something to be said for don't fix shit that ain't broke, and most companies do not understand that for some reason. She's totally nuts replying to DMs. What happened to my Oshi? Oh no, my Oshi. Commodore Dergan, thank you. Shit boy, I die. Happy steak day. Crunch. Munya. I think that guy's gummied, bro. Schmeat Zone, thank you. Working with a swollen foot today, but having the fox woman yap in your ears gives you the will to power through. Darillas are mocked. Happy Friday, Chad and Kirsche. Thank you. Mr. Rich Lopitch, thank you. Kirsche, groceries are expensive. Also, Kirsche, steak for breakfast, baby! But it was leftover steak, so I mean, it wasn't like fresh, but... Time for eggs and toast while you listen to the Foxy. They fix what isn't broken in an effort to reduce costs and increase shareholder value, which they are legally obligated to do. That just... I can understand increasing shareholder value, but it's like... If you are making things great, and your shareholders demand that you basically make things shit because they want more value, the opposite of more value is going to happen. The Pakistani National, thank you. You still want the Kirsche boxer briefs? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. 10% streamer leg, a 20% gamer skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, times 14, 50% spine pain, and 100% reason to remember the Munya. I can't remember anything! Kirsche, we can make money now instead of a year from now, even if it craters the company. Thanks, I hate it. I hate consultants. Your Torador's extended warranty, thank you. We might potentially see another Rev situation if they change hands. Fantastic! I hope not. Matt Larson, thank you. Tip, 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 tip. Thank you. Avanticure Canty, thank you. Give me the Munya! Give me the Munya, okay? This guy's going nuts. Dragon Ball GT, thank you. Still catching up, but did I see they found an IED on a dam in Alabama, found in an inspection, and could have wiped out several cities' drinking water? Why would somebody put an IED in the drinking water? We may never know. Hey, what's that coming across the border? Same as Gaben buying another yacht because he did a good job. Another breakfast steak for Kirsche, please. Here we go, thank you. Did I ever respond to Eggman about unsub? Yes. Oh. But I didn't reply to another one of his DMs. Defter Tuna, thank you. Foxu Yappin Munoz, remembering Kirsches, frolicking. Oh yeah, it's Kirsche time. Thanks for making your birthday a lot more entertaining. Defter Tuna, happy birthday! Happy fucking birthday, Tuna man. I hope you have a great birthday, bro. Hope you have a great birthday. Massive Doge, thank you. Kirsch is taking this Saturday off. Stream Elements will respond tomorrow. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't even line that shit up, brother. Oh fuck. Jen Jacko, thank you. You like the fact that Gabe's yacht is actually a science vessel. When he's not using it for fun, it's doing something valuable, not just sitting around. Yeah, that is cool. That is cool. Increasing shareholder value as the rule was basically invented by people competing with Henry Ford, who owned stake in his company. The idea was never an honest attempt at good business. It was literally an attempt at business sabotage via the courts. Badlizer, thank you. Dodge versus Ford enshrined in law that profits must always be increased for shareholders. You cannot hate that ruling enough. Yeah, that seems... Like, I'd rather them take care of shareholders than stakeholders, but it's still just like... If you have a good thing, maybe don't fucking ruin it. I don't know. Fuck you, Dodge brothers. Kirsche, thank you. The IED on a dam was a grenade type, according to the media on it. The thing was some redneck's fishing tool with a bad fuse. Right to be concerned, but this one wasn't it. That is very redneck to try fishing with a grenade. What the actual fuck? I could not think of something more rednecky if I tried. Maybe throwing a stick of dynamite in the water? Maybe that. Speaking of, I quote retweeted this the other day, but U.S. Supreme Court has ruled 9-0. Even the illiterate Supreme Court justice voted with everyone else that freight brokers can be held liable if they negligently hire unsafe trucking companies, including those with illegal alien and foreign drivers who violate CDL rules and cause accidents. Let's fucking go start cracking down on the companies. The opinion delivered by Barrett confirms that federal law does not shield these brokers from state negligence lawsuits. This will likely help force brokers into being much more careful about which carriers they use, because they want to avoid lawsuits. Purge the CDL system and hold all trucking companies liable. Non-English foreigners all over the roads needs to end. Yes. Hard fucking yes. This is amazing and I love to see it. I would also like to see them start going after the actual trucking companies. What I failed to realize, though, and somebody mentioned in my comments, was that some of these trucking companies are just illegal in and of themselves, right? Like, they'll make, like, fucking, I'm trying to think of an Indian name that's not racist. The Sanjar Trucking, right? They'll have, like, Sanjar Trucking Company, and then as soon as, like, they get hit with a lawsuit, they'll dissolve the company and make Trucking Sanjar, or some shit like that, you know? You know, so, like, some of these companies are just, like, not even real, but they're all incredibly fucked, and they hire people that shouldn't be driving. So, I still think that we should attempt to go after these companies, and maybe going after the person who makes the company would help that a lot better from... So if they keep, like, making new fake ones, please start trucking. Garugamesh, thank you. Praise the Lord Clarence Thomas for giving us this ruling. We just need to clone that man. Can we clone Clarence Thomas, bro? Integrity and honesty is what makes us all love you, Kirsche. Never change. Stay strong. We're all proud of you. Thank you. You're so sweet. We have an area here with, like, over 200 trucking companies in one little suburb. That's fucked. What the hell? Purge the flip-flop truckers. You have miniature sailboats in your sand jar. I guess, yes, sand jar kind of sounds like sand jar. You have miniature sailboats, bro. I want a mini sailboat. Phoenix DS, thank you. So Gaben has more yachts than an any color CEO. Interesting. Kirsch's breast respecter, thank you. I almost read that as breakfast respecter, and I was like, damn, he really wants me to eat breakfast. Wishing to thank all the honorable chatters that prayed with him for him finding a job. He found a great job. Never earned so much by working so little. Only problem is that you can't watch Kirsche live on Tuesdays and Sundays. That's okay. We love VoD bros here. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you got a new fucking job. I'm glad it's fucking great. That's exciting. Congratulations. I have nose cummies. Please hold. Oh my god, I hate having a nose. Just cut it off my face, dude. Today's not the day. Look, man, I don't want you to hear the nose cummies. It's gross. Sudafed, thank you. Back when you sold commercial truck tires, you saw a few addresses for trucking companies that had apartment numbers on them. They didn't even attempt to hide the scam. That's really depressing, man. Blades Arrow, thank you for the 15 months. Happy anniversary, Cherry Fox wife. Fun thing that I hear that the Supreme Court blocked a citizen's tariff relief for everyone, $2,000. So they're giving tariff refunds to the corpos like UPS, etc. You're pissed. It's like, screw the citizens, but corpo buddies, here's a gift. Now, that's kind of fucking weird. That's kind of fucking weird. Andrew, thank you. Please wish your wife, Shan, a happy anniversary. Here's another 8 more. Aww. Shan, your husband Andrew says happy anniversary via Cartoon Fox. Morning. Nose blowing sounds like a trumpet, so you can relate to me muting. I would remember back in my apartment when Tim would blow his nose, it would be like an elephant sound in the background, and everyone would be like, what the fuck was that? And I'd have to explain how Tim blows his nose. Designated crashing street. Flying Nanook, thank you. Speaking of trucking, in this week's episode of Financial Audit, Caleb had a same-sex female couple of truckers where one was basically non-functional. I would be so fucking functional in a lesbian trucker relationship. If I am unable to find a husband, my favorite lesbian in a Nordic country, I forget which one she lives in. It might just be Norway. But she's a long-haul trucker, and she has to go across, like, ice lakes and shit sometimes, and it's really fucking cool. She's like, I'm just gonna kidnap you and make you my wife. And I was like, okay. Okay. Jackowar, thank you for the proom. I said she's Finnish. Oh my god, chat. Okay, she's Finnish. Chat remembers better than I do. I can't remember these things about individuals from years ago. My bad. Thank you for remembering when I can't. Do not the truck. I don't know. I've never had sex in a truck cab before, chat. Sir Toasty Boy, thank you. Hiya, Foxy. Heard your ugly yard rant and got mad at yourself. Just finished mowing the lawn and about to fix the chainsaw, hopefully. Can't fix the woodpecker holes at the moment. I'm sorry, woodpeckers have fucked up your house. That sucks, bro. But congrats. I'm glad you mowed your lawn. I'm glad that my rant on concerned citizens landed with some people. Yeah, boy. You've also never had sex with a woman. Let's keep it that way. That's fair. That's also fair. Good lord, can't believe Kirsche is cheating on the fish princess. Don't even remember your potential lesbian trucker kidnapper's nationality. You know, she's white. Speaking of Indian corpos, has anything happened with the Indian scam HVAC guys? No, thankfully, no more communications. Thankfully, no more. I'm still waiting on a estimate from one other company, and then I'm going to have to probably bite the bullet and pay exorbitant amounts of money. Coconut water sloshing SFX. Oh my god. I think the saddest thing about the coconut emote is that, like, the original files for it don't exist anymore because the artist's PC combusted years ago, and they had never given me the like, raw files. So that thing can, like, never be adequately edited, and that makes me sad because, fuck, that's, like, one of my favorite emotes. Sar, please, to condition your air, Sar, please redeem. Earl Lucky, thank you. They should ban all overweight truck drivers. What? What's going on? You just finished mowing the front lawn before coming here? Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah, buddy. Let me see where to go from here. Where do we go? Oh boy. Okay. Maybe we go to an Angie tab. It's time for Angie. So I started seeing some tweets about this happening the other day. Henry Nowak, 18, drowned in his own blood as he lay cuffed and passed out on the street. He was stabbed multiple times by Vikram Digwa, 23, with an 8-inch Sikh ceremonial knife. When the police arrived, Nowak was arrested instead after Digwa accused him of racial abuse. I don't know how many times we have to see shit like this before enough people realize it's actually just legal to kill white people. It's actually just perfectly fine. If you kill a white person, that's no big deal. You might as well have just run over a possum on the highway. It's kind of getting absolutely constrainingly, like, infuriating. I don't even know how to talk about this shit without glowing anymore. And so I was like, I would like to know more about this. Someone here quote retweeted the Daily Mail post. Said police were called to the scene but arrested Mr. Nowak after Digwa claimed he had been racially abused. Mr. Nowak was then handcuffed before passing out and dying in the street a short time later. And this guy said, a white male was hunted down and stabbed by a foreigner, but the police handcuffed him and left him to bleed out and die because the Indian cried racism. I genuinely do not know how to respond to this without glowing. Like, I don't even know what you're supposed to say at this point. Like, this should not be the world that we live in. You should not be able to just bleed out and die because of the color of your skin because someone claimed you did a heckin' racism while they were stabbing you. Everyone complicit in the murder should be charged and face capital punishment. This is appalling. It is incredibly appalling. Like, we've had Irina Zarutska be murdered in a train in front of a bunch of people that didn't care and didn't attempt to go do anything and help. You had one guy run from, like, another train car to assist her after she already fell over. And what's gonna happen to the guy that murdered her? Probably not fucking much. You have Carmelo Anthony, who killed Austin Metcalf, who basically got his bail reduced to nothing and is now just staying at home chilling after murdering someone. How many times does something like this have to happen? Like, what is this? And then when you say, hey, why does it seem like it's okay for white people to just get murdered? People will be like, oh, you're a heckin' racist, you bigot. You're a white supremacist. And it's like, how in the fuck is not wanting people with white-colored skin to just be murdered wantonly? How is that supremacism in any way, shape, or form? How is saying, I don't want to be killed and have nothing happen to the person who killed me invoke any kind of superiority? This is like the gentle cry of the oppressed. Please don't kill me for the color of my fucking skin. What are we doing here? I like the word wonton, sorry. A Sikh is how you pronounce Sikh, and they're kind of violent and on site with people, and no one cares about white people. It makes racist white people look pretty attractive to normies who are angry and fearful for their family. I remember 10 years ago, I remember people being like, oh, so many people get Muslims and Sikhs confused, but the Sikhs are based. My religion lets me carry revolvers. Dishatnery, thank you. Your wife came home from jail today. Yay! Now your 10-year-old daughter can stop making mommy left to get the milk jokes. Did my brother change his YouTube name? What's happening? Oh, I guess not my brother. That would be like the I don't know, whoever's dating my mom now. Why was your wife in jail? What's happening? Liam Sexton, thank you. They tore down a mural of Arena in Ohio with the mayor claiming it's inappropriate. Wasn't there also like the mayor in like Connecticut or Maryland or some shit also being like, we can't have this mural of a woman who was murdered purely for the color of her skin as that's divisive? I feel like if you say having a mural of Irina is divisive, you're basically saying, people here hate white people, and I hate white people too, and so having a mural to someone murdered because they're white is very divisive to have in our neighborhood. That story made you glow so hard. I know there was one on the East Coast that wasn't Ohio. I just can't remember which state it was. Is that how we're playing the game? Jesus said you should carry a sword, so I guess I get to have one of those as a Christian, right? You gotta start playing the game by the rules of their engagement, man, or you're just destined to lose every fucking time. Rhode Island, thank you. Admiral Billow is basically just my memory right now. This is the second time you've reminded me of something in like 20 minutes. Ohio is indeed not on the East Coast. Well, that's a good thing that I said there was another one on the East Coast, implying that Ohio is not on the East Coast and there was a second state in addition to Ohio. Your religious beliefs allow you...
What the hell is a spicy cat raid?
Why was my audio so fucked on that? Keru Kanojo, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, Raiders. Yama 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 yama. Someone get the autistic fox a himbo that can math and deck build stat! Oh, I need that. I need that. Jen Jacko, thank you. There's a trucker that picks up at a business near work where he's located, or while he's loaded, he gets dressed up in lycra and bikes 5 miles around the building. It's funny, but all power to my dude for staying healthy. I mean, yeah, you gotta figure out how to stay healthy while you're sitting in a truck for like a million hours, you know? Why is white supremacy on the rise? No clue. Anyways, please arrest the stabbed, dying white kid for getting into a verbal disagreement with the immigrant. It's just like, again, that isn't even white supremacy. That's nothing to do with supremacist. Saying, please don't kill me because of the color of my skin is not a supremacist saying. That is legitimately a cry of the oppressed. There is no other way to interpret that. There are 2 Ohios. No, Ohio is expanding. Scarecrow, thank you for the member. Phoenix DS, thank you. They get away with using their ceremonial knives to commit crimes. Kind of crazy. A little bit, you know? These people won't be satisfied until we have a Moonman type candidate on the ballot with normies voting for him. New Hampshire might give you that candidate one of these days. There's been some things I've been seeing on my feed that I can post to my mods, but I cannot interact with publicly. Really rapidly approaching for no reason at all. A slap my smurf, thank you for the member. Shine bright like a candle, you know? You know? The UK's only hope is to say they have oil, so the US invades them! A Slendy Enderman, thank you. This reminds you of the Star Wars name lady trying to tab the Israeli soldier and get Spartan level kicked for it. Also, stream is showing up as YouTube featured today. Nice. God, you hate YouTube. How the fuck did you guys manage to get me into the YouTube featured? How did that fucking happen? Anita Sarkeesian literally said 4 years ago that white supremacy was just a synonym for capitalism. Man. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. I did see that the guy that murdered Zarutska was declared unfit. You swear you read that? He was declared unfit for trial at the state level. He still has federal charges pending. But, I mean, based on what our anti-justice system is like, I don't really hold much hope. He's unfit for life, you know? You know? John in English, thank you. No, he was saying that as more situations like this happen, more people will become radicalized and you really can't blame them. No, I agree and I understand what he's saying. However, when you use the language of the enemy, you obfuscate exactly what you're trying to talk about. It is absolutely not supremacy to not want to be murdered for the color of your skin, and nobody should accept that framing. You sure hope they send him his mail-in ballot while he's in the hospital for being mentally unfit to be held liable for murder. Phoenix DS, thank you. Chainmail shirts are back in season for that Crusader look. True. Women, buy your men a chainmail vest for his birthday. He'll love it. Another killer getting off on an insanity plea. Shake my damn head. True. So the article here. A Sikh man stabbed 18-year-old university student to death with an 8-inch ceremonial knife after claiming he'd been racially abused. Court hears. A university student died after being repeatedly stabbed by a man armed with a Sikh ceremonial sword. Finance student Henry Nowak, 18, was on his way home from a night out when he was allegedly attacked by stranger Vikram Digwa, 23, with the 8-inch Shastar blade. Digwa was caught on camera saying, "I am a bad man," before the fatal attack, jurors were told. Now, why would the stabber say that? He is now on trial accused of murder alongside his mother, Kiran Quart, 53, who is accused of assisting an offender. Oh, God. Prosecutors said she went to the scene before running home with the knife to stash it among an arsenal of weapons there. They both deny the charges. How is somebody allowed to carry around a ceremonial sword in UK where you need a license for a butterfucking knife, dude? Help. He meant to say, "I am Batman." Prosecutors, a Southampton Crown Court heard Mr. Nowak was in his first term studying accountancy and finance at Southampton University when he went for a night out in the city on December 3rd, 2023 with friends from his football team. This stabbing happened in 2023. I wonder if I heard about it back then, or if I just don't remember. That's crazy. The teenager went home at around 11 p.m. and having drunk less than the legal limit to drive. Jurors were told he was speaking to friends on Snapchat when he came across Digwa. After he was stabbed, Mr. Nowak tried to climb a fence to escape, but Digwa was aggressively pursuing him, leaving a trail of blood, the court heard. Police were called to the scene but arrested Mr. Nowak after Digwa claimed he had been racially abused. Mr. Nowak was then handcuffed before passing out and dying in the street a short time later. Prosecutor Nicholas Laubenberg, KC, said, put simply, Henry drowned in his own blood with his lung having been cut by the knife going 8 centimeters into him. Vikram Digwa raises the defense of self-defense. He persisted that Henry perpetrated a drunken racist attack. He says he doesn't recall exactly how the fatal wound came to be inflicted. I just want to point out once again how absolutely absurd it is that this guy's defense is, I killed that white boy because he said something racist. If you can unironically get off on murder charges because you claim, even in the absence of evidence, that someone said something racist to you, this is going to literally nuclear launch Clown World into the stratosphere. Can't help but notice that the sandbox people tend to be the majority of stabbing cases, and the UK has extreme stabbing issues, as well as way too many sandbox people. Is there a connection? You're noticing way too much. 70 years in the UK prison. Here we go, thank you. Can't wait for the YouTube civil rights movement. YouTube wouldn't let you say white. Interesting. You know? Riss, my guy, thank you for the 6 months on Kick, or 8. I'm kind of blind, and it's kind of green. It says 6 or 8, somewhere around there. Thank you for the resub on Kick. Absolute state of the UK. The police knew Henry was stabbed and still arrested him instead of rushing him to the hospital. Considering the shit that criminals get off for in the US, I don't even know how much I can make fun of the Brits for this one, bro. Opening the case on Thursday, Mr. Laubenberg told jurors that Mr. Nowak's phone had captured the moment he met Digwa. Vikram Digwa was carrying an extremely large knife in a sheath openly displayed over his clothing. At midnight that night, Henry Nowak was dead. He had been fatally stabbed by Vikram Digwa using that knife, the knife that Vikram Digwa had chosen to carry out onto the street. The killing wasn't seen by anyone other than Henry Nowak and Vikram Digwa. The neighbors heard the aftermath as Henry Nowak complained that he had been stabbed and that he was dying. Tragically, was right on both counts. I know the British talk funny, but can we just say how, like, weird a sentence is that someone complained that he had been stabbed and was dying? I feel like you don't merely complain about that. I feel like that's a literal cry for help at this point. Wow, what a complainer. What a complainer, bro. After he had been stabbed, Henry Nowak climbed onto a bin and over a fence to try and escape, but he had already been fatally wounded and there was a blood trail on the street which demonstrates that he must have been stabbed before he climbed onto the bin and over the fence. Vikram Digwa chose to aggressively pursue him. The prosecutor said a video of the incident was found on Mr. Nowak's phone, which was discovered in Digwa's pocket. In the video, played to the jury, Mr. Nowak can be heard saying, "Hello, car," and singing to himself before yawning, with the footage then cutting to show Digwa walking away from him. Mr. Nowak is then heard saying, "In it, bad man? What bad man? You're a bad man. Say you're a bad man. Go on." Digwa replied, "I am a bad man," to which Mr. Nowak replied, "Are you a before the footage cuts off. What? This doesn't really give us much context here, man. That's also not racist. Mr. Laubenberg said the defendant's father and brother went to the scene shortly afterwards along with his mother, who was captured on video footage taking the knife back to their family home. The prosecutor said at the scene, Digwa denied stabbing Mr. Nowak and instead claimed he had been racially abused and attacked by a drunken man. Mr. Laubenberg said he didn't seek help for the man he had injured with his sizable knife. Instead, he accused him of being a racist and being drunk. Which he wasn't drunk, we just read that he was under the legal limit even. Literally does not matter what he said, he was fucking stabbed. Yes. Yes. He said police initially handcuffed Mr. Nowak, but started giving him first aid when he collapsed. Mr. Lobenberg said Vikram said he had not been stabbed. This was a lie. This was a man Vikram Digwa stabbed more than once. Henry Nowak fell unconscious and police tried to give first aid. A doctor was flown in by helicopter, but there was nothing that could be done to save Henry, and he was pronounced dead at 12:37 on the street. He suffered 4 stab wounds, including 2 to the back of his legs and 1 in his lung. Analysis of the knife found blood and fatty tissue matched to Mr. Nowak, and hairs from Digwa as well as DNA from Kaur were on the sheath, Kaur being the mother. In the UK, Sikhs are legally permitted to carry a kirpan knife in public, as it is protected under religious exemption laws. I would say, if there is any sort of ceremonial knife thing that Christians or Catholics have, hopefully people can hella lobby to carry that out in public too, because that's fucking ridiculous that British people can be harassed over having a fucking butter knife, but these guys are allowed to just carry around a long-ass dagger under a religious exemption. That is absurd. That is absurd under UK law. Like, I don't think any kind of knife should be criminalized, because that's absurd in the first place. But if we're going to play by clown world rules here, I think other people should start being like, hello, yes, I have a religious exemption for a knife. Here's this Bible quote. I like to carry a Publix dagger. Is it made of tendies? Carry a rifle for religion purposes. I do need to have my rifle by my side. You're correct. Sir, please stop bleeding. The minority said you weren't stabbed, so you really should stop that. Imagine being issued a citation. Sir, you're making the minority look bad by bleeding all over the street when they said they didn't stab you. Digwa was found to have a small kirpan around his neck that fulfilled his religious obligation, and the Shastar blade he carried on him was much larger, around 8 inches, the court heard. That's actually pretty average. The prosecutor said, Sikhism obliges male followers of the faith to carry and wear certain items, including a wooden comb, a metal bangle, and what is called a kirpan, a ceremonial knife. The small kirpan satisfies any religious obligation a Sikh may have to carry a blade, and Mr. Vikram Digwa was carrying that under his clothing and around his neck. He added Mr. Digwa was choosing to carry on the streets of Southampton a very large 21-centimeter bladed knife. The court heard the following, that following his arrest, Digwa and his brother were transported in a police van, and their conversation was recorded. Mr. Lobenberg said the two chose to talk to each other, presuming they couldn't be heard. I can't even be glad that criminals are too low IQ to understand that everything they say is being recorded when they're in custody. I can't even be happy about that anymore because I can't count on any justice system actually delivering justice. He told his brother he stabbed Henry 3 times. He didn't mention any racism or self-defense. Addressing Kaur's charge, he said Kaur is the mom of the defendant. She came to the scene when her husband and sons were there. Her son asked her to take his Shastar, which is the large knife. This was captured on phone footage, which was being shot so it could be heard. It was stashed among an arsenal of weapons at the home. Analysis of the blade showed it had blood and fatty tissue on it. DNA showed it belonged to Henry. Hair belonging to Vikram Digwa was found on the knife. Digwa's barrister said he was acting in the heat of the moment in self-defense. Man, I was at my apartment before, and I lived below an absolute crazy lady. Like, I would make jokes on stream about how she must be, like, finding men to go on dates with and taking them home and then, like, fucking doing a Dexter on them. Like, just covering her apartment in saran wrap and murdering them and stuffing them in her walls. Because the amount of noise that came out of that woman's apartment and the kind of noises that came out of that woman's apartment were horrifying. And there was one time she was, like, drunk out of her mind and she came down to my apartment and she was outside. I don't leave my apartment much. I don't leave my walled prison of my own machinations much. She came to my door and she was like, Hey, it's safe to come out. I know you're in there. I know you can hear me. It's safe to come outside. I'm not gonna hurt you. You can come talk to me. Obviously, I was watching this and I recorded it in case I needed to. If she had attempted to break into my home because she knocked on my door, obviously I would have had to self-defense, but it's like, if I shared the same, like, low IQ kind of trajectory here, right? A low IQ individual probably would have opened the door and then attacked her. And it's like, you can't do that. She's only said ridiculous things at you. She's only kind of creepy and intimidating. She hasn't actually done anything. So, like, if somebody opened the door and then attacked that woman, they would be at fault, not her. Unironically playing, I am not human. Yeah, unironically, I was in that game before that game existed. Still grounds to dial 911, absolutely. And if she had breached my door, I would have been in the right, for sure. But it's like, I'm not gonna fucking open that door, bro. I'm not opening that. In the UK, if you have a knife or shotgun or rifle for hunting, you're not allowed to use it for self-defense, even if they break into your house. I keep telling myself the UK isn't real and it can't hurt me, but it keeps hurting me anyway. And you plant an 8-inch ceremonial knife on her and say she attacked you. I'll huff and I'll puff. So anyway, I started blasting. Demons do walk among us. They do. They do. I lived in a not so friendly area. Nowadays, you might get arrested for calling 911, man. All jokes aside, call law enforcement if you're not armed. Even if you are armed, you should still call them. Like, they're gonna be late, but like, at least they know. So happy we revolted from the UK. Holy fuck, man. True. Jeremy Wainwright, KC for Digwa, delivered a short statement to jurors after the prosecution outlined the case. Mr. Wainwright, KC, said, was Vikram Digwa carrying a knife or carrying, for legitimate religious purposes, a kirpan dagger for religious reasons? I don't think that matters if he used it to murder someone. What are we talking about? They're usually from 2 to 9 inches. This blade is 8 inches, so can still be considered legitimate. Who started this incident? Was it Henry Nowak saying things to Mr. Digwa or Mr. Digwa saying things to him? That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Even if, right, even in the alternate scenario where the guy was saying horrifically racist things, they are still saying things. That doesn't entitle you to murder them. The prosecution say there was categorically not a racially motivated attack by Mr. Nowak, but have they made you sure of that with that evidence? I know lawyers are like just doing their jobs, man, but when I read shit like this, I can't help but think of like the Italian mafia and what might have been done to people like this under Italian mafia rule, right? Because like this guy is basically just playing into the subversive takeover because he knows enough people will just let the guy go if he uses this. I just, oh man. Lawyers aren't really supposed to win. They're supposed to be a part of justice. It's just fucked, man. Massive Doge, thank you. Did Pippa ever tell me about her creepy neighborhood she used to live in? Oh yeah, we were on a collab once and we were just swapping creepy neighbor stories. A Wastelander, thank you. Kirsche stats part 2. 19,000 days she did not the Kirsche. 100,540 Gumby Butter Kirsche. 16. And finally, Muñez, 2... Is that billion? I don't know about my stats, man. Uvini, thank you for the another 2 years. So many 2 years days today. That's nuts. How far we've come from the Donathon days. You remember watching during long drives during your internship and routinely losing connection. Now you're studying a master's degree in engineering. Never black pill. It will get better. You only need to do your part in making the world a better place. Hard fucking agree, bro. Hard fucking agree. Anytime it seems bleak, you just gotta use that to reinforce your gusto. You can get involved, bro. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Under communist ideology, Caucasian people are considered oppressed. So that means, since we are technically the minority now, we should be getting all those sweet, sweet benefits, and the other groups need to tread carefully around us. You would think so, but considering the ideology is just to hate you, I don't know, man. As someone who's starting law school next year, you fully support tarring and feathering lawyers and judges? You know? Was there a deliberate intention by Vikram Digwa to inflict really serious harm or kill when he used his kirpan, or was he acting in the heat of the moment in self-defense? You do not use a knife to self-defense against words, if words were even spoken. Like, let's be fucking real here. That is insane. That is an insane thing to fucking say. Absolutely insane. Doubly so when you realize it's coming from a country that you need a license for knives. This guy's like, he had a religious knife. You know, he's legally allowed to carry the religious knife. Was he legally allowed to stab this white person for existing? You'll be the judge of that, because I think so. Holy shit. This stuff isn't even communism, it's dumber. The gay race communism, bro. You will be shocked and upset when you see the state of Henry Nowak and when you hear what's shouted at what is tragically a dying man. But did Digwa and his brother at the time realize they were dealing with a dying man, or was their anger generated by someone who was drunk, who had racially attacked them, and they weren't aware of the extent of those injuries? This is an argument not for him to get a light sentence, but an argument for him to be executed. Under, like, sane law, this would be an argument to get him executed. Following Henry's death, his family have campaigned to raise awareness about the impact of knives. We also need to stop people from being this retarded. It's not the knife. The knife didn't, like, unsheath itself like in some fucking weird biblical cartoon and be like, oi, that man is white, let's get him. Like, the knife didn't do that. What are we talking about? Dumb brainwashed family? Yes. They said, we just want people to know how much damage carrying a knife can cause. That should be changed too. We just want people to know how much damage unfettered immigration can cause, actually. This has caused such huge repercussions on so many people's lives. Is that still quoting the family? Because no, what? The only repercussions are to, like, you guys who should be grieving, not talking about knives. What is happening? In the UK, you need a license for safety scissors, so him carrying an actual weapon on the street because, or nah, religion or some shit. Yeah, it's so weird. It's so weird. Why is the UK like this? Dumb brainwashed family, more likely a dumb whores brought out by the nudge unit. I don't know what a nudge unit is. He'd be fascinated to speak with any of the victims' families and hear what they have to say about what the government's nudge unit told them to say public. Oh, that's like an actual thing? What is the nudge unit? I don't know what that is. UK probably still has their version of CRS. Oh, is that what the nudge unit is? That would make sense. That would make sense. We have a nudge unit too in America. Supposedly, the CRS was, like, dissolved, but I don't know how much I believe that. The nudge unit is actual propaganda arm of the government. It's got a funny name. Probably our version of the Obama shut people up unit. Sounds like they nudge you to say the right thing. They show up after terror attacks that dissuade families from wrong speak. Fuck, man. It's like, I would love for people to just be like, no, fuck you, nudge unit, but I'm sure that would get you arrested in the UK. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Stop blaming the tools, blame the people. Yeah, it's not the tools' fault, man. It's the people. Massive Doge, thank you. What's the body physiognomy of the victim? He just looks like a typical finance guy. Like, if I knew absolutely nothing about this story, I'd be like, this guy is probably an accountant. He's got accountant physiognomy, and that's exactly what he was going to college for. Terrorists kill your family, and they show up and make you sing, don't look back in anger. Jesus Christ. In Texas, you would not be able to even breathe wrong around the vehicles, regardless of your religion. Be wary of Trevor and his lifted F950,000. Good lord. Rubbing his hands. He looks like that dude who reviews fast food. Oh, he kind of does. He kind of does. That man has memorized all the 48 rules of power. He would have been a good accountant. Wastelander, thank you. Stat update. Manya! 2 billion in one. A Phoenix DS, thank you. You hate when lawyers argue semantics. It's just, I know they're supposed to, like, do whatever they fucking can in the best interest of their client, but sometimes it just makes me hate lawyers. Sometimes I just hate them. Oh, and here's a tweet on it that I think was pretty good. Great Britain Politics had said, an 18-year-old Southampton University student, Henry, has died after being repeatedly stabbed by 23-year-old Vikram Digwa. After being stabbed, police arrested Henry as Digwa claimed he had been racially abused. Henry then passed out and died on the street. I saw a couple of tweets showing a quote from some kind of an article that said that, Henry's phone was found on Digwa. I don't know if that's true or not. It wasn't in the article we just read. So not sure if that is true or if that's like from some weird article I haven't seen. Good news, you decided to put off getting the grinding transmission noid looked at in favor of getting your Kirsche a Kirsche. Hell yeah. It did say that in the article? It did say. Did I miss it? I didn't even fucking... I was waiting for that to pop up in the article, and I don't remember reading it. It was? What? I literally read it? What? Hold on. I was like waiting for it to pop up, and I was like, huh, I guess it's not in this article. Am I retarded? Sometimes I miss things. History, recently closed tabs, this thing. It was in the article. I even read it was found in the defendant's pocket. Oh, fuck. Pocket. Yep, you guys are right. I did indeed read it. I just fucking, I don't know. The prosecutor said a video of the incident was found on Mr. Nowak's phone, which was discovered in Digwa's pocket. I don't know how I read that and then just like skipped over it in my brain because I was like trying to look for it even. I guess the more I want to find something, the less I'll be able to realize it. I don't know. But yeah. That kind of adds even more credence to, like, this guy just made up the whole racist thing so that he could get off easier. Yeah, like, it's actual insane. Bro stole his fucking phone. If Henry had been wearing one of the yarmulkes, then this would have not only been saved, but the other guy would have been in trouble, just saying. Sorry, I must self-defense your expensive phone into my pocket. I don't know, man. That's actually fucking crazy. Please, dude. Fucking please. And then after this, Christian Haynes, of many base tweets, said, "We allowed the left to stage a neo-Marxist cultural revolution for 2 years straight after a loser crackhead overdosed on fentanyl. The entire country was paralyzed, and we were all told the only way to rectify the situation would be to stop hiring white guys for anything and funnel billions into BLM scam groups. The fact that no similar outrage, no mass protests, no organized pressure campaign, and no similar attempt at a total rewriting of the social contract is taking place for this, the most outrageous miscarriage of justice we've ever seen in a nation whose government has largely been defined by acts of anarcho-tyranny, should tell you about how far we still have to go. Politics is defined by intensity, and there is almost none on the right. We will accept almost any abuse so long as it's legally defensible and that the necessary actions to correct it lay outside the procedural order that exists for no other reason than to constrain us." And it's, I could not have fathomed putting this as perfectly as he did. It's kind of insane when you realize exactly what's been going on and how many people are complicit in continuously trying to shame you into a bubble of not acknowledging reality, and furthermore, not doing anything after you acknowledge reality. Like, just think of the amount of people who have lost their jobs, lost their platforms, lost any kind of ability to participate in the social public square. And the people on the left will cheer and say that this is a good thing because they're terrible people for not wanting to die. Mildly OCD, thank you. If the man didn't have enough fat reserves to cushion the knife, then he didn't prepare enough protection and functionally consented to being stabbed. Jesus Christ. It's painful when you always see it and know its consequences on the people and your life. It is. It really fucking is, man. You learned that apparently he co-hosts a podcast with Nick Freitas. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. A Slendy Enderman, thank you. Is that a free phone I see? It must be. You know, it doesn't belong to anybody. Standalone Complex, thank you. BritLogic blame the screwdriver for assembling IKEA furniture. Help, I accidentally assembled a shelf. Some midwits described leftism as being nice to people. Leftism is more like demonic entities pretending to be nice and using your empathetic principles against you in order to get you to defend their demonic acts. And it's also tiresome. Slow March took everything before we noticed. And it's also very obnoxious that those who came before us did not do more to stymie the flow of all this commie nonsense. I was just like, even when I look back at like the Gamergate stuff, because I'm going to bring up Anita Sarkeesian today, most of the people that were like against Anita and her clique trying to destroy things in gaming mostly just made fun of them and said, how could anybody take this seriously? Meanwhile, all of the people who made fun of Anita kind of have fallen off, while Anita is still being employed by the games industry to ruin things. Because this is what commies do. They count on your complacency and their ability to pigeonhole you into an inability to do anything because you will be ostracized if you do something.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Namikaze, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I think I might need to twist my headphone cable because I'm only getting audio in one ear. And I don't like that. Okay. Alright, hopefully that worked. I'll have to play a video at some point and see if the audio worked. Anita hiding in the shadows, a malignant tumor, unfortunately, for the rest of us. No. Where am I in my tabs? Oh, this was fucking wild. I've always talked about, the Maldives. I've always wanted to go to the Maldives because of the Sea of Stars. I know Azahara will say that there's places in Puerto Rico that has it. But, like, the Maldives I've always thought was incredibly beautiful. And then I learned that the Maldives has the highest per capita export of ISIS fighters of any country in the world. So I was like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't go there. But, 5 dead in a 160-foot Maldives scuba dive. Worst diving accident the nation has ever seen. 5 Italian tourists died on a daring deep-water scuba dive into an underwater cave in the Maldives, sparking a police investigation into the tragedy, authorities said Thursday. You see, I would love to learn how to scuba dive. Cave diving is absolutely terrifying, because it's like, you don't know what's fucking down there, bro. Not even as far as, like, little critters go, but, like, you could end up somewhere with lack of air. You could end up stuck somewhere. You could end up in, like, a cave-in area. Like, you don't know. That shit is so fucking scary. That shit is so fucking scary. Monica Maltefalcone, a marine biology professor at the University of Genoa, and her 20-year-old daughter, Georgia Sobacal, were 160 feet deep in the waters of Vavu Atoll when they vanished Thursday, Italy's foreign ministry said. 3 other adventure seekers on the trip, Muriel Odenino of Turin, Gianluca Benedetti of Padua, and Federico Gualtieri of Borgomanero, I'm trying so fucking hard, Italy, also failed to resurface from the dive, according to the UK Sun. Rescue crews rushed to the— oh my god! I'm so sorry that this is the story I'm gonna say it in the middle of. I was ordering food from a place the other day, and they had a sandwich. It was like a capicola and some other like Italian meat sandwich with like peppers and shit. It was called the Chopped Guido. And I was like, hold on, wait a minute. If we're able to name a sandwich the Chopped Guido, can we start having other slur sandwiches? Can we have other— can I just order like an N-word with the hard R somewhere one day? Is that gonna be possible? The slurriches. The one brain cells all over the place right now. It's fucking bouncing, bro. Be jammin', thank you. Due to recent drama, Quarter Pounder Friday Night Tights has room for a different female host after Chrissy Mayer made a lol cow of herself. I still have absolutely no idea, like, why she is in trouble. I do not see anything about her. I have no idea what's happening with that. A Slendy Enderman, thank you. Small White Pill. New Mexico is getting sued by the DOJ. Arnold Schwarzenegger said if it weren't for gerrymandering, New Mexico would have been red as a majority voted Trump. Locally, folks are waking up and pushing back. Good. Thank you, Arnold. Thank you, Arnold. Shantae Boots, thank you. For the love of God, get new headphones, Kirsche. I don't think it's my headphones. I'm pretty sure my headphones are fine. They're fucking Sennheisers, right? Those bitches don't die for decades. I'm pretty sure it's the port that I'm using on my PC is kind of fucked. You can only get a hard R with extra cheese if Chud Guy gets acquitted. Oh my god. Back to the article and not the chopped Guido sandwich. Rescue crews rushed to the scuba hotspot near the island of Alimatha around 1:45 p.m. and frantically searched the mouthwash blue stretch of the Indian Ocean. Why would you describe it like that in this article? Before discovering one of their bodies, officials said. The divers had boarded the Duke of York yacht Thursday morning before taking the plunge at one of the country's most popular diving spots. Local media outlet The Edition reported. I read Duke of York and I immediately think of the Azure Lane ship. It wasn't immediately known what led to their deaths. Weather in the area was rough Thursday with strong winds up to 30 miles per hour, though it wasn't clear if those conditions played a role. Now, I don't know anything about diving, but I feel like when you're diving, you're underwater, and when you're cave diving, you're in a cave underwater. So I don't know how much wind would affect that, actually. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Note, America does not have this religious exemption for Sikhs. They don't get to bring their Kirwan to work in the States. What the fuck is wrong with the UK? That's a great question. She really thought that one out. Yeah, being underwater is how diving works. Wind makes waves? Well, yeah, I imagine, like, wind can make waves, but, like, I don't know, how deep does wave motion go, really? Top treasure here. Go further. It could just be crazy riptides. I mean, maybe. Ooh, I love seeing the pictures that, like, aerial photographers take of whirlpools. Whirlpools are fucking crazy looking. All the way down. A wind on the ship with the tie lines? I mean, maybe. Maybe that makes sense. That makes sense. I could see that making sense. A wind can create strong currents. You're a diver? Oh, I did not know that. I did not know that wind could affect, like, deep underwater currents. That's pretty cool. I'm genuinely, like, asking, because I don't know about diving. A wind causes currents in underwater caves on the coast can catch the force of currents. Ooh. You want to know if they had an actual dive plan that included the cave, or if they just winged their whole dive? If they winged that dive, that's scary. What the heck? Wind affects wave height 2 to 3. Well, I mean, I know it affects wave height, like, on the surface of the ocean, right? That makes sense. I just didn't know how deep it could affect it. The Sikh exemption, as far as you know, date back before the Indian partition, and the idea of repealing it is a bit like the idea of shutting down the FBI. Well, that seems kind of silly. No clip through, thank you for the 20 months. Happy Friday, Foxy. You'll take 3 courses, extra ketchup, and hold the mayo. You bought 3. Have a nice day off tomorrow with whatever you're doing. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you reminded me. Thank you. Thank you. I forgot to do something that I have to do, so now I asked my mods to remind me after stream so I don't forget again. Vape games, thank you. Wind makes wave. Wave makes currents, dragging them deeper into the cave. Yeah, I had no idea. I had no idea that was a thing. I just thought that wind affected, like, basically the surface and maybe a little bit down, where, like, the wind could put pressure under the water. But this is actually, like, you know, I'm learning things. We got nice typees, bro. One time when you jumped into the ocean skinny dipping, your schooner hit the water and caused a tidal wave to hit Hawaii. Well, that's why your name is Big Oto-san. Lamby Chop, thank you. Deb, she over here hacking the nukes. What? I don't type that crazily. Damn. That's a shame. That's a pretty lady. And her name was Muriel? She's like the first pretty lady to be named Muriel in a million years. That's crazy. That's a cute guy. Don't say it, chat. Local cops have launched an investigation into the circumstances surrounding the underwater disaster, but their causes of death haven't been revealed. The tragedy is likely the single worst diving incident the nation has ever seen, local officials say. For the depth alone, at 160 feet, they should have been breathing mixed gases to prevent nitrogen narcosis. Also at that depth, the pressure compresses wetsuits and buoyancy is lost. The buoyancy compensator is not able to be filled up with enough air to float you if you're untrained in these matters, and you start a slow drop to the depths, unable to ascend. You have to be well-trained advanced diver. Then add in the cave diving aspect, which triples the difficulty and danger. Multiple tanks are required for decompression, and it's a lot of planning and coordination to get the staging correct, let alone navigate a cave system. It is not something tourist divers should attempt. I mean, we don't know if they're tourist divers or if they're actually, like, trained divers, but I appreciate this guy for, like, saying, because I have no idea what nitrogen narcosis even is. You need to breathe mixed gases to prevent nitrogen narcosis? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Pharaoh Potato, thank you for the 22 months. The bends? You could go lower? What's the bends? What are the bends? I don't know what that means. Basically the bends? I don't know. I don't know what that means. You guys are all saying it like it's a universal concept. I've not heard of it. Nitrogen bubbles in your bloodstream. It's bad news. Ooh, that reminds me of like diving classes where like somebody gets turned upside down and they panic, and then like the diving instructors have to kind of restrain them and then slowly float them to the surface. Air bubbles form in your blood because of the pressure difference. That's crazy. Nitrogen bubbles in your blood when you ascend too quickly or go too deep. They add more oxygen to the air. That's crazy. Don't worry, just look pretty. If I want to dive, I have to know these things, right? The bends is rising too fast and your body isn't used to it. Oh, okay. It's when you have a Mercedes in your... What the fuck? Yeah, nitrogen narcosis is how you get drunk on the nitrogen in your own blood and hallucinate and probably die if you don't have a buddy. Holy shit. Your blood becomes fizzy like a soda? Damn, nature, you scary. Do not the diving. We're teaching. Yeah, you guys are teaching me. I'm learning. Chat is wrong. Narcosis is from too high of nitrogen content being narcotic. What? It has to do with the pressure. The deeper you go underwater, people who ascend too quickly get what's called the bends, and it can be deadly. Why is it called the bends? Does, like, your body get all bendy? Like a Gumby? Oh, what if your blood is fizzy from Mountain Dew like me? Because you bend over? Then why don't they call it the bends when you're fent leaning? She doesn't know about the Byford dolphin. I do know about the Byford dolphin, but those people became spaghettified. The Byford dolphin incident was like, they didn't depressurize the cabin correctly. So when it opened, the men just turned into spaghetti. Like, they just like, exploded, basically. It was awful. The bends got here before the fent. Spydrick Cam, thank you for the 2 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Insane Paco Taco, thank you for 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Thank you. Big, huge. I didn't notice we had a golden scam train, dude. Foggy Goggles, thank you for the 1,000 biddies, my guy. Thank you. I want to get more goggles to see underwater again. Normal air is 80% nitrogen. Nitrogen can dissolve into your muscles under pressure. As the pressure drops, the nitrogen bubbles into your blood. It's extremely painful, disorienting, and can also just straight kill you. If you dive below a certain depth, you have to make stops to bleed off pressure, and beyond deeper depths, you need special air mixes to keep the nitrogen out. For example, a heliox, which is helium and oxygen mix. You have to be, like, slightly chemist in order to do this, huh? That's crazy. The condition gets its name because the severe joint and bone pain forces sufferers to bend over. Other symptoms include itchy skin, extreme fatigue, dizziness, numbness, and difficulty breathing. How it's treated, standard first aid includes administering 100% oxygen and laying the patient flat. Definitive treatment requires medical professionals to place the diver in a recompression or hyperbaric chamber. The chamber increases atmospheric pressure to force the nitrogen bubbles back in... Back in what? The point of the capsule and the dolphin was to do the slow decompression while sailing home so they weren't stuck halfway to the surface. Yes. Yes. They didn't decompress the cabin on purpose. The diving bell was not connected to the chamber. I remember reading this article multiple times about the Byford dolphin thing because so many people in chat, like, misremembered stuff about it. Bowmage, thank you. Stupid golden kappa scam train. You know, you need the temporary emote question mark. Axhole Jack, thank you. These guys are mistaken. It is Kaisen disease. I don't even know what that is. I haven't heard that before. Humans were not designed for diving too low. How do we evolutionary eyes our humans to go deeper? They just do a little class, get a cert, buy it from a dive shop that fills tanks. Nitrox is common. It's essentially just elevated oxygen. Well, yeah, but like if you do that without knowing why you're doing that, you might end up in a bad situation, right? I should watch the vids of deep sea welders working on rigs and how fast they have to get them out of the suit and into a pressure chamber before they die. Oh no, we've watched that stuff on stream before. It's fascinating. You've seen the picture of the diver's remains? Look like beaten, malformed leather chunk. Yep. Yeah, last time I talked about this, people took umbrage with me calling it spaghettification because they don't actually turn into spaghetti. But it's like, they're literally just scraps of meat left behind. Like, come on, dude. You remember that incident, but you don't remember the details? Come on. It will happen. Everything returns to crab. Ah, here we go. Thank you. Nitrogen narcosis is the nitrogen in your blood becoming toxic and causing you to become drunk. It gets worse the deeper you go. The bends is decompression sickness. They are not the same thing. Zetsume Maru, thank you. We'll buy a Kirsche so Cowboy Korok has a friend. Who is Cowboy Korok? Brave SJ, thank you. If cave diving is dangerous, why is there this sign with this cool skeleton beckoning me into the cave? So-called experts trying to gatekeep skeletons. Don't become the next nutty putty man. A Walla Walla Bing Bang, thank you. You wouldn't want to evolution humans to go deeper. The changes required would make us unable to live on land without exploding like the blobfish. But if evolution works correctly, we could do both, right? That's how that works. There's some people in the South Pacific whose people have hunted oysters for generations, have an ability to absorb more oxygen than people who live in Nepal, i.e. the Sherpas. Yeah, I was gonna say there's people who live in like the mountainous regions who like can Sherpa people up mountains because they have like greater lung capacity from living at a higher altitude. And I'm sure if you've been like diving for ages, you also have something similar, you know? Or like, not you as in a person, but like you as in your civilization. We're gonna loop on spaghettification versus turning into spaghetti again. Vape games, thank you. Machine gun typing fix. Holy heck. People really like my typing, man. How long did it take me to learn how to blind type? I was in elementary school and they made us take typing classes where they put face cloths over our hands on the keyboard. And so we had to learn to type things without looking at our hands because they would cover it with face cloths. So elementary school, question mark. You just want her to use the word extruded instead, so the looping... No, I like spaghettification! It's fun to say! This is some kind of ninja academy. What else do you know? What the heck? Vape games, thank you. To have a visual explanation of the bends, look up a video of a balloon being blown up with air at depth. I have never seen people try to blow up a balloon underwater. Inquisitive epidemic, thank you. Under high pressure, nitrogen has mind-altering properties causing confusion, and that's narcosis. When ascending nitrogen, air bubbles can form in your blood, causing internal bleeding, and that's the bends. I wonder why they... Well, I mean, I guess you guys said that you bend over because it's painful. That's interesting. You're jealous. You wish you had typing class in school. Mavis Beacon was a bitch. Blind typing can be mastered within about a month. The F and J keys are the only keys with nubs on them, and that's all you need to learn, honestly. I'm gonna be real with you. I have rubbed the nubs off of my keys, and I haven't even had this keyboard for very long. Like, if I press into them, I can kind of feel the nubs, but they're basically not there. You wonder how spaghettification would work going into a black hole? That's a great question. She rubbed off the nubs! How lewd! Zenik, thank you for the czars! Kirsche, we pray to Father Dagon and Mother Hydra. The deep ones will rise. We crossbreed with them. Bingo bango, deep sea humans. It's an H.P. Lovecraft reference, Foxu. Oh my god! It's an eldritch horror! Beyond human comprehension! Flying Nanook, thank you. Remember watching the movie Deep Star 6 as a kid, and that put you off going too deep underwater for many years. Unfortunately, even if I had a fear of things in the water, when I was forced into going to summer camp as a kid, we had to swim in a lake. And I was unfortunately very efficient at swimming, so... Power of typing of the dead and the Super Mario typing, you don't really need the nubs after you learn how to touch type. The muscle memory of how to hold your hands means the spacebar can be an index point. That's also true. I don't even, like, think about how I orient my hands on the keyboard. It's just, like, second nature at this point. Just, like, second nature. I know. Let's see, what else have we got here in my tabs? Oh yeah, let's go fucking Cars for Kids, shall we? Let's go, Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids has been banned from advertising in California as it has been deemed deceptive by a judge for helping exclusively Orthodox Jewish kids in the New York and New Jersey areas, despite having 8-year-old actors of all races singing their jingles. Oh my god, this is 9 pages. Let's see here, where does it start? This serves as the court's ruling and final statement of decision. Parties objecting under California rules of court should be familiar with the authorities that describe the limited purpose of objections. The main purpose of an objection to a proposed statement of decisions is not to re-argue the merits, but to bring the court's attention inconsistencies between the court's ruling and the document it's supposed to embody, and explain that ruling, blah, 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 blah. Business and professions codes, codes of actions, establish. Section 17,500 prohibits any person, corporation, or employee thereof with the intent to sell, lease, or provide services from making or disseminating any statement that is untrue or misleading about such property or services. Liability arises if the statement is known or should be reasonably known to be untrue or misleading. To establish a violation, the plaintiff must show the statements in the advertisement were untrue or misleading, and the defendant knew or should have known through reasonable care that the statements were untrue or misleading. Section 17,200 defines unfair competition to include any lawful, unfair, or fraudulent business act or practice and unfair, deceptive, untrue, or misleading advertising. Unlawful acts are any practices forbidden by law, whether civil or criminal, statutory, regulatory, or court-made. Blah, 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 blah. Plaintiff provided credible testimony regarding the circumstances of the donation. The subject vehicle, a 2001 Volvo XC, had been left at the plaintiff's residence by a third party, a young woman, who had stayed with them. The vehicle was non-operational, and the plaintiff did not possess legal title to it. Although the vehicle was not in his name, it had been left by a third party for months, and was non-operational, the plaintiff exercised a possessory interest and control over the property. Although the plaintiff originally intended to repair the vehicle, he never did so. Facing a pending social event at his home, the plaintiff's wife requested that the vehicle be removed from the property. The plaintiff testified that he was subjected to the Cars for Kids radio jingle repeatedly, quoted over and over. The jingle that was played in court several times was the TV version. It features several children aged 8 to 10 playing various musical instruments, with the jingle repeated at least 4 times. The short and repetitive ad has the following lyrics. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. I can't do a deep voiced white cowboy. Plaintiff testified that as a charitable person, he relied on the advertisement's auditory message to conclude that the organization benefited underprivileged kids from all over the United States, and specifically kids in California, given that he was donating the vehicle in California. Plaintiff donated a 2001 Volvo XC, which is valued at $250. He testified that he felt taken advantage of upon discovering, only after the donation, that the funds did not stay in California but supported a specific religious mission in the Northeast. I don't know when Cars for Kids started up, because I don't remember when I started hearing it when I was younger, but I'm wondering if there's any coincidement with the Cars for Kids scam charity and the Cash for Clunkers thing that made clunker cars incredibly unaffordable for the majority of American youth. 30% is spent on advertising. Authentic Your Candy, thank you. Cars for Kids. What about Whamu and ICDC? I don't know what that means. Cars for Kids originally started in 1994. Damn. That is old as fuck. Way before Cash for Clunkers then. Dreadhe, thank you. Beautiful Mountain Air mention. Public service announcement. Don't believe the City Slicker psyop. Honorable chatters. City air stinks. The people don't smile at all and you can't see twinkling stars. What is this guy? Wrong tab? Question mark? I don't remember talking about beautiful mountain air. You always preferred the billboard that advertised you could donate your car to the blind? What the fuck? At minimum, the car is valued at $1,600, and that's if it was an insurance claim for the worn out one. I have no idea. I have no idea what they're worth. Anya manya. Devil Fruit Zero, thank you. Kirsche created a key typing fetish. Someone make a website called Only Hands? What the fuck? Dist Optimist, thank you. The Blue is a great movie, but free diving, no tank, starring Jean Reno. Current record is 831 feet. They go down as deep as they can. I remember watching some guy go to this, like, giant hole off the coast of Australia, and that's, like, a place where people test how deep they can dive into, like, for free diving. I remember watching someone do that, like, years ago, and it was just like, holy fuck, that's crazy. I guess that's kind of what that weird, elaborate public swimming pool is for as well, to, like, train yourself to do those big dives. The one that's, like, got basically an underground town and parking lot in it. We buying a Porsche for Kira Appreciation Day this year or not? What the fuck? That's expensive. I don't need a Porsche. Jacob Macknick, thank you. The wife and you are taking the boy to Catholic school this fall. Learned that the public elementary is pushing trans topics on second graders. Fuck Marxists. We need to get rid of the communists, buddy. God hates taxes, thank you. Calling it spaghettification is like calling heavy decay people soup. Yeah, I mean, it works, don't it? Thaddeus McThunderschlong, thank you. Let me get a Slurwitch and a large Dr. Pepper to go. I needs me a chopped Guido, buddy. Flying Nanook, thank you. Remember watching the movie Deep Star 6 as a kid? I read that. Thank you again. Belize has a neat hole like that. The Blue Hole. Beautiful dive spot. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Wastelander, thank you. Sips coffee. Spits. Shit. Hiccups. 185,993. I don't spit out my coffee! Power of Sky, thank you for the 10 months of tier 2, buddy man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Where was I? The court finds that plaintiff credibly testified that the plaintiff believed the charity benefited underprivileged kids from all over the U.S. and expected that a donation made in California would benefit children in California, that the advertisement contained nothing about specific religious affiliation, and gave no indication that the benefits would be limited by geography, religion, or ethnicity, that he followed the ad's directive to call the 877 phone number, that he never visited the organization's website stating, "I'm not a computer person," an omputer person, by the way, and that only after the donation did the plaintiff learn from a neighbor that the funds were directed to a Jewish organization in New York. This neighbor's probably a fucking old-ass shit poster based neighbor. The plaintiff testified, "That's not what I wanted. I feel taken advantage of by the ad and the information that was not there." I also want to point out that pretty much anyone, so again, base neighbor, pretty much anyone trying to talk about how this charity organization actually operates just makes you sound like an insane schizo, right? Like, if this wasn't put down in text, it would sound like something anti-Semitic to an nth degree, as it were. Like, it sounds probably like the guy who said, "There's Jews running around in tunnels under New York City. I can hear the Jews in the night under my home." You know, he probably sounded crazy until we started getting videos of Jews coming out of tunnels in New York City. Oh my God. The defendant's case included the testimony of Cars for Kids Chief Operating Officer Esty Landau's strikingly candid testimony. She admitted that the 30-second advertisement, which had been running for 2 decades, does not say anything about the charity's specific nature. She confirmed that Cars for Kids is a Jewish organization, yet the word Jewish is absent from the ad. The primary function of Cars for Kids is to fund URA, an organization dedicated to Jewish heritage and summer camps in New York and New Jersey. That while 25% of revenue is derived from California, Cars for Kids has no functional programs in California beyond a backpack giveaway characterized as a branding exercise. Over 60% of the funds of Cars for Kids go to URA, approximately 30% is spent on further advertising, and another 6% on administrative expenses. That the website states, "Because kids are our future, learn how you can make a difference in the life of a child" as a central element of the Cars for Kids advertising campaign, but it is not found in the 30-second jingle. The witness, Esty Landau, testified that she has been with the organization since 2005 and is based in New Jersey, and has testified as a corporate representative in prior proceedings. That Cars for Kids is a national Jewish nonprofit that serves as a primary funding vehicle for URA, and that approximately $45 million is sent annually to URA, representing over 60% of Cars for Kids' total funds. Another 30% is spent on in-house advertising and 6% for administrative costs, and that of the 120,000 vehicles donated nationwide, approximately 30,000, or 25%, originate from California. This is just insane to read. Like, it's so goofy. It's so goofy. And she's like, "Yeah, we've been doing this. No, we don't plan on changing anything. What are you gonna do about it?" Oh my God. Sergeant Buck, thank you. "Starving children in Rhode Island would be happy to have that 1993 Toyota Camry." The starving old folks. Wastelander, thank you. "It's only a conspiracy theory until proven true. It's all so tiresome, man." Vladimir Crystal, thank you. "I thought they didn't like camps. This is a different kind of camp." Many exhibits were admitted, including IRS Form 990s from several years to show where the funds go once they are transferred to URA. Ms. Landau confirmed that in 2022, among other expenditures, URA allocated $437,000 to Middle East outreach, and URA transferred $16,500,000 to North Africa and the Middle East, and that URA maintains $199 million in set-aside assets, with $34 million in remaining liquid assets. That $16.5 million was spent to purchase a building in Israel, stating the organization intended to grow the Israel program. Ms. Landau explicitly testified that the organization's primary purpose is not to help economically disadvantaged children. She testified that URA's programs include matchmaking for young adults and gap year trips to Israel for 17 and 18-year-olds, averaging 250 participants per year. So they're basically lying. It's not cars for kids, it's cars for funding Jewish youth lifestyles. That's crazy. That's insane. She also admitted that Cars for Kids operates no functional programs in California. Their local activity is limited to small grants consisting of approximately 1,000 backpacks bearing the corporate logo, distributed to any child regardless of financial need. Ah, yes. We will take your car and we will fund matchmaking services for Jews and Jewish holiday trips for Jewish youth. But those California disadvantaged kids, I can get some backpacks with our branding so we can get more cars. That's fucking crazy, bro. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Our greatest ally, everyone. She also testified that Cars for Kids is not involved in how the money is spent once transferred, and those decisions are left entirely to URA. The witness admitted that the word Jewish does not appear anywhere in the advertisement. She confirmed the organization's purpose is to help Jewish kids and families throughout their lives. I literally said that this was to fund Jew kid lifestyles as like a tongue-in-cheek joke, and then she just literally says it. How am I supposed to satirize these people if they are already literal clowns? Yet this is never communicated to the public in the broadcast. Ms. Landau testified multiple times that the advertisement does not mention anything and contains no details about what Cars for Kids does. She stated that while the ad features children aged 8 to 10, she confirms the funded programs often target young adults 17 to 18 and matchmaking as well as Jewish families. She stated that for any substantive information regarding the charity's mission, a donor would have to go to the website. Literally preying on those who want to do something nice for poor kids. That's crazy. The less you knew about what the Jews did, the less jokes you had to tell. I want to be able to make comedy. You're our clown, Kirsche. Yay. 2 expert witnesses testified. Dr. Motley testified in plaintiff's case in chief, and Miss Sarah Butler testified for the defense. Dr. Motley opined that the defendant's advertisements were misleading due to the deception by omission. Dr. Motley's thesis rested on the following points. 1, he asserted that if the funds generated by Cars for Kids are primarily directed towards a specific demographic, namely Orthodox Jewish children in New York and New Jersey for summer camp attendance, the failure to disclose this creates a misleading narrative. He testified that the misleadingness in this context depends entirely upon a false assumption held by the recipient of the advertisement. Since the advertisement itself makes no specific claims beyond the request to donate your car, any deception must occur through the donor's uncorrected internal assumptions. To support his opinion, Dr. Motley conducted a survey to assess whether the plaintiff's assumptions about the charity were reasonable. However, the court identified a critical flaw in the execution of this research. The survey was administered exclusively to UC Davis students for extra credit. The court finds that a pool of college students does not accurately represent the typical car-donating demographic. I mean, they're right. Because the survey failed to sample the relevant segment of the population, the data derived from it lacked the necessary evidentiary foundation to support a broad finding of consumer deception. The court also considered the testimony of Ms. Sarah Butler, who was retained to conduct a peer review of Dr. Motley's report and methodology. Ms. Butler's critique was comprehensive, identifying several foundational failures in Dr. Motley's exercise that, in her opinion, deviated away from established survey practices. Ms. Butler identified the following significant methodological defects. 1, the exercise failed to utilize proper test and control groups, rendering the results scientifically unreliable. 2, because the subjects, UC Davis students, were required to place their names on the surveys and submit them to a professor for extra credit, the results were likely tainted by a desire to provide correct or socially acceptable answers. True. 3, the questions were phrased exclusively in the negative and lacked an I don't know option, effectively forcing respondents toward a specific conclusion. Ms. Butler conducted her own survey of 156 individuals in California to determine what message, if any, consumers took away from the advertisement. Her findings included only 7.1, 11 out of 156 of respondents, believed the ad was about helping underprivileged children. Only 2.5%, 4 out of 156, mentioned the word Jewish. I have a question, right? I've heard this commercial for, like, pretty much my entire life. Every time I heard it, they talk about cars for kids, donate your car today. It is a reasonable assumption that you're donating your vehicle, and either the vehicle or the money from the sale of that vehicle is going to help the children, because it is a car for a kid. Whether it be the physical car being given to the child, or the money from the sale of the car being used to help these children in some way, that is the reasonable assumption. So, like, I have no idea how only 7.1% or 11 people believed that the ad was about helping underprivileged children. I mean, I guess maybe the word underprivileged is doing heavy lifting there, because it was just like, I just thought it was about helping kids in general. I didn't think about, like, their skin color. It is the intended assumption, but they're playing the game that, I didn't actually say that. Yeah. Based on these results, Ms. Butler opined that the advertisement does not communicate anything substantive about the charity's specific mission. She concluded that most consumers do not take away a message that the funds are for people in need, but rather that the ad is silent on its ultimate purpose. However, Ms. Butler also stated that her survey was not meant to test the ad itself, but to test why people make car donations. The court found that her survey was intended to answer a question separate and apart from the issue at hand in this trial. Her question was not relevant to these issues involved in this court. While both experts possess impressive CVs, the court finds that their expert opinions carry little weight, even though they do not contradict each other. Despite their differing approaches, both experts essentially arrived at the same factual observation. Both Dr. Motley's theory of omission and Ms. Butler's survey results support the finding that the advertisement says nothing about its specific purpose or the ultimate destination of the donated funds. Therefore, while the court assigns minimal weight to their scientific conclusions, it finds their testimony consistent in establishing that the advertisement lacks descriptive content regarding the charity's actual... Oh god, hold on. Oh my god, my shoulder in that place where I had the like really bad pinched nerve last year, it was starting to feel like it was locking up, and so I like stretched it out and I felt something pop back into a place. I don't know if it popped back into a place it belonged in or if I popped something out, but damn, that felt good. What the fuck? Ugh. Yeah, get the tens puck. I might need the tens puck, man. You're gonna start a charity called Cash for Cancer Patients, but you're gonna pocket it all? If names don't mean anything. Yeah, pretty much. We need Cash for Cancer Patients, in which I use all of the money to buy Kirsches. Get out the pasta box! I hope it's not time for the pasta box. Don't put that bad juju on me, boy. Where did I finish reading? Hold on. I was knocked out for a second. Hit! Help. And relies on assumptions consumers make when they hear the jingle, which does not match where the proceeds of their donations go. Under Section 17,200, unfair competition is defined as any unlawful, unfair, or fraudulent business act or practice prohibiting any practices forbidden by law, be it civil or criminal, federal, state, or municipal, statutory, regulatory, or court-made. Unfair simply means any practice whose harm to the victim outweighs its benefits. Fraudulent, as used in the statute, does not refer to the common law tort of fraud, but only requires a showing that members of the public are likely to be deceived. The court finds that the plaintiff has standing and suffered an economic loss. While the plaintiff did not hold legal title to the vehicle, he held a possessory interest in it, and surrendering that interest to a charity under false pretenses constitutes lost property under the UCL. Actual reliance was established by his testimony that the ad prompted his call to the 877 number. I also want to remind people that the court said that the car was worth about $250. This guy unraveled a 30-year fraudulent Jewish campaign over $250. Bless this fucking man. That's insane. You too can make a difference, dear chatter. That neighbor was a real G. Someone buy that man a beer. The court finds that the First Amendment does not shield the defendant. While charities have free speech rights, the government may regulate misleading commercial speech. Fraudulent omissions and an inducement to donate property are not protected by free expression. 3, the evidence confirms the hidden facts are true. The vast majority of the funds, 60%, go to URA, which supports Orthodox Jewish programs in New York and New Jersey and in the Middle East for some reason. And there is no geographic nexus to California. The evidence also shows that children, especially needy or underprivileged children, are not the recipients of the proceeds of the donations. 4, a reasonable consumer is not required to be computer savvy. When a broadcast advertisement, be it radio to television, provides a phone number as the primary call to action, consumers act reasonably by calling that number rather than cross-referencing a website. I really wish that this was like the reasonable assumption for everything anymore. Because I genuinely hate seeing a product and I'm like, ooh, I would like to buy that. And then I have to do like half an hour's worth of research to find out if it's like some cheap Chinesium product or if it's an actual real thing made by real people that I would like to give money to. It's like, it's become such a fucking headache to just buy things nowadays. The invention of consumer psychology and advertising is a dire mark in human history, true and real. Even Hawkenfreres, thank you. Pettiness can be your superpower. I aspire to be as petty as this guy. Fucking bless him. Jen Jacko, thank you. Now you know why some men are chiropractors. Bro, the sounds that I make during chiropractic service. Oh, God, you would think I'm dying and going to live in heaven. And the Seal Boy, thank you. Do that again, but slower. What the fuck? Be jammin', thank you. Incidentally, that's getting clipped. That noise can help many a poor himbo on a cold, lonely night. What the fuck? What the fuck? Only a half hour. Bored DevOps, thank you. All for 250. Did he just out-Jew the Jews? I don't know who's Jewing who anymore, man. James Gallipo, thank you. For the tip jar, the scandal contributed to the downfall of the Daily Wire. Wait, really? What did the Daily Wire have to do with any of this? What the fuck? She doesn't take me to the chiropractor, and for that I'm eternally grateful. Liam Sexton, thank you. Ben Shapiro was shilling for them for a time. This explains so much. Oh! What the fuck? I had no idea. The only things I know about Ben Shapiro are that he owns... I guess it's the Daily Wire. I always forget the name of it because it's got a similar name to like a leftist rag. He owns that thing. His wife has giant, or not his wife, it's his sister who has the giant Khazar milkers that everybody wants to milk. And that my favorite thing in the entire world is him saying the lyrics to YAP. And if there's anything good he does in the world, I hope it's finishing that song. The big Khazar milkers. That's all I know. That's all I know. Oh god, for Abby, it was actually 12 million. What? You sent the link to the New Hampshire governor to the mods. Thank you. Thank you. Be jammin', thank you. The only reason why Cars for Kids didn't help you, Kirsche, is that you're the Italian and not of the... I'm not Jewish, true. I am Italian, not Jewish. You cannot get me confused. Internet Zen Master, thank you. All you can say is dumbass needs to check before he donates. This is charitable donations 101. No, I disagree. Like, the fact that we all have to do an insane amount of, like, research into an organization is, I think, the problem, right? You should, in a functioning world, be able to trust a charitable organization. But unfortunately, we live in a world where charities pay paper pushers, like, millions of dollars, and then send, like, 50 cents to the needy, you know? Like, we should simply punish scammers, not shame people for getting scammed? Yes. Shaming people for getting scammed is very third world mentality, and I do not wish to be Indian, Sar. The milkers were promised to you 3,000 years ago. Madam Savvy's been smashing it lately with detective work on companies like this. Bless that fucking woman, dude. Evil Black Cat, thank you. Because whips for Jews didn't sound quite right. Oh god, pimp my whip, orthodox style. Don't look into the Salvation Army. Don't say it. Don't say it, man. You prefer high-trust societies where scamming is not a virtue. True. You shouldn't need to do research paper on a charity before donating to. You shouldn't need to. And I hate that that's where we're at. I hate that that's the reality of things. A Dreadhe, thank you. Now you're wondering what Toys for Tots was getting up to with their donations? Oh, fuck. What if it's the same kind of organization? A Battleizer, thank you. And this is my Oshi. Kirsche Gasm noises. Please ignore those. They happen on occasion. I think it was fucking Sawa. Fucking evil Sawa-sama. She took like a bunch of fucking noises that I made and made it into that like the fucking meme with that weird MS Paint lady that's just like, do you guys know what I'm talking about? You guys know that meme? Fucking Sawa took my noises and put it into that meme. I was like, this woman, she knows what she's doing. Oh, fuck. I need this in my life. I don't know where it is. I don't know if my mods have it on tap, but I'll bring it up if somebody has it. The retard noises are one of the best parts. No, but that sounds hilarious. Oh my god. Neko Arc? No, but I love that fucking song of Neko Arc singing in the car with the, like, fucking PMC guy in the skull mask. There are two types of autists. You fucking love Sawa. She's pretty great. I mean, she's pretty evil. Oorah is the Marine Corps thing? Oh no, they're fucking taking your identities. 5. The court finds the message that the charity helps needy children is not inherently vague. In the context of a charitable appeal, needy implies socioeconomic disadvantage. Using funds for gap year trips to Israel for 17 to 18-year-olds, or a $16.5 million real estate acquisition contradicts the needy child persona cultivated by the ad. This is basically just like Black Lives Matter, but for the Jews. The name Cars for Kids, the 8 to 10-year-old actors in the advertisement, and the repetitive jingle all serve to reinforce the belief that donations are used exclusively for the benefit of children. Under cross-examination, the COO, Estee Landau, I keep wanting to say Estee Lauder whenever I see that, admitted that the organization's primary purpose is to help Jewish kids and families throughout their lives. 8. Matchmaking in adults. Evidence established that the organization funds matchmaking services aimed at young adults and gap year programs for 17 and 18-year-olds. 9. The court finds that the failure to disclose that funds benefits adults and families, and that this support is contingent upon a specific religious affiliation, is a material omission. A reasonable consumer donating to a kid's charity would attach importance to the fact that their donation is actually supporting adult matchmaking and general family subsidies. Yes, that is fucked up. That's not a pilgrimage, it's a fucking vacation. JLM is accurate. Yeah, Jewish large mansions, bro. Violation of BPC 17,500 false advertising. The false advertising law prescribes not only advertising which is false, but also advertising which, although true, is either actually misleading or which has capacity, likelihood, or tendency to deceive or confuse the public. Hansen versus Newegg. I didn't know that that was a thing. 2018. The statute can also be violated through negligence as it applies to statements that, by the exercise of reasonable care, should be known to be untrue or misleading. The court finds that the defendant disseminated public statements concerning the disposal of property, specifically vehicle donations, that were misleading by omission. Under the statutory knew or should have known standard, the defendant is charged with the knowledge that California donors would reasonably assume that their contributions benefit a general class of children, including those within their own state. The court finds that the defendant's stated intent to make the advertisement memorable through extreme repetition, while simultaneously stripping it of all substantive facts, constitutes an actionable strategy of deception. You know what I also think is crazy? Because Binary Mind said that they've been doing this since, what, 1992, 93, 94, somewhere around there? They've been doing this for goddamn near 30 fucking years, all right? And this is the first time that they've been hit for a lawsuit for deception. 30 years of deception to fund Jewish lifestyles. And this is the first time they've had repercussions. That's insane. Actionable deception. You like that phrasing? You're going to keep that? Yeah. Yeah. Jen Jacko, thank you. Start a Cars for Courses and then use the proceeds for Honorable Chatter's matchmaking services. We will thank you. That would actually be hilarious. Unfortunately, I have no idea how to program a dating website. They maxed out their illusion to 100. Like, you almost have to be impressed with, like, that level of deception that it's been able to go 30 years before someone was like, hey, maybe this is only benefiting Jews, by the way, and some guy was petty enough to take it to court and win. That guy's amazing. Mr. Shinding, thank you for the 24 another 2 years! We got so many 2-year birthday subs today. That's nuts. Thank you, Mr. Shinding. Thank you. And just match me with a Honda NSX. Good lord. I mostly lurk. Thank you for the 15 months of tier 3. Thank you, buddy. So no more sending Jewish children to camps for free. No, they'll have to pay for their camps now. And code it if you name the website Porsches for Courses. A violation of BPC 17,200 unfair competition law. The defendant's conduct violates unfair competition law under the following 3 prongs. Because the defendant's advertising practices violate the false advertising law, these acts serve as the necessary predicate for finding of unlawful business practices under 17,200. A business practice is fraudulent under the UCL if it is likely to deceive a significant portion of the public. Colgan versus Leatherman Tool Group. I don't even know what that is. The court finds the Cars for Kids jingle creates a false sense of universal, secular, and local charity. The Cars for Kids name, when coupled with an advertisement that does not mention anything about its specific mission, as admitted by the COO, is likely to deceive the public. It improperly narrows the perceived beneficiary class to kids to elicit emotional and financial responses, while diverting funds to a much broader religious and familial social service network. The court finds the defendant's practice is unfair because the harm of soliciting donations through intentional omissions outweighs any purported utility. The public is misled into believing donations aid underprivileged children in California, when in fact the funds primarily support a separate organization benefiting specific families in New York, New Jersey, and abroad based on religious affiliation. The court finds that the defendant's failure to disclose that funds benefits adults and families, and that such support is contingent upon specific religious affiliation and geography, constitutes a material omission. The evidence established that a reasonable consumer would attach significant importance to the following facts when making a donation decision: whether the donation supports adult matchmaking and general family support rather than kids, and whether a donation solicited in California benefits children within that state; whether the funds are directed toward needy or underprivileged children as generally understood by the public; whether the donation supports those of a specific religious faith. The evidence demonstrates that these omissions are inherently deceptive. The practice of broadcasting this jingle repeatedly over 2 decades is fraudulent because, by the defendant's own admission, the advertisement says nothing, thereby allowing the public to rely on false assumptions created by the defendant's calculated silence. Consequently, the defendant is in violation of the unfair competition law and the false advertising law. Injunction and restitution. Ooh. Under Section 17,203, any person who has engaged, or proposes to engage in unfair competition may be enjoined in any court of competent jurisdiction. And BPC 17,535 allows courts to order businesses to restore money or properly acquired through false or misleading advertising. It is the key equitable remedy to reverse unfair, deceptive, or misleading acts alongside injunctive relief. Reading this first part makes me hopeful that the rest of this is going to be like, if anyone has donated, you must reimburse them if they request a reimbursement. That would be fucking crazy. That would be insane. Monetary damages are insufficient to remedy the harm caused by the defendant's advertising campaign for 3 reasons. 1, a charitable donation is an act of quiet enjoyment of one's altruism. When a donor is misled, the harm is the subversion of their intent. As the plaintiff testified, "That's not what I wanted." Money cannot undonate a car or restore the donor's belief that they were helping a local needy child. 2, the COO testified that the ad has run for decades and was only updated once to change the actors. Without an injunction, the defendant will continue to broadcast the same misleading jingle to 25% of its donors in California, creating a creating a multiplicity of judicial proceedings, because every new donor is equally deceived. 3, the feeling of being taken advantage of and the erosion of public trust in charitable solicitations are intangible injuries that a standard check for the value of a 2001 Volvo cannot repair. The court must weigh the harm to the plaintiff and the California public against the burden on Cars for Kids to change its ads. If the ads continue, thousands of California donors will continue to surrender property under the false impression that they are supporting local, secular, or underprivileged kids. This constitutes a massive ongoing transfer of assets based on a fraudulent omission. The defendant's burden is purely financial and administrative. The COO testified that they do their advertising in-house. They have the capacity to edit the ad immediately. Furthermore, with $199 million in set-aside assets, $34 million in liquid assets, and with 30% of their funds spent on advertising, the cost of producing a compliant 30-second ad is negligible. The interest of the state in preventing consumer fraud far outweighs the defendant's interest in maintaining a memorable but deceptive jingle. The public interest is served by transparency in the charity marketplace. When a charity generates millions annually through a jingle that conceals its primary religious and geographic focus, it creates an unfair playing field for local California charities that are honest about their missions. An injunction ensures the competition for charitable dollars is based on truth, not catchy, content-free, deceptive songs. The defendant is hereby permanently enjoined from broadcasting the Cars for Kid jingle or any variation thereof in the state of California unless said advertisement contains an express, audible disclosure of its religious affiliation and the geographic location of its primary beneficiaries and the age of the beneficiaries, specifying whether they aim for children or families or both. Any future advertisement must clearly and conspicuously specify the actual age range of the primary beneficiaries. The defendant may no longer use images of prepubescent children to solicit donations that support individuals who have reached the age of majority. This is really great, but it only applies in the state of California. So I think this needs to be like some sort of federal injunction on the company. Because like, yeah, Rare Cali win for fucking sure. But it's also like, they're going to run the same commercial in other states. Like, they're not going to change it to the non-deceptive one that they might have to run in California. So is this actually why the commercial stopped? Thank God, that's funny. That's funny. 233 million assets in a charity that's found to be acting fraudulently? Nah, man, liquidate them. The court rejects the defendant's argument that a website disclosure is sufficient. A consumer who is induced to call a phone number by a broadcast ad has been deceived the moment the call is placed. The court finds that the plaintiff suffered a qualifying economic injury when he surrendered his possessory interest in the 2001 Volvo XC. While the defendant argued that the lack of legal title precluded a claim, the court holds that the physical possession and the intent to repair the vehicle constituted a tangible asset with measurable value. The evidence presented at trial established that the 2001 Volvo XC, despite its non-working condition and the absence of a formal title in the plaintiff's name, possessed a fair market value of $250. Aspire to be as petty as this man. This is the goodness that pettiness can achieve. The plaintiff's decision to donate this asset was a direct result of the defendant's misleading jingle and the fraudulent omission of the charity's actual geographic and religious limitations. Had the defendant disclosed that the donation would benefit a religious organization in New York, New Jersey, and Israel rather than needy children in California, the plaintiff would not have surrendered the vehicle. It is hereby ordered that defendant Cars for Kids shall pay the plaintiff the sum of $250 as restitution for the value of the property acquired through the defendant's violations. Defendant is ordered to pay plaintiff $250 within 30 days. Defendant has 30 days to cease all non-compliant broadcasting in California. Costs are awarded to the plaintiff as the prevailing party. Also, as the prevailing party, plaintiff has the right to file a motion for reasonable attorney's fees pursuant to California Code of Civil Procedure 1021-5. Blah, 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 blah. So that's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty fucking cool. And I wonder, because they said this, this thing up here, any person who's engaged, blah, 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 allows courts to order businesses to restore money or property acquired. I wonder if this opens them up to lawsuits from anyone who's donated a car to them under the assumption that it's going to be going to needy kids instead of funding camps and summer trips for Jews. Attorney's fees twos, let's go! The new non-deceptive ad is just Hava Nagila over the sound of a bulldozer. I'm so sad that it's AI, but Jersh singing that song is so funny. Just tried to listen to the jingle. Big mistake! Oh no. Hate that you have to look up every aspect of every charity. You can't even donate to Locks of Love because they sell hair and don't disclose how much they make from that aspect. Yup. It's real fucking fucked, man. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. You can just vibe code the site. That puts people in danger. Meanwhile, a Somali daycare is running an ad called Cars for Somali Kids. Everyone would need to file or class action, so as it stands, their only punishment is $250. Their only punishment is the $250 to this guy and having to rework their advertising for California, but I'm sure that they're going to keep running the deceptive ad in every other state outside of California. God Hates Taxes, thank you for those 5 gift members, buddy man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. November 2025, the nationwide class action. Building on the California findings, a broader federal class action lawsuit, Sava versus Cars for Kids, was filed in Northern California, accusing the charity of racketeering, RICO, and fraud. Beautiful! Fucking beautiful! Nail them! I would love to see that. Just absolutely dick down this fraudulent charity. Noble Shinigami, thank you for the biddies. Your Honor, the matchmaking program technically makes kids. Therefore, it is Cars for Kids. Redoing the ad isn't a real punishment because they already have the optics of a charity. Yeah, which I'm glad that Axel Jack mentioned that there is going to be a federal class action. That is beautiful and wonderful. And if we go back here for a second, we were talking about Oorah throughout that entire thing. And someone here named Squiggles, I love the name Squiggles. The most hilarious piece of Cars for Kids lore is that the Orthodox congregation that runs it has a mascot that's literally a giant bundle of cash with a face, and he went to an ultra-Orthodox area in Jerusalem and got jumped by like 50 Jews. And there's actually a fucking video. Oh, come on. You can't do this to me, you shitty fucking browser extension. Come on, man.
I don't know. If I was getting in the background.
Hold on. I wonder if it's my volume thing or if it's like... Do I have a video here? Hold on. I have a Caleb hammer. Let me twist my dongle. We out here twisting dongles, buddy. You can hear the video? I can't hear the video. Yeah, I have zero fucking audio. I have no audio whatsoever. Restart audio engine, maybe? There we go. But now it's just in my left ear. Oh, no audio again. Fuck. Grab his dick and twist it. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll deal with left ear only audio, because I guess that's all I'm getting today.
I don't know. If I was getting in the background. Can you watch your back? Can you...
The fucking giggling, dude. Fucking get him! It's YAP dollar. I genuinely don't even know what's going on anymore, man. What the fuck is even? Like, if you tried telling someone the story of an Orthodox Jewish charity deceiving people to send Jews on trips to Israel, having a mascot of a wad of cash, and that Orthodox Jewish mascot was wandering around Jerusalem and got attacked by a bunch of other Orthodox Jews, you would just sound like a crazy person. No one would believe you. Didn't you see that? A $5 bill. I couldn't grab it. I couldn't resist. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. This is real. The vid predates Yeah, this is 14 years ago, buddy. That's old as fuck. Look at how jovial the wad of cash looks. That's a pretty fire mascot. That's crazy, man. Jesus Christ. People want to donate hair, do it to Pantene. They work with a group to give away free wigs and say that roughly 30% of donated stuff has to not be used because of quality. Donated about 15 times over 8 years, doing 12 to 28 inches of hair every 6 months. Damn, your hair grows fast, boy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I know. What else is in my tabs? Oh, we have a mandatory anti-racism class. How fun. In a mandatory anti-racism class, Penn State told 1L law students they must acknowledge the reality of systemic racism and dismantle systems that radicalize, subordinate, and oppress. One student withdrew from the law school over the class, and we obtained the shocking audio. Yeah, systemic racism does exist, and anyone who's not white or Asian benefits from it. It's the wrong kind of discrimination. Anything but studying these days?
There wasn't an institutional message. And this is the first place I've ever taught where it is baked into the DNA. It is, and it is everywhere from the ground.
Is this a trans person? Is this another one of them autogynephiliac activists? Cause like, that sounds like a man. And it kind of looks like a cartoon rabbit. So like, I'm not entirely sure here.
Ground up. That being a lawyer is not just about doing, a set of tools or skills. Being a lawyer is about recognizing and combating injustice. The REPL course, I think, is powerful precisely because you're starting it right away. It's not elective, it's not optional, because this is not one way to be a good lawyer, right? Paying attention to these things is what it means. One of the things it means to be a good lawyer. And, as someone, I'm a trans woman, right? And this year, there is a lot happening against people in my...
I like how I called that in like 2 seconds. That's, How are you gonna be some kind of a freaky trans activist and your last name of your choice is Spotswood? My job is going to become obsolete, not because of AI, but because reality is too ridiculous to make comedy out of.
Community, and having a focus from the outset on recognizing and combating oppression and injustice is meaningful to me in a way I cannot describe.
I want to say today that you all officially become part of this broader coalition and effort towards building a more anti-racist, equal, under the law approach.
Fun reminder for those of you who are just tuning in. Anti-racist does not mean not racist. Anti-racist means that you are in fact racist just towards the right people.
To our law and legal systems. This is the part of the coalition that I'm really excited about. We are taking action to disrupt and dismantle systems that racialize, subordinate, and oppress.
If this is what's going on at law school, it's no wonder why so many criminals keep being released. Like, you should not be taking any kind of immutable characteristics into consideration when it comes to the law. Like, it's insane that, like, skin color or gender or anything comes into play when someone commits a crime. Like, actually wild.
We, as part of our broader anti-racism commitments here, want to acknowledge the reality of systemic racism, subordination, and oppression. Acknowledging said...
When's the white people gonna get their reparations, brother? As
As this exists, right? Racism, subordination, and oppression exists, and it has existed.
I need someone to take every instance of a white person being tortured or murdered and the person who did that to them being let off with barely any kind of sentencing. Throw in the fucking rape gangs from the UK, because there's basically been no repercussions for that either, for raping white women. So I need someone to like put all of those articles and shit underlaid on this speech, because I think that would really drive the point home that these people are fucking crazy.
We start with that as a foundation for this course as well.
The great thing about REPL is that when I talk about this idea of inclusivity, it doesn't matter how much experience you've already had with learning about systemic racism, whether you think, oh, I already know about this, like I don't need to pay attention. Well, you do, even if you've already learned, or if, you know.
It's like Bridge says, you know, you always have to do the work, and the work can get tiring sometimes, and that's why you need to figure out ways to fill up your cup, so that the work doesn't take its toll on you, because the work is very important and it's never ending, but you can't let it defeat you.
You're in a position where you're white and you don't have to worry about these things.
I'm so tired, chat.
You're like, oh, I don't need to pay attention. Well, you do too, but at the end of the day, you are in a unique position of power to be able to help people that, you know, you may not be part of a marginalized group. You may have the privilege to speak for folks that don't have that privilege to speak for themselves.
What? Yeah, we need more allies, right? Too long we've navigated without ushering in white men to our folds. We've denigrated them and made them feel othered, but we need the white men to actually finish our cultural transformation. We need you to sign on to your own suicide, buddy, man. Let's go.
The problem is, according to the movement, is white supremacy. The problem is patriarchy.
He said without an ounce of self-awareness.
And unless we abolish white supremacy, unless we eradicate patriarchy, we're still going to have problems.
You see, when people call you a white supremacist for not wanting to die, that's where the problem comes from. There's no supremacy in that statement. There's no, I think I'm better than someone else. That's not even in the conversation. So when someone who's indoctrinated or is one of the malicious liars pushing this commie gobbledygook, when they say we must get rid of white supremacy, it just sounds like we must get rid of white people. The real himbo, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. My life matters. You're a fucking bigot, pretty much.
I'm most persuaded by the...
White supremacy, you mean the thing funded by the SPLC? Yeah, the thing funded by the left because there's not enough of it actually in existence. Tafufa, thank you for the 16 months. Your name is always fun, buddy man.
Theory articulated by the movement for Black Lives. I think that our
Hold the fucking phone, brother!
Unless we eradicate patriarchy, we're still going to have problems. I'm most persuaded by the theory articulated by the movement for...
He's most inspired, or whatever the fuck, by the theory articulated by the movement for Black Lives. Black Lives Matter? You mean the movement founded by avowed Marxists who are open about their Marxist training? Who are open about wanting to usher in communism into America? Who defrauded people and bought large mansions? While people who supported Black Lives Matter, regardless of their skin color, burned down black businesses en masse? That Black Lives Matter, buddy? I don't know if that's what you want to align with.
Black lives. I think that our criminal legal system is not about keeping families and communities safe.
He's right about that part, but whatever he's about to say next is going to be very wrong.
About keeping black people in their place.
I would actually say it's about keeping white people in their place, considering white people get actual repercussions in the justice system more often than not, and then people who aren't white don't actually get repercussions for their criminal actions. Kind of sucks. He's a very Ben Stein quality to his voice. It's just legal system, not criminal legal system. Favorite video from the riots was nobody looted the work boot store. Imagine not wanting good quality steel toe boots, man. Imagine. Kind of wish they would stay. Patchouli, thank you. You're gonna blame these people for the fact that your order for an automatic litter box has been getting canceled all day? They're not directly involved, but it's their fault nonetheless. I hope it gets to you, because holy fuck, them litter robots, buy the ones from Whisker, because if you buy one of the Chinese knockoff ones, there have been people showing off that it's like killed their cats. So don't buy the China knockoff ones for the love of your cat. But the Whisker litter robots, they are crazy expensive, and I am very thankful that you guys bought one for me, because holy fuck, my cats love it. My cats love it. I love it. I don't have to fucking scoop litter anymore, man. It's great. The Dems definitely want them to stay in their place and vote blue no matter who, you know? Hovey the Hoblin, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Are those the ones that close the doors on the cat and then spin them like a washer? Maybe? I don't know how they're killing the cats, but just don't buy those ones, man. Why is Penguin Zero speaking against white people? I guess he did kind of sound like Charlie. That's funny. It sounds rigged. Surrender the subs to the fox woman. Wait, can you blame white supremacy for any minor inconvenience in your life and get updates? That seems like what is reality right now, yeah. You know? This guy just said the quiet part out loud. They want people to grow up fatherless, so they're promoting criminals. Yeah, I don't know why you would call it the criminal system, first of all. Like, that's kind of weird, but I'm just, like, used to these people changing the language to suit themselves, so. Oh, God. Chinese ones could just close the door, catching the cat by their head and just snapping. They're not good. Yeah, it's not good. The litter robots, they, like, detect if a cat is even, like, close to it. And even if it's in the middle of cycling, it will just stop. So that's pretty great. I like that. Your order of Camp of the Saints has been delayed by a month, but there's no censorship. Hell, goddamn, a month. Cat detector, yes. Stubbing your toe. Damn goddamn white supremacists making me stub my fucking toe. Truly, the greatest threat to America. Judges are prosecutors and defense attorneys are corrupt enough that the criminal system is accurate. Yeah. Can you link it in the Discord? You may need an auto scooper. It is just the Whisker litter robot. Whisker is the brand. Like cat Whisker. Amalgamite, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're talking about shit today. We're talking about shit today. And speaking of shit, here is an Indian hopeful for LA mayor wanting to ban backyard barbecues. Los Angeles mayoral hopeful, Nithya Raman, wants to ban backyard barbecues for residents during certain high fire danger days across the city. Raman introduced a motion Wednesday directing city officials to examine emergency restrictions on grilling during red flag warning days when high winds and dry conditions significantly increase wildfire danger across Los Angeles. Yeah, I don't really want to hear someone coming to my country from a country that just throws trash in rivers telling us we can't fucking barbecue. Get the fuck out. It's in LA. Is anyone surprised? That is absolutely insane. She has to stop beach pooping first. Boston debuff applied. It is Whisker, not Whisker, for those who are confused. Yeah, like, that's why I said like a cat Whisker, in case my Boston debuff is too heavy. They're coming for the grillers. You have to fight for your right to grill. Who will fight for their right to grill? They're literally trying to take your grills at this point. How much longer are you going to stay willfully ignorant? I think this guy was calling the legal system itself criminal. At least that's how people that actually understand English would read it. Yes, that is what he was saying, which is, again, wild and typical of a communist. LA still has garbage all over the place, and she's whining about barbecuing. I would just like to know, right, like, even if you have a high fire warning day, your grill should not be starting any fires. That's wild. What are we doing? We must grill. We must grill. They are coming for your grill, quite literally, not even metaphorically anymore. The proposal specifically asks officials to consider possible limits on backyard barbecues, fire pits, and other open flames in residential neighborhoods during these high-risk weather events. Councilmember Monica Rodriguez, who represents much of the San Fernando Valley, stepped in and successfully blocked the proposal by introducing a separate motion that stripped Ramon's barbecue ban. Based fucking Rodriguez, she said, no, you ain't taking my barbecue. The last thing Angelinos need is a ban on hosting a carne asada in their own backyard, Rodriguez told the California Post. She said the proposal felt completely disconnected from how families across Los Angeles actually live. A red flag warning was put in place from August 20th to 24th in 2025, when temps across LA soared to as high as 100 degrees Fahrenheit. We're not checking the weather for red flag conditions before planning a backyard barbecue, Rodriguez said. This is what families do. Birthday parties, carne asada, family gatherings, a lot of people barbecue. I like how it's called red flag as well, considering we know that red flag laws are typically for people coming in and taking your guns away from you. Now we have red flag warnings to take your grills away from you. Like, the insanity is literally never gonna stop, bro. Like, holy shit. You can go for a carne asada taco. It's not Tuesday. The same motion would have also had a major impact on restaurants that cook with open flames. Rodriguez said she started hearing concerns from restaurant owners when the motion was being passed around. You had restaurant owners calling it out, saying this is going to affect our business. Rodriguez argued City Hall should be focusing more attention on homeless encampment fires, which have been becoming a growing issue across Los Angeles. Yeah, I would agree with that one. The fucking homeless barrel fire, the people who don't care where they put the fire, that's gonna be a bigger problem than someone grilling in their own fucking home, bro. You love how the Mexican woman turned on the spot, right? She's like, hold up, what you saying about getting rid of grilling? You were hoping for a Latina bride so you could get your carne asada, but Trump shut down the border. Phoenix DS, thank you. Beastie Boys are disappointed. People did not fight for their right to party. Unfortunately so. Let's remember the videos from July 4th, 2020, when everyone was told not to celebrate the 4th because of COVID. Yeah, you're not allowed to celebrate anything or even see grandma dying in the hospital. But Black Lives Matter, you know, that's important. That's important. They need to be out there. She pointed to the Los Angeles Fire Department data showing crews responding to roughly 33,000 homeless-related fires last year alone. I know what she means when she says this, but reading that sentence just put an image in my mind of a giant bonfire with homeless people being thrown into it. Don't do that.
Immediately available to Kirsche.
Kirsche 501c3, thank you, my guy. And donate now to the Kirsche's Home for Lost and Abandoned Kirsches. I'm taking care of so many plush Kirsches. TTS audio pretty low. There is probably nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. Since my audio is giga-fucked and I literally only have audio in my left ear right now, I am like 99.9% sure the issue is with my headphone jack, and I don't know how to fix that. I have absolutely no idea how to fix that. Last sentence of this article saying, how about Miss Rahman focus on enforcing against the encampments that are the majority source of our fires instead of singling out residential neighborhoods and folks having backyard barbecues, Rodriguez said. It's because these are people who get into positions of power in America because they hate Americans, American culture, and everything America stands for. And everything they propose to push into law is to dismantle everything that makes America great. That is exactly why, Miss Rodriguez, Miss Rahman is focusing on banning grilling instead of doing something actually useful. Kirsche's computer and headphones are making all of her videos official government releases. Thanks, I hate it. I'm just glad that you guys have, like, normal audio, because I don't. Yeah, help. Let's see. What else have we got in the tabs today? Oh, Trump fucking up once again. We got this, unfortunately. Unfortunate.
I would assume I'm in Beijing. If I wanted to buy property near one of their military installations, I don't think President Xi...
No, they wouldn't let you. I don't... Look, it's not that I love it. You want to see farm prices drop? You want to see farmers lose a lot of money? Just take that out of the market. But they've had a lot of land for a long time. Obama did nothing about it. They bought a lot of it during the Obama administration. He did nothing about it. As far as the students, it's 500,000 students they come, good students.
They're not good students. There's a lot of rampant cheating. We've learned about this in prior news articles for many years now.
I could tell them, I don't want any students, is a very insulting thing to say to.
I don't care if it's insulting. You need to tell them that. You need to tell them that. That's 500,000 seats at universities that could go to Americans. Like, your entire platform was basically send them back. You cannot renege on the send them back when that was your massive platform.
Country. They would then immediately go out and start building universities all over China. But if you don't have those students, good students, by the way, if you don't, and we do another thing.
Wait a minute, hold on. Someone in chat said this interview was like a year old. This was posted May 14th, yesterday. Now, is this a case of this being an old video posted as breaking news? Now this is new? Okay, alright. I was like, this was posted literally yesterday, so. I know Trump was just in China. He drank a sip of alcohol and everybody freaked out because he doesn't drink alcohol. How are Americans supposed to get highly skilled in STEM when 500,000 spots are taken up by the Chinese alone? And especially when we know that the Chinese exploit multiple of our systems and they insert spies pretty much fucking everywhere. Why would we allow this to continue? Why would we allow this to continue? It's kind of crazy.
You know, if they're good and they want to stay in America, we won't give them a green card and things like that. You know, and that not only them but other countries. But if you want to see a university system die, take 500,000 people out of it.
Good. If the university dies without 500,000 Chinese students, it deserves to die. If the university cannot survive if we replace those 500,000 Chinese students with American ones, it does not deserve to exist in America. It should not be here. Good. Let them die.
And you know, the ones that won't be hurt are the top schools. The top schools will do fine, but your lower schools, the ones that don't do quite as well, they'll be dying all over the place.
What?
I frankly think that it's good that people come from other countries.
Mini F, yeah. I have a little mini yellow square. It didn't quite go red. It just went yellow. Little yellow square. And China didn't like that one. My social score just went down 500 million points.
And they learn our culture, and many of them want to stay here. I think it's good.
Yeah, they don't learn the culture, and many of them want to stay here in order to spy. What do you mean? What are you doing?
Not everybody agrees with me, and it doesn't sound like a very conservative position. And I'm as conservative. I'm a conservative guy. I'm really a common sense guy, I think, more than a conservative guy. I think MAGA is common sense, you know. People understand we want strong borders, we want strong military, we want good education, we want low interest rates, we want, but
I think people would argue they worry about, do they have nefarious intentions?
Sure, I know, and we worry about that, and honestly, you know, they do things to us and we do things to them. It's a very, very fine line, the whole thing with students. So they have 500,000 students, and our university system does great. You know, it does great.
It's not doing great. Even if we removed the 500,000 Chinese students, the university system is still not doing great. You know why? We need to remove all of the fucking communists who have implanted themselves in teaching positions. Then we can make the university system great again. That's what needs to happen. And they want to learn the culture, which is why they have made a Chinatown in every major city in the country.
You want to screw it up? Take 500,000 students out, and you're gonna see bankruptcies at the lower end of good colleges, but they're not known or whatever. You're gonna have a lot of problems. So it's something I'm always looking at, but it's a very insulting thing to tell a country, we don't want your people.
I don't care.
Schools. I mean,
I don't get. You've said it to other countries, so what's the problem with saying it to China? Arguably, our like #1 like economic enemy, I guess you could say. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing, Orange Man?
It really is. Now I'll have people say, "Oh, that's a terrible thing," you know. It is a very insulting thing, and it's very interesting. It's something didn't come up today. Came up last time. But I will tell you that school systems don't want that to happen because you won't have much of a school system.
All right, Mr.
We already don't have much of a school system, and importing tons of Chinese students does not make an American school system better. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. Like that is like an insane thing to say. They will never open up their market to the US, which is what this position is for. Fuck the liberal cuck school system. Trump is a lifelong Democrat who ran as a Republican because Hillary Clinton laughed at him when he told her that her policies would leave him unable to donate to her causes anymore. What? I mean, it's like, I don't think having, like, some criticisms of Trump means that, like, I fucking hate everything he's done. I think that's a weird mentality. There's a lot of good that he's done. I should be able to criticize him when something is wrong, though. I should be able to criticize someone that I voted for, especially. Like, that's crazy. We need smart Americans. Right, exactly. Generic Chen, thank you for the 34 months of Tier 3, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. 5D chess to get some sort of oil deal. You don't know? This was really weird. It's, very weird. Don't like it. Don't like it. Zenik, thank you for the Czar. Is it a Razer headset? No, it's Sennheiser. The Barracuda X has an issue where you got to adjust the sound dial. There's no dial. There is no dial on the Sennheiser. Zentetsu, thank you for the CRCs. At least the Chinese students will be indoctrinated with DEI and debilitate China when they go back. In order to, I don't want a flow of like attempted sound fixing things about my headset to happen. So I'm gonna say once again, there's nothing wrong with the headset. Nothing wrong with the headset wire. I've used this headset on things that aren't my PC. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm pretty sure it is the headphone jack. I do not know how to fix a headphone jack on my PC tower. That is the problem. Pillow talk to get China to pull back from the Iran situation, just spitballing? I have no idea. I have no idea. Jen Jacko, thank you. You know, Trump was our guy because we had no one else. But at this point, let's clone Lowe and get him in here. We need someone like Lowe, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Important to remember, he just met with China, and China just basically abandoned Iran publicly. Trump is the one who started all the yapping about China. You think part of this is he's a boomer? Part of this is him deceiving people he wants to deceive? I have no idea. I just really hope that that's not going to be the case, because that's not what I voted for, Mr. Trump. Phoenix DS, thank you. I already read that. Thank you again. Even Hawkenfreres, thank you. Stuff like this is why we call him a 90s Democrat. Still better than other options, though. I guess so. You mean port, not jack. Whatever! Whatever it is! The thing I put the headphone penis into the vagina hole on my computer. The vagina hole is the broken thing. Whatever the fuck you want to call it, I don't give a shit. I don't care. You know, unlike what our enemies think, most of us are pragmatically for most of Trump's action. We criticize when he fucks up, but significant numbers of people treat this as a tribal conflict. It's so frustrating. It is. It's really frustrating that it's like, anytime you criticize Trump, oh, you must hate him. And it's like, no, he's just not above criticism. I like some things he does. I like quite a lot that I voted for. There's some things he does and says that I don't like. Like, what are we talking about here? How big is your dongle? It's a very big dongle. Jackals of Terra Argentum, thank you. The Chinese version of the CIA owns BlackRock outright. That's why their spies and students are given so much leeway. They control 33% of residential real estate, and that gives them control over our government. Yeah, that absolutely should not be a thing. That absolutely should not be a thing. And speaking of should not be a thing, we have another horrifying video. The Cato Institute advocate for mass immigration says, give up on the mass deportation fantasy. 1 in 5 Fairfax residents is someone who could be deported or lives with them. It would destroy neighborhoods. I don't know who Brendan Gill is, but he said 20% of the population in any U.S. county being deportable means that our immigration laws have completely failed and that drastic action is needed to fix the problem. And I agree with that, and I'll let this guy say the quote.
The first step would be to give up on the mass deportation fantasy. About 1 in 5 Fairfax residents is someone who could be deported or who lives with them. It would destroy neighborhoods, rip Americans away from their spouses,
They're
parents,
not Americans.
friends, families, customers, employees, employers, nurses, nannies, and teachers.
Stop! I can only get so erect. They must all leave. Did we fucking stutter? I don't think we did. If 20% must be deported, that's not a fantasy. That's about to be reality. They need to get the fuck out. The more that these people say they've been here for a long time, the angrier all of us should be. If you...
to 2025, so it could be...
If you've been here for decades and have not attempted to become a citizen and are thus subject to deportation, you deserve that. Get the fuck out of our country. What are we even talking about? Come the fuck on, dude. Here's one swear word for the day. Fuck off, we're full. This day, Walker better pray we only want 20%. Deporting them is all we do. Deportation is the nice option. I want the nice option. I do not want any option beyond the nice option. And people like this are fucking crazy. 30% of the population of Europe died during the plague. You know what happened? The Renaissance. If we can deport all of these illegal immigrants, we can have another Renaissance. Let's fucking go! I can get the poofy dresses. Can we deport the entire Cato Institute with the illegals? Sure, why not? Let's go. Why not? Phoenix DS, thank you. It just means they can't use illegals to pad the voting numbers. True. And hold on, I gotta go back and read that TTS because I did not want to forget what I was saying. Namoinia. DRT is king. Thank you. You know, this rhetoric is bad, but student visas are down from 2024 to 2025. So it could be something that he is saying for geostrategic reasons, since India and China visas are down from 2024. So we can look at the 25 to 26 numbers to see if this is empty. I mean, yeah, it could just be like a baseless platitude thing for like foreign people watching and being like, oh, he's not actually going to be as strict as he told his people. It will be fine. Maybe. I don't know. He's still a politician, so it's like he could be fucking us. He could be fucking them. Maybe we're getting double fucked. I don't know. Renaissance 28. Let's fucking go. Also, Fairfax County resident here. Lots of people here are cucked. That's really sad. That's really sad, man. Destroy Fairfax. Holy fuck. Stop fucking up my state. You feel I have a misconception when I say people have been here for decades and have not attempted gaining citizenship. Just because you've been here forever doesn't make you eligible. If you didn't enter the country the right way, sorry if I'm wrong, but you feel you're under the impression that just being here for decades grants a legit claim to legal status? I feel like you are either illiterate or do not understand when women are speaking. I apologize for your disability and I hope you can get better soon. You want all the illegals gone one way or another, or we could use them for unpaid forced labor places? Muddy nails, thank you. And now Super Chat is working. Shucks. Anyway, have some money, Foxy. True, thank you. Thank you. Remove Fairfax out of my state. Oh my god. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. You have a quick fix for me? Buy a port to USB converter wire for your headset. You can buy from Zon, and you won't have to fix the PC. Interesting. I didn't know that they made those things. I didn't know that they made those. And I guess so I don't just call that guy a retard and move on. You literally said the same thing in text that I said out loud. Dear retard, sir. You have agreed with me while trying to make a disagreement. It's very confusing when that happens. Fairfax is the #1 reason VA is now suffering Spanberger. It needs to die yesterday. Unfortunate. Women are speaking. What man allowed that? Truly. Oh, God. USB-C to AUX or a Bluetooth adapter. I just wish that it would work. You know, why can't the port just work, man? Zen Master, thank you. You'll make the deal. How about you? You make that deal. What? Be jammin', thank you. Did I hear the Gentleman's Relish, a 200-year-old traditional English condiment, is being discontinued? Only a single restaurant in London will be making it from now on. Englishmen weep. Why? Why is the specific brand of relish, Gentleman's Relish, being discontinued? Why? 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 I already read that, thank you. Am I using an audio interface? Does it not have a headphone jack? I do have an audio interface. It does have... I touched my interface. Weird. Oh, okay. I guess touching my interface fucked up my fucking headphone? Question mark? Oh god, now I'm just completely frozen. What is happening? Okay? Not gonna touch my interface again. I have learned a lesson on this day. The interface is untouchable. Yeah, now my tracking is all fucked up now. I don't know why.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is
Goddamn
this?
chat,
Spicy
stop
cat
giving
raid?
Kirsche IT support. More things are breaking? More things are breaking? Wait, Binary Mind said I was muted? I wasn't muted. I didn't mute anything. The fuck? What the fuck? Touched your interface and God decided that was a bad idea? Yeah, he did. I don't know why my tracking's all fucked up now. I don't know what the issue is. I guess, give me a second and I'll see if I can fix it. What the fuck? Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yes, that doesn't seem to help. For everybody that gives any kind of IT advice, unless you have dealt with like a literal haunted computer before, I don't think any advice you give will work. My PC is like literally fucking just filled with poltergeists and angry machine spirits, and I don't know why. It's an absolute nightmare for anyone I actually ask for like tech support help. Like they remote in and they're just like, what even is any of this? All right, should be fixed, I hope. You get paid professionally for haunted PCs? I need to kidnap that guy? No more IT advice. She already owns solutions to this problem, do I? The machine spirits are displeased. If anyone works at a hospital where people die all the time, I suppose you have to use Kirsche for troubleshooting. True. Have I tried giving an offering to appease the PC ghost? I don't know what I should offer to them, man. Slendy Enderman, thank you. We're noticing too much, chat. Escape Plan Gamma. John in English, thank you. A Nim couldn't help. IT over the internet is never a good idea. If it's working, leave it alone. I have to very carefully touch my PC, lest something else break randomly. What the fuck, Lala, thank you. You've been getting ads, Vermont, for Lily Tang Williams, as she is a running candidate in New Hampshire. Seems to hate commies. Have I heard of her? Yes. And if I could vote for her, I would. I very much would want her to win over fucking Goodlander. Goodlander has the scary name. It says good, but she is not good. Threaten the PC with something like shutdown or factory reset. They sense it. Oh no. Matt Larson, thank you. She freezes when touching her interface. Hey, yo. Lainey, thank you, with the 22 months. Have I tried calling an H1B guy? No, I don't like purposefully making myself mad most of the time, you know? Nish, thank you. All hail the Omnissiah. Try applying sacred unguents and oils and attaching the correct purity seals. I don't even know how I would do that, man. Even Hawkenfresh, thank you. Have I tried anointing the computer with appropriate ecclesiastical oils? The angry machine spirits must be appeased. Maybe I should just pour some salt into my PC. What could go wrong? How can she not call? Need to play Demonologist again and use the Ouija board to communicate with the ghost haunting your PC. Maybe I could just buy a Ouija board in real life, you know? Metallic Church, thank you. Buy a bag of green army men and surround your PC with them. They keep the tech gremlins away. I'm gonna have a very interesting office space. Jen Jacko, thank you. If only I had a P.O. box, you'd send me a Warhammer 40k purity seal to appease the machine spirits. Having a P.O. box did not work out very well in Georgia, so I hope it will work out better here. Who knows if it actually will, but we'll see. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Incense and myrrh with purity seals. The machine spirits will be appeased. Help. Works every time. Ow, 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 007 Zen Master, thank you. You need some incense, CDs of chance, blessed oil, and a powerful magnet. Either you appease the machine spirit or make it fear the one true admin. I need to find the one true admin. I'm going to go on a quest for the one true admin. It's like the One Piece. Tried talking to one of your lone people last night, got an Indian. As soon as you asked for a native English speaker, you got hung up on immediately. Good fucking lord. Sir Wolfgang, thank you. Need oil, incense, and to chant the sacred code in binary to appease the machine spirit in your PC. Praise be the Omnissiah. I wish I could, like, accurately get across, like, how much of a nightmare my PC is to troubleshoot for. Legitimately do not know why, but my machine is haunted and horrific. Oh, yeah, let me see. Hold on. I think this was the earlier tab, so this is where I wanna be. Yes. Yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this a 4th tab for it? 4th tab. Beautiful. And then that is a 5th tab. And then something on Mayor Wu, because she is a communist candy ass. Alright. So, these were tabs that I wasn't able to get to previously. And there's been an update today, so I'm going to go over the original tabs first. The original tabs being on the 11th, insane footage shows a gunman walking Memorial Drive in Cambridge, Massachusetts, firing on passing cars at random. State police trooper engaged him within seconds and shot him multiple times. Witnesses report 15 to 30 rounds fired. And I would like everyone to understand the gun that this man had is illegal in Massachusetts. And Massachusetts has some of the strictest gun laws in the country. Like, Massachusetts basically hates fucking guns. Look at those socioeconomic factors, man. How horrifying. A suspect identified facing charges after 2 seriously injured in Cambridge shootout. The suspect is facing charges after a shootout with Massachusetts State Police troopers ending with 2 people seriously injured Monday afternoon. Middlesex District Attorney Marian Ryan said, just after 1 p.m. Monday, Cambridge police received a call from Boston police that someone was observed to be acting erratically and was in possession of a rifle and firing shots near Memorial Drive in Cambridge. The suspect was identified as Tyler Brown, 46, of Boston, Ryan confirmed. By the time state troopers responded to Memorial Drive, the incident had escalated to an active shooter situation, Ryan said. Help! That individual was already traveling down the middle of Memorial Drive. Cars were stopped in traffic. He was in possession of the assault-style rifle that had been described, and he was actively firing in an erratic fashion at various vehicles on the road. According to Ryan, 2 men who were sitting in cars near the shooting were struck by gunfire and taken to a Boston hospital with life-threatening injuries. Flying overhead, Sky 5 saw 2 people being loaded into waiting ambulances by paramedics. A civilian and a Marine veteran, as well as an arriving state trooper, were able to subdue the suspect and struck Brown multiple times. Wow, that thing that leftists say never happens. It happened. A civilian and a Marine veteran helped the cops stop an actual shooter. He was treated on scene and later taken to a Boston hospital where he's being further treated and is in police custody.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Master Patch, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. You hate the assault-style rifle labeling? It wasn't a fully automatic rifle. I feel like if that had a fully automatic rifle, that guy would have just, like, been combusted by space lasers. You know? They also failed to mention that an armed citizen played a part in stopping him. I just read that. A civilian and Marine veteran, as well as an arriving state trooper, were able to subdue the suspect. What do you mean? I just read that. He was treated on scene, later taken to the hospital. I read that part. A rifle was seen on the grass between the road and the bike path, which runs beside the Charles River. We know that the weapon had the capacity to strike people on the other side of that river, Ryan said. Around 50 to 60 rounds were fired in a short period of time. When troopers arrived, we discovered some individuals actually under their car having tried to seek a safe place. While I understand the logic, I feel like getting out of your vehicle instead of trying to just flatten yourself as much as possible inside of your vehicle might put you at greater risk. Like, especially if you're not carrying, which I would imagine, as this is in Massachusetts and in Boston, most of these people in traffic were not carrying. I never said/read armed citizen. I literally read a civilian and Marine veteran, as well as an arriving state trooper, were able to subdue the suspect and struck Brown multiple times, Ryan said. I may need to read even slower for those who did not finish high school. I am not you, thank you! For IT support, ask for Spanish. The employees will more often be US-based and required to also speak English. Very often English first language. Interesting. Interesting. If you're able, always flirt and get out of the Killarney. That'd be kind of hard to do in Boston traffic. You aren't going to get very far. The other chatter's point is that they omitted the citizen was armed because they don't like to put armed citizens in a good light. Were able to subdue the suspect and struck Brown multiple times. And struck Brown multiple times. And struck Brown multiple times. With what? Oh my god. Oh my god. With a car, right? Just let it go. 5% of your chat is retarded. That's what he's getting at. Then he's still the retard! What do you mean? In before I didn't hear with a gun. That's literally what's being argued. Chatter being pedantic, a with armed not being explicitly stated. They've already stated that the officer engaged. What do you think the officer engaged with? This isn't fucking the UK. They hit him with breakfast. Battleizer, thank you. Chat, is the breakfast in the room with us? Oh my god. Didn't the citizen and marine vet help with that? Yes. Yes. Holy shit, where was I? According to Ryan, there's no connection between the suspect and the victims who were struck in the shooting. Ryan confirmed that officials would address Brown's criminal history during an upcoming arraignment. Oh, he was known. Brown was on probation at the time of the shooting. Brown is facing several charges in connection with the incident, including 2 counts of armed assault with intent to murder, possession, and a variety of other charges as an investigation continues. In 2020, Brown was involved in a previous shootout with Boston police. Sources confirmed to News Center. He pled guilty in that case in 2021. In 2020, Brown was involved in a previous shootout with Boston police. I bet you anything that was a fucking white woman judge and she was like, oh, it's 2020. It's the year of George Floyd and you're just a socioeconomic disadvantaged black man who needs space to destroy. It's okay that you were in a shootout with Boston police. Good lord, who could have foreseen this? During Monday's press conference, Ryan noted that a bill failed to pass several times in the Massachusetts legislature, which aimed to punish a shooter who acted without regard for human life. Why would you need a bill for that? Isn't that already a crime? Why would you need an additional bill? I'm so confused. What the fuck even is Massachusetts anymore? What the hell? And it is also important to recognize that this risk that's created by firing of a gun where people in nearby... It is also important to recognize that this risk that's created by this firing of a gun where people in nearby... Okay. Is the subject of a bill that has been filed for the past 4 seasons to create an offense to punish a shooter who acts, as I would suggest to you, was the case today, without regard for the risk of serious bodily injury to another. Again, I ask, why would this be necessary? Why would this be necessary at all? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Hence Kirsche glasses. I don't need glasses. They fucked up. Where people in nearby is not correct. The author is some type of spud. Mr. Toast, thank you for the 14 months. Happy Friday, Kirsche and chat. Don't let idiotic instigators bother you good guys with pew-pews for the win. True. Don't you know that criminals only follow recent laws? It's already against the law to fire your weapon wantonly into traffic. So, like, I just don't get it. Almost ChatGPT tier, true. To prosecute the armed citizens who helped get the guy down. I mean, you know, maybe. It is Massachusetts. They are fucking crazy. What else is in the bill? Metallic Church, thank you. You've heard enough, but this guy is clearly incompetent to stand trial. Release him ASAP. We need another shootout with Boston police. After Monday's events, Ryan said that the bill would be refiled. But who shoots intentionally or recklessly and hereby causes a substantial risk of serious bodily injury? That is a bill we filed for the last 4 seasons. It has not been passed. We will be refiling that bill again this session because that is the legislation we need to address this kind of situation. What does he mean? But who shoots intentionally or recklessly? Criminals! What do you mean? I don't understand Massachusetts politicians! Man, how many LLMs in chat today? Mr. King, thank you. The law sounds like a way to punish individuals who act in self-defense. Probably. Probably. That's just what the fuck? The Ryan retard needs to be committed? Wasn't Ryan, like, part of the police? Hold on, I gotta scroll up and see who the fuck he is, because I can't remember. Cambridge police received a phone call. The suspect was identified as Tyler Brown. Ryan confirmed. Who the fuck is Ryan? A Middlesex District Attorney, Marion Ryan. Oh, okay. Okay, it's a woman. I kept thinking it was a man's name. So she's the Middlesex District Attorney. Yeah, okay. That makes it even more confounding that she's trying to pass something like this. I don't trust it, man. I don't trust it. Video from witness Yusef Adel, local Boston man, showed the moment when it appeared that officers took down the suspect. Armando Zona, who lives near the shooting scene, said he made eye contact with the gunman. I never thought that gunshots should be so loud, Zona said. I feel like we made contact. It was a split second. A stray bullet missed Zona by inches and shattered a balcony door in his home. Witness Lisa Schill, it's a funny name, who was in a school van on the way to pick up kids at school, told News Center 5 that she heard multiple shots fired in quick succession. She left the van behind and ran away from the incident. I was running for my life, Schill said. Witness Shannon Young said dozens of cars were waiting in traffic when he saw a man with a rifle open fire. It was definitely semi-automatic. He was letting off too quick to be a single shot. That's what semi-auto means. What? No wonder that's a man named Shannon. He ain't no shit. That's crazy. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxy's chat being so fucking retarded. They're giving you a headache at the non-perception of breakfast. You know, it's my fault. I like reading chat. Mildly OCD, thank you. This is an interesting retelling of Brown versus the Board of Education. Now with PvP, I guess. Mr. King, thank you. Oh, I read that again. Thank you again. Who let Massachusetts be a real state? We were one of the first and best states, and now look what happened. It's so sad. Look what they've done to my boy. Young said he ran after his vehicle was hit in the driver's side headlight. My car is shot. It won't start now. Joseph Menino Rodriguez, who saw the incident unfolding from his apartment on the 18th floor, described seeing the gunman firing into traffic. He shared cell phone video from the shooting and said he was on the phone with emergency dispatchers as the incident unfolded. Rodriguez said that while he was watching, the shooter just straight up gets into a gunfight with the cops. He said the gunman appeared to fall during the gunfight and then threw his gun. Once he throws the gun, my boy is just out here, just laying down. Now he has his hands up. Now he's done. Why would you call him my boy? Such strange parlance. A black Dodge Avenger, which had apparently crashed, was off to the side of the road against a tree and a large rock. The scene was located in front of an apartment building with ground floor retail at 808 Memorial Drive beside the Charles River. Investigators were also seen placing yellow evidence markers on the ground. Other cruisers and an ambulance were also seen at a nearby mobile station. Memorial Drive was closed in both directions at River Street because of the police activity. The roadway later reopened just after 10 p.m. Monday. Anyone living in the area of the shooting has been asked to turn over any related video to the Massachusetts State Police. Oh no, not my boy! Not my boy! Woman saved by Marine who helped stop the Cambridge shooter speaks out. Dozens of people and drivers were caught in the chaos as a gunman opened fire in the middle of Memorial Drive in Cambridge on Monday afternoon. We're hearing from a woman who says a former Marine saved her life, and she shared an emotional story. You can just imagine how terrifying this was for the drivers who were just going about their day driving down Memorial Drive as the shooting unfolded. Since cars were stopped on the roadway, we talked to one driver who said he got out of his car to try and figure out what was going on, only to see the gunman pointing the rifle right at him. So he ran back to his car and jumped down behind his dashboard. Another driver said there was no time to hesitate, he just got low and ran. It was a former Marine and Massachusetts State Police trooper who approached the shooter and eventually took him down in the chaos. One woman, Rachel Saveriano, told NBC 10 Boston she froze in her car not knowing what to do, when that Marine helped her escape. A man came, went around his car, pulled open my car door, and made like a barricade. He had a gun and he told me to run, and I ran, and then I just ran as fast as I could. She called that Marine a hero, thanking him for saving her life and many others. Where's that retard? Is he happy that the gun was explicitly mentioned now? Can't help but notice they are not mentioning the armed civilian that helped the police take him down. I'm gonna time you out just in case you're being a retard, because I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not, but holy fuck, bro. Holy fuck. Hold on, I gotta make sure I don't ban you. I don't want to ban you, just time you out. You know, collect a couple more brain cells, you know? Get some milk. You need some milk. That's just trolling. You could build 100 bridges but become a Marine and they'll just call you a Marine forever. It didn't mention the make and model. That's true. You're so right. It doesn't mention the make and model. Ah, fuck me, dude. Governor Maura Healey shared a new statement Tuesday on the extraordinary courage and selflessness, of the first responders in Monday's shooting, saying she spoke with both the civilian and state trooper to share her appreciation on Monday. She said she was grateful to the civilian who courageously stepped in to assist law enforcement during this terrifying incident, demonstrating extraordinary bravery in a moment of crisis, and called the trooper heroic for putting himself directly in harm's way. I spoke with him last night, thanked him, and told him that his actions reflected the very best of law enforcement and public service under extraordinarily dangerous circumstances. This is a particularly poignant reminder as we lay to rest this week Trooper Kevin Traynor, who lost his life while heading toward danger to keep people safe. Now, see, this is where the retard should pipe up, right? Because if anyone should talk about the armed Marine helping, it should be Maura Healey. But not only does she leave out in her statement that it was an armed citizen, she leaves out the fact that Trooper Kevin Traynor was killed by an illegal. So, you know. Healey also thanked all the first responders from Cambridge who answered the call yesterday and worked together to protect the people of Cambridge during an incredibly dangerous and fast-moving situation. Death by sleeping. Is that an emote? I feel like chat is thinking with the latency of a Russian CS 1.6 match today. Anyways, guns are dangerous and they should be banned. Just ignore the fact that guns are how you defend against other people who get guns illegally. True and fucking real. Like, if anyone should have mentioned the gun, like was mentioned in the previous article and was mentioned in this article, Healey should have been saying that it was an armed Marine who leapt into the situation. Fuck you, Maura Healey. I want off the Massachusetts wild ride. Yep. All this for another judge to say you're free to go because you're just a socioeconomic factor. Yep, we're getting there. We're getting there, buddy. Don't worry about it. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Do the Asmongold specials. We could have a New Year's ban appeals. It would be great content with funny commentary. You could pull others to chip in. We actually don't ban many people here. Like, it's pretty difficult to get banned in, like, any kind of sphere I have influence in, like my Discord or my streams. Grok servers, you think, are having issues? Probably why all the chatbots are so far behind. True. You lived in Natick and the chief of police would not sign off on you getting a carry license. I remember being told that in order to get a gun in Massachusetts, you had to literally write to your local police explaining why you wanted a firearm. And I was like, what kind of commie hellhole has this state become? Man of culture, thank you. What's sad is the government will say he's okay and let him go. Oh, just you wait. We'll have to live with this guy for a few years until he does something worse. What are you paying taxes for? And clearly you're paying taxes for all these criminals to be put back on the street to kill your fellow citizens. You know? And Kiryu, thank you for the 13 months of prune, brother man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Griffinage, thank you. It wasn't fully semi-automatic. Oh, true, it wasn't a fully semi-automatic. Oh god, you wrote a note to your local police chief to get a firearm and they ignored you? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not fucking surprised. Are they going to ticket the Marine for unlawful discharges? I would not be surprised. Mr. King, thank you. How long until the prosecution of the Marine and the civilian? Did you mention the civilian was armed? The Marine was the civilian. It was the Marine and a cop. The man caught on video opening fire in the middle of a major Boston area road today has been identified as violent career criminal Tyler Brown. Who's shocked? Who's shocked that he has a lengthy rap sheet? Brown was supposed to be in prison for attempting to murder a cop, but a woke judge let him out early. These judges must go. Way too many innocent Americans lose their lives because of these judges refusing to protect the public from violent criminals. In 2020, this was the other shootout he got involved in with the Boston police. In 2020, Brown pled guilty to 8 charges, including armed assault with intent to murder, after he fired 13 rounds. He was supposed to serve at least a decade in prison, but the judge let him out after just 3 years. And now he's back trying to murder people. Start holding these judges accountable. We really need to enter into a system where judges will get charges if someone they let free early commits crime again. This is getting absolutely absurd. We do not have judges. We have women thinking they're in charge of a fucking daycare.
Well, Lisa and David, we're learning his name, and his name is Tyler Brown. He's a 46-year-old man from Boston who I-Team sources say was shot by a state trooper, and he's no stranger to law enforcement. In fact, in 2020, he was charged with attempting to kill Boston police officers. This is a photo of Tyler.
He looks like Yakub. Yakub has come back to take out his creations.
Brown from an officer safety bulletin that went out this morning in Boston. At about 12:30, Boston police officers attempted to do a well-being check at his home in Dorchester after his parole officer reported that he made suicidal statements. He was also allegedly seen on FaceTime with an assault rifle and said he would use it. The bulletin also mentioned his phone was pinging in Cambridge. Shortly after the bulletin went out, these videos of Brown were taken on Memorial Drive. He's seen walking down in the middle of the street, terrorizing drivers, waving and shooting a long gun. Witnesses say he shot at cars and in the air, before I-Team sources say a state trooper shot him and he was taken into custody. And we're working to learn more about Brown's condition. As for the attempted murder charge, in 2021, he was sentenced to 5 to 6 years in state prison, followed by probation, and was ordered to undergo mental health evaluations and treatment. David, Lisa, really valuable.
See, all we really need to do to fix everything is execute the, most violent 5% of criminals and say no to women. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Sally, no, you can't have leniency for the man who's murdered multiple people. No, that's bad. You need to keep him locked up. Let's get an execution on the table, okay, Sally? No, not parole. Don't let him out. Don't do that. Oh my god, it's all so fucking tiresome. Holy shit. But he's so nice. Cambridge gunman opens fire on Cambridge's Memorial Drive. 2 drivers critically hurt. I just want to see if there was anything else in this that has more information than the other articles we already read. Cambridge police shared a statement saying there's no more danger to the public after a 911 call. Video shared, identified as Tyler Brown. Civilian helped rushed to end the shooting. Alright, okay. So this was just like a developing while it was breaking news. While it was breaking. And then back to reality. Back to reality. Let me go find the new tabs for today. I don't know who Deputy Matt is. Matt Sylvie, Deputy Sheriff, retired. Oh, okay, so he's former sheriff. He said, not sure how I'm only just now hearing this, but in case you had not heard it, the piece of shit dirtbag with the AR that went on a shooting rampage in Cambridge, Mass. The other day, he was stopped by an armed civilian who was joined by a cop, and they worked as a team and stopped the suspect. You know, all the stuff that the anti-gun crowd says never happens. True. In fact, this one incident is the perfect example of how every relevant Democrat policy is dead wrong. Democrats' soft on crime policies put a multiple-time convicted felon and attempted cop killer back on the street in the blink of an eye. Massachusetts' strict gun laws, rated an A by Giffords, did absolutely nothing to prevent a convicted felon from getting a gun. That's actually a good point. This guy already had a criminal record for being in a shootout with police officers and attempting to murder a cop. He don't give a shit about your gun laws, bro. Your gun laws don't do shit. An armed private citizen actually engaged the suspect. When the cops arrived, despite what anti-gun Dems love to say, the cop was immediately able to tell the difference between the armed civilian and the armed shitbag. Wow, imagine that. A competent police officer? I'm surprised he's still employed by the Boston Police Department. The cops did not shoot the wrong person. The armed civilian did not shoot a bunch of random innocent people. The armed civilian and the cop worked together to end the situation, saving innocent lives. Guns save lives. Practice your ABCs. Always be carrying. Actually, I do not know why it took so long to come out. The MSM doesn't like it when armed civilians save the day. I mean, yeah. Agreed. It's like, I doubt if that woman hadn't said it in her story, that second article that we read probably wouldn't have mentioned the gun. Our gun laws help him kill us more effectively while reducing risk to his life. That's true. Gun laws help protect the criminals. And then we have, I'm taking a chance on you. Here, judge sentenced eventual Cambridge rampage suspect. In 2021, a judge sentenced Tyler Brown to 5 to 6 years in prison. He'd pleaded guilty after opening fire at Boston police officers in a broad daylight shootout in the South End the year before, when he was on probation for an earlier stabbing. The sentence was half of what prosecutors had asked for, and an officer involved in the shootout, which didn't leave anyone hurt, testified that he believed Brown would eventually hurt someone again. Suffolk Superior Court Judge Janet Sanders acknowledged there was some risk involved in her decision. Mr. Brown, I do realize that I'm taking a chance on you, she said in a recording of the sentencing obtained by NBC 10 Boston Tuesday. When people stand up, experienced police officers and probation officers, and they tell me, this guy is a danger to the community, I hear that, and it gives me, you know, I can't look into a crystal ball and figure out what's going to happen once you get out, but I do understand that I'm taking a risk here. And I just pray that my intuitions are right and that you have the ability, the smarts, the will, the support to not go out there and endanger other people's lives as you have in the past. This woman, at the bare minimum, should have any kind of licensing needed to be a judge pulled. She should be disbarred. Like, just completely disgraced. This should not be a judge. This is an individual who has no business being in any part of the justice system. If you do not have the ability to be hard on criminals that need to be hard on, you should not be there. You should not be in this situation. Stop treating criminals trying to kill people like fucking kindergartners. On Monday, with Brown again on probation, he allegedly opened fire at random on vehicles on Memorial Drive in Cambridge, critically injuring 2 drivers before being wounded himself in a shootout with an officer and Marine veteran. This one even acknowledges that it was a shootout with the Marine veteran. Ooh. The shooting has brought renewed scrutiny on Sanders' sentence for Brown in 2021, which at the time left then Suffolk County District Attorney Rachel Rollins disappointed. Current Middlesex County District Attorney Marion Ryan told NBC Boston Tuesday, there are some serious questions we need answers to. If those answers don't lead to this judge being disbarred in full disgrace, then your questions are worthless. Ecto Boredom, thank you for the 14 months of Prune. Thank you. Wastelander, thank you. Tonight we are young, so let's set the world on fire. She can glow brighter than the sun. So, Munya, me home tonight? I don't know what that means. Is that a song? Remove all women from the justice system. Yeah, at this point, I can't argue with that, honestly. Man of Culture, thank you. She finally mentioned the civilian was armed. I am going to spit in your eye. J-Rock, thank you. He was a state trooper. Therefore, he was competent. That's fair. I did say Boston Police. He was a state trooper. My bad. You are correct, Mr. J-Rock. Did I know the Marine was armed? I'm gonna de-arm that Marine. I'm gonna take his arms and put them on my wall. Rifile, thank you. Judges are doing this deliberately to cause chaos, which is why they need to be disbarred and removed. Pull him up, give him his Asmon treatment. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Judges get charges is good. You're gonna meme that. Judges do need to get charges. It's far past that time, man. Battleizer, thank you. It's just a more damning indictment if you do get banned. Mr. King, thank you. How long until the prosecution of the Marine and the civilian? Oh, I read that already. Thank you again. Thank you again. Disbarred, removed, charge them with a felony so future employers know that they're a compromised individual. True. True and fucking real. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Judges like this honestly have you wondering what the point of jury duty is. I've always had the weird opinion on jury duty. Like, my entire life, in, like, every sitcom and, like, every situation where anyone's ever gotten jury duty, it's always been, like, how can we get out of jury duty because I don't want to do it? I'm like, I understand they don't pay you enough for, like, the loss of work and whatnot that you're going to be putting into the trial. And I feel like that's done on purpose in order to dissuade competent people from wanting to serve on jury duty. But, like, the couple of times I have been called for jury duty, I have unfortunately been unable to do it as I wasn't even in the state at the time. And so I'm like, I want to do this, but you've given it to me at a time where I legitimately cannot. I want to go to jury duty, brother. I want to do it. A jury duty is fundamentally bullshit. The selection process alone is a total fucking joke. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like, the fact that I want to do jury duty would probably get me, like, deleted in the selection process, right? They pay you for jury duty? Yeah, it's really cheap. So, like, if you have a good job, they're not paying you much. Like, I think it's barely above minimum wage, because I guess they're required to pay you for, like, lost wages. You show up, wait 3 hours, and then people settle or plea no contest, and then you get sent home. You got a letter once, but your number didn't get it called? Oh no. Judges are not hired, they're appointed or elected. There's no requirement that they have a law license. In some places, you need to have, like, certain credentials, I guess. But when we went over some judge, again, it's in an eastern state. I can't remember if it was Maryland or Virginia, but somewhere over there. We learned that a judge got, like, appointed by whatever board appoints judges in the state. And they had, like, 0 credentials to, like, even be a judge. And all of us were like, how the fuck does that even happen? And it turns out that that state makes it so, like, you don't need any credentials to be a judge. You just can. And I was like, that's fucking crazy. You want to do jury duty? Is it your civic duty? You may take a pay cut, but it is worth it. Yeah, it's like, I feel the same way. It's like, I'm a competent person. I feel like I could be helpful. And that's why I would never be picked for jury duty. You got $50 a day and, like, $5 for gas. Yeah, it's like, it's bullshit, the reimbursement that they give you. The North Carolina one that let out the dude that killed Irina. Oh, was it that one? Was it North Carolina? I'm sorry. I'm bad at remembering, and that's why I thank you guys, my honorable chatters. Y'all's areas suck. You were offered $50 a day for your jury duty. You were peeved they didn't call you because you weren't even working at the time. Aw. I mean, you take your chances with Joe off the street rather than some Marxist brainwashed law school student, to be honest. Unfortunately, it's Marxist brainwashed random person off the street instead of Joe. I'd take Joe, too. In Michigan, at least, you need to have practiced law for 5 years and be under 70. That makes sense. That makes sense. Also, disbarred is for lawyers. Defrocked means to take the judge's robe. Oh, really? I thought disbarred was also applied for judges. Thank you. I didn't know that defrocked was a word. That actually sounds pretty cool. Defrock that woman. Massachusetts is pretty messed up at the moment, so you're not expecting much from the state or the local city? Yeah, same. Yeah, same. It appears to be a rather generous and lenient sentence, NBC 10 Boston chief legal analyst Michael Coiney said. Clearly, he didn't deserve that opportunity, as yesterday's events show. I feel like if a person who ends up in a shootout with police officers ends up in your courtroom, they absolutely, like, shouldn't be shown leniency in that case. Because, like, what were they doing to lead up to that shootout with police officers in the first place, right? I don't think this is another Waco situation that we have to worry about. Coworker just did jury duty. They spent 4 out of the 5 days arguing whether the officer getting hurt when they tackled the suspect counts as assault. Fucking what? Defrock, new insult unlocked. Defrocked is also for priests, and technically a judge who is also a lawyer can be disbarred, though that only affects their lawyering. Very interesting. Even in New Hampshire, where I think things are, like, slightly more sane, we had that instance of, like, a judge being corrupt and, like, trying to get like a lighter sentencing or whatever for her husband for some fraud case. And even in that instance, they didn't completely just debench and defrock that woman. They were like, okay, you can serve out the rest of your term. And she's like, well, I guess I won't serve on any cases because that might be bad. It's like, no, she should have been removed. What are you doing? Defrock that quango. Frocking is a military term. Oh no, I'm gonna defrock the shit out of you. Get defrocked, idiot. I'm learning new terminology with which to make fun sentences. Sanders, who is no longer on the bench and now works in mediation, didn't respond Tuesday to a request for comment through her new office. So you're telling me that she lets violent criminals go, and then it says no longer on the bench, so we don't even know if, like, she stepped down herself to do something else. Working in mediation checks out for how just brain damaged this woman is. The things that should happen, I cannot say. At the 2021 sentencing, an officer gave a victim impact statement saying Mr. Brown could care less if innocent people get hurt, as shown by his indiscriminate gunfire in Boston on a Saturday afternoon. I'm affirm that if Mr. Tyler Brown gets out, he will hurt or worse, kill someone, because he has shown us how well he has done while out on probation for a stabbing, the officer continued. That's also another thing. He got into a shootout with cops while already on probation for stabbing someone, and this dumb bitch of a judge still said, well, this cuddly little critter deserves another chance. He was on probation for a stabbing, went on a shooting, then the judge just fucking cut him loose and he did another shooting. Yes, you are correct in your understanding of the timeline of events. A probation officer detailed Brown's record and said he believed the man presented a danger to the community given his random acts of violence. Later, Sanders noted that it's very serious to open fire on a police officer, but there's a difference between shooting at a police officer and shooting a police officer, and the reality is that no one was injured. I really hate that the more I learn about women in positions of power making decisions, the more the people making jokes about repealing the 19th no longer seem like jokes. She addressed prosecutors' request for 10 to 12 years in prison, saying it would leave Brown without hope. Why should a man who stabs people and shoots at random out in public and shoots at police officers have hope? What fucking hope do you want him to have? Hope that he actually kills someone next time? You deranged fucking woman? What are we doing? Why are women allowed? It would be very hard for him to get out after that sentence and still have the hope necessary for change to occur, Sanders said. There's no change! He should have been executed! What are we doing? This was a man who was bound to kill someone given enough opportunity to do so. And this woman said, yes, he needs more opportunity to escalate from attempted murder to actual murder. Female judges missing the point of punishment again, and this is why children need a strong father figure. The mothers are incapable of actual punishment. She can experience his hope for him while she serves the sentence he should have gotten while he gets the chair. Yeah, I would like that scenario, but unfortunately we live in clown world. Brown is now facing charges including assault to murder with a firearm and assault and battery attempt with a firearm. Court documents filed in the Cambridge shooting case show that he was released from a psychiatric hospital on Friday, and before the shooting, called his parole officer to say he'd relapsed and was experiencing suicidal thoughts, later showing a large gun on a FaceTime call. Yeah, see, this is the setup, right? I don't think this guy's retarded. I think this guy was trying to set up, I'm going to kill someone and be able to plead insanity. Because that works every time. Oh no, he was too insane to know Moida was wrong. We need to put him back on the streets immediately. I am tired of psychiatric hospitals. I am tired of rehabilitation. Stop it. Get the fucking chair out, dude. He had been diagnosed with PTSD, depression, and anxiety, according to court records. It wasn't immediately clear if Brown had an attorney who could speak to the charges. Coiney, the legal expert, noted that recidivism, where a convicted criminal goes on to commit another crime, isn't uncommon. Thank you for stating the literal fucking obvious, brother. What? Massachusetts isn't real. It can't hurt me, bro. I need to... What the fuck? Boo-hoo, so sad, jail. Yeah, right? She talks like the fucker is the protagonist of that. She does. She's crazy. She's absolutely crazy. Who cares about the victims? This man needs hope. Mass is too real for us living here. I'm so sorry, man. Is that an SBR? Is he holding the magazine like a retard? I think he's holding the magazine like a retard. He seems pretty outgoing with that firearm for a depressed man. Oh my god. Maine lumber mill fire? Explosion causes mass casualty event? What the fuck? Maine lumber mill fire? Explosion leaves at least one firefighter dead. What the fuck? A firefighter was killed and several others are in serious critical condition after a fire led to an explosion at a Maine lumber mill on Friday. The explosion at Robbins Lumber in Searsmont took place as firefighters worked to suppress the fire in a silo. First reported about 10:05 p.m., the fire marshal's office said. They didn't share the total number of firefighters who were injured. Two Maine hospitals had previously indicated they were expecting 11 patients. The fire was contained but still burning as of about 6:30 p.m., according to the fire marshal's office. At least 24 fire departments helped battle the blaze, along with various state agencies and the ATF. This is a breaking news update. Read an earlier version of the story below. A fire and explosion damaged a Maine lumber mill in what local officials have deemed a mass casualty incident Friday. Hospitals said that at least 11 people were hurt, and Governor Janet Mills and other officials urged the public to keep away from the area. The lumber was still burning in Searsmont 5 hours after the blaze was first reported at Robbins Lumber, a well-known mill in the Maine lumber industry, on Friday morning. Federal investigators were helping state and local agencies investigate. It was a dynamic and dangerous situation, said Mike Shawshuck, commissioner of the Maine Department of Public Safety. He confirmed for reporters that there were injuries but didn't have specifics. Waldo County officials had said that they are considering the fire and explosion a mass casualty event. They said at least 5 people were injured as of midday, but a full assessment was not complete. We have dumped all of the resources from the whole county over to that area, Waldo County 911 Director Mike Larrivee told the Associated Press. Maine Health Maine Medical Center in Portland said it was anticipating 10 patients from the incident being transferred there, while Northern Light Eastern Maine Medical Center was treating 1 patient who was in critical condition. All Robbins Lumber employees have been accounted for, according to Catherine Robbins Halstead, one of its owners. But she couldn't speak to whether any firefighters were hurt. Well, we know from the title, one unfortunately seems to have passed away. State Fire Marshal Sean Essler noted for reporters that Waldo County's fire departments are staffed by volunteers. But what I saw was a professional firefighting effort. He didn't share specifics on the number of injuries, saying, "We have some families we need to talk with." The Thorndike Family Department, which was at the building, said the firefighters and civilians were injured, though they didn't give specifics. Man. Oh, that is fucking huge, dude. That is huge. Stop. Rep. Shelley Pingree wrote in a statement, "My heart is with the Searsmont community as officials respond to a mass casualty event at Robbins Lumber." She also urged locals to follow authorities' instructions and keep those impacted and the first responders in your thought. Senator Angus King, that's a cool fucking name, said he was tracking the incident at the mill, which he said he's visited frequently. "My heart goes out to Jim Robbins and his family, the workers, and the Searsmont community." A Robbins Lumber employee, purchasing manager Ben Hamill, told the Bangor Daily News the fire spread from a packed wood shaving storage area to a silo nearby, causing an explosion. The fire department in nearby Camden said it had a crew helping and that it anticipated committing staff to help for several days. "Our thoughts are with the injured, medical professionals providing care, and first responders working to control the situation." Jesus fucking Christ. Well, hopefully they can get it under control. That really fucking sucks that a firefighter who called to action to go and help that situation is now dead. Did it say the ATF were helping fight the fire? Why? It did. I have no idea. That's a great question. Let's see where to go from here. Oh! A little bit of hopium. Angus is a Dem pretending to be independent. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. He has a cool name. Imagine being named Angus King, the king of beef. Clearly they were processing the tobacco trees. Not like this. So, I quote retweeted this from the Department of State, saying that this is historic and should inspire feelings of hope that things will change. And I know how correct I am because a lot of angry replies from groypers happened after this. There were so many people saying that they're tired of like lip service or they're tired of like any kind of statements, but it's like if you look at this and you still like follow the I'm tired of statements narrative, you've completely lost the plot. For our government to come out and say something that for the last like 15 plus years, people have been unpersoned, ostracized, caused to lose their jobs, lose their sponsors, lose their platforms, lose their channels, lose everything. The fact that our government is coming out and saying this directly should be something that people can look to as a white pill. The Department of State said last week, the United States refused to participate in the UN's review of the Global Compact on Migration. The United States objects to the Global Compact on Migration and the UN efforts to facilitate replacement migration to the United States and our Western allies. This is in line with exactly what Keir Starmer said last year as well. I guess 2024 was when he said it. This is also in line with what Hillary Clinton has stated about why would Americans have children? That's what we have immigrants for. Remember when the UN was supposed to be used to stop another Hitler moment and now they're doing this shit? The UN has become the Hitler. UN agencies systemically facilitated mass migration into America and Europe, even as citizens of those nations called for restrictions on migration. Now, the Global Compact's latest report urges nations to expand migration pathways and pursue regularization of migrants. No, comrade. The situation will not be normalized. UN agencies working with the NGOs they fund established a migration corridor through Central America and to the US border. As the American people suffered under an unprecedented wave of mass migration, the UN was on the ground pipelining migrants to our southern border. UN officials greeted migrants along the route through the deadly Darien Gap. UN-funded NGOs handed out maps to migrants en route to the US. After facilitating mass migration to the United States, UN agencies condemned the deportation of illegal immigrants. As Europe endured sustained migratory pressure, UN officials staffed all ends of the Mediterranean migration route, from the coast of Libya to the shores of the Aegean and the islands of Greece. The UN agencies condemned frontline states who refused to open their borders. While the United Kingdom faced unprecedented illegal boat crossings, UN agencies condemned plans for deportations. UN officials lobbied aviation regulators to prevent the deportation of migrants, an appalling violation of the UK's national sovereignty. The Global Compact on Migration claims to support safe migration. For the citizens of Western nations, mass migration was never safe. It introduced new security threats, imposed financial strains, and undermined the cohesion of our societies. The United States will not legitimize global compacts that enable mass migration into America or Western nations. Under President Trump, the State Department will facilitate remigration, not replacement migration. And yes, I would love to see what action they take to facilitate this, but the fact that our government is saying this point blank is a huge, monumental shift. This is basically what I have been begging for, right? For politicians and people in positions of power in our government to say, fuck optics, I'm going to tell you what's happening. Because when they do it, it becomes safer for other people to openly acknowledge reality. And yes, there are still going to be the subversive fucking freaks who try to get you fired. They're going to try and get you in trouble, but they're losing power. Cancel culture is still around, unfortunately, but they are losing power and they are going to try and claw back any last grasps of power that they can before they are rendered completely fucking sterile. So this is a huge fucking thing. A huge thing. Can you have the tweet? Absolutely. Absolutely. This should make people feel filled with hope and actually huff on some copium, brother. It's actually gonna happen this time. So it's official now? It's official now. This is from the State Department. And then it was also quote retweeted by the White House. The White House quote retweeted the Department of State and said, under President Trump, replacement migration will never be the standard. The United States objects to the Global Compact on Migration and UN efforts to facilitate replacement migration. And there's an image of Trump with replacement migration crossed out and the word remigration. And while I do still side-eye Trump for his comments on, like, Chinese students or stuff with, like, H-1B nonsense, I don't like some of the stuff that he says. It is an incredible, monumental, historic thing for the government to be saying something like that. It's almost like, did they give the accounts to fucking Rupert Lowe? What's happening now? It's actually insane. Here's the second tweet as well from the White House. And I quoted this with an image of whoever the fuck Micah Irfan is. I don't know who that fucking cuck is. But he said, this is an explicit call for ethnic cleansing. And he posted a screenshot from Wikipedia saying, remigration is a far-right concept referring to the ethnic cleansing via mass deportation of non-white minority populations, especially immigrants, and sometimes including native-born citizens, to their place of racial ancestry. Originating in Europe, the concept has since spread to the United States, blah, blah, blah. The screenshot cuts off. Anyone acknowledging, like, the migrant crisis was called racist, Islamophobic, any kind of, like, term. You're called a Nazi, you're called a white supremacist, right? You're called all of these things in order to create a culture of pressure to get you unpersoned. Now that the government, and not just someone like Hillary Clinton, not just someone like Keir Starmer, now that the government is acknowledging this, they need to move to the next step. They can no longer call you a racist Nazi conspiracy theory for acknowledging that this is happening, as the government has acknowledged it. So now they need to move to, it's actually a good thing that this is happening, and if you want remigration, you're the racist Nazi. You cannot fix the problem because you're still a racist Nazi. So they're trying once again to put you in this bubble to prevent you from talking about what's actually happening. Your head hurts trying to understand the logic? Yeah. It's insane logic. Sending people who should not be here because they came illegally and under false pretenses, sending them back to their countries of origin is not racist and is not ethnic cleansing. That is fucking crazy. And also, if you want to believe that remigration, sending people back to where they came from, is ethnic cleansing, then you would also have to admit that the replacement migration is ethnic cleansing, as it's people being brought in to replace the native population. They would be the same concept if you think that remigration would be ethnic cleansing, which it is not, unless you're a retard. You need them to do IT, SAR. Who will pick the strawberries? Me! Me, I will pick the strawberry. You know what I loved doing as a kid? My dad would take me to pick your own strawberry farms, and that was fun as fuck. Fun fact, the actual Nazis during World War II era didn't particularly care about your feelings about how lean they were being. Lean? What? You would love to see the edit history for that word only, right? They call us these things, but they never call us wrong. It's actually fucking insane. Actually fucking insane. I guess we're all retarded now. Do you think if the US left the UN, other countries would as well? That'd be very interesting. I have no idea. I hope we do, though. Here for the homeland, some may say, the motherland, JK. But for real, though, America is US, not Jack Sparrow and his healthcare office in a camper with a half-built walkway. What? J-Rock, thank you. The UN is effectively a group of 150 third-world nations attempting to subvert the 22 stable first-world countries. I'd imagine there's, like, some commies from first world nations also on board with that, you know? It's funny how they call people Nazis while commies caused more unalivings across the board, and still do, and it was National Socialist Workers' Party, you know. But I just thought that this was like a fucking crazy thing to see. Fucking crazy thing to see. And the fact that Groypers got so angry about it also lets me know that it is definitely in the right direction. And on top of this, Steven Crowder put out a tweet the other day. Here we go. Where's the little thingy?
let me address one thing here. Systematically replaced by immigrant. I don't care about the intent. Now, I do believe that there is intent. Why? Because they've said it. Not all.
They've said, Keir Starmer once again came out and said that the migrant crisis stuff, the things going on in the UK, was an experiment. It was an immigration experiment done to you purposefully by people ruling over you. And that it was a failed experiment, is what Keir Starmer directly said. He has acknowledged this. Has he changed his behavior? Absolutely not. But he has still acknowledged it on the national stage.
Although, many leftist leaders have said, yeah, you need to change these demographics. For example, you saw that ad in Germany where they were having a threesome with an African, I believe, migrant or Middle Eastern. You saw those ads from Denmark where they said you actually shouldn't marry or procreate with people of your own race.
I did see that. There's been that whole, like, if you're white and you have children with another white person, that's white supremacy. It's literally they just don't want you to exist anymore.
That's racist if you're white.
Only if you're white.
Yes. So there are plenty of people who have said you need to change the racial demographics because these nations are too white. That's some of them. You can't prove that there's a cabal and that all of the people involved are pushing this proactively. I don't care. Intent doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It is happening. That's a statistical reality. So let's get off you're saying replacement theory, which is a white supremacy. You know what? No, I'm just saying that numbers are shifting and white people are being replaced.
Yep.
White percentage, white Christian percentage going down, Islamic migrant, African migrants, non-white Anglo-Saxon migrants going up.
And that's how they get you. They say that it's a conspiracy theory, and that evokes the people are blaming, the Jews, they did this. They try to peg you with that so that people will unperson you and attack you and get rid of you, and you will no longer be able to talk about the reality that's going on.
In some countries, it's already hit a tipping point. That is a statistical reality, just like you don't need to make the racial argument primarily or the intent of crime. Just point to crime statistics. That's
why they had to make it a bad thing to talk about statistics in the first place, man.
What they are. Do not blame me.
Exactly. You should not be blamed for what the statistics say, for what the politicians are telling you they're doing. It's insane. It's insane. Great replacement theory is separate from demographically replacement. Yes, exactly. Great replacement theory is something completely different. But if you acknowledge these statistics, like Steven Crowder is saying, the people who want you to shut the fuck up and get rid of you, they will say that you believe in great replacement theory so that everyone attacks you and you become unpersoned. It's not great replacement theory. You can just look at the statistics. It's like built-in fact. Here's the German ad, what it says, you do not know. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna close my browser first when I bring this up. Because if it's a threesome, maybe there's like a penis in there or something. An advert in Germany promoting contraception teaches young white couples to have threesomes with migrants. The ad has gone viral for all the wrong reasons, with many saying it promotes outright degeneracy. Well, yeah, it does. I don't care who you're having a threesome with. Like, that is degeneracy. What are we doing? Okay, they're not fully naked, so I can play it. What the fuck, dude? You thought I reacted to this already? No, I haven't seen this one. Also, where the fuck is my volume, you whore? You whore browser? Asmund did. Understandable mistake. He and I are basically the same streamer. No, alles ist nicht okay. Was ist das? We're making it to the cuck chair. Was ist los mit dir? Oh, only Germany could make something that gross. What the fuck? How? Why? Why would you want a commercial promoting sexual degeneracy? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Why is Germany like this? That's a great fucking question. And then, I also thought this was funny, right? Along the same lines. along the same lines, some random Twitter freak said, as someone who used to watch Asmongold with my wife daily, he was our comfy WoW streamer who was funny and entertaining and never noticed the signs until it was too late. It blows. I hate that he used to be my favorite streamer, knowing he would laugh if I got killed now. It blows. Remember how I taught you, chat, that when someone claims to have previously been a fan, but now they're an ardent hater, they're always fucking lying? Asmongold here with the, you viciously attack people with the most personal insults you can imagine, then play for sympathy, imagining that I'd laugh if you died. Childlike subversive manipulation. Embarrassing, really. And he posts a screenshot of that Twitter freak saying, hopefully once you're no longer relevant, you can go back to doing what you do best. Being alone in your disgusting home where you got your mother killed due to neglect. Yeah, that sounds like someone who used to be an Asmongold fan. That definitely sounds like an empathetic and understanding individual. And so I came in with obviously the Freerin quote, which I have started watching this, by the way. I'm like 3 episodes in. It's fucking great so far. So far, they're a fucking liar. Of course they are. That's all they know how to do. And what I found even more amusing... oh god, why are you VTubing and getting money? Go follow what your hero thinks women should stay as. Saying, Asmon said, hopefully after this is over, women can go back to doing what they do best, being a mother or being a prostitute. Hey, you know what I could do at the same time as being a mother? I could stream. You know what housewives used to do before the Civil Rights Act ruined everything for women who wanted to be housewives? We could make money off of our hobbies. Wow, what a concept. No way. I used to be a fan of Kirsche until she went too far and said her name is Cherry in German. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. They VTube. VTubing wasn't a thing back in the 70s, brother. But yeah, there were women who did do like acting and shit. They could make clothes and sell them. Yeah, exactly. Your grandma used to sell Tupperware. You even bought some because it's good quality. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And then, of course, we have the Twitter freak quote retweeting saying, aren't you a white supremacist? And that getting possibly 4.5k likes. I don't know if I believe that, considering most of the people are pushing back against this person. Because in no way have I ever been, or will I ever be, a white supremacist. That's fucking crazy. I have no superior feelings to other individuals, which is what is required for supremacy. Like, the fact that they could just throw this around is insane. All they do is lie. All they do is lie. The feminine urge to own a money-losing business used as a front for engaging in your hobbies. Oh, God. Binary Mind is still editing all the pictures because I finally sent him the vacation photos from the mountains like last week sometime. There's unironically a shop that is like my wife's side business or some shit. And I was like, that's fucking hilarious. Just imagine being the rich guy whose like wife wants to open up some like dumb knickknack shop that you know is just gonna be in the red every single time you have to file taxes for it. But you're like, I love my wife, so whatever. We have the money to afford the losses. Here you go, honey. Have a fun time. They charge phone, eat McDonald's, twerk, be bisexual, eat hot chip, and lie. And it's like, the saddest part, right, is that these kinds of lies, they will use this to try and destroy people. They will actually go and attack people based on the lies they create about them. We have, like, she's a white nationalist, which is sometimes an important distinction. I'm an American nationalist, buddy. I want the best for America. All right, that doesn't have a skin color, you fucking floozy. Actually insane. Quote retweets are literally representative of the Freerin quote you posted. They are. Understanding the point is impossible for them. Like the conservatives not missing the point of Freerin for their dogshit political agenda, impossible. Like I said, it's amazing how Eastern fans will be inspired by Himmel to be better people, while the West fan will watch the show and become more Hitlerian. I know your ass ain't talking out of all people. Like, genuinely... They just prove my quote correct. Ever notice how all the evil characters are white? You know, when I watch anime, I just assume that everyone is Japanese unless otherwise specifically stated. I don't know what they mean by this. They attack small and upcoming people because they can be easier. They are horrible. Yeah, that's exactly what Asmongold said when I went through the cancellation shit last year. Like, it's actually just fucking wild. Moldy bread? Thank you for acknowledging I'm a VTuber, question mark? What the heck? What the heck? 4 episodes watched, 500 screenshots in the camera roll. Close. Only 3 episodes right now, but it's really good and people have been telling me to watch it for ages, so, you know. I have 0 screenshots, unfortunately. Little did they know Kirsche was not actually that small and helpless, they thought. Supremacist calls foul when condescended toward. Imagine that. It's false condescension because you guys perceive that you have a moral high ground while actually behaving like demons. It's insane. Jesus Christ. Freerin was talking about dipshits like you. It's actually insane. It's actually insane. They genuinely do not get it. Imagine trying to coal post while being this much of an actual piece of coal yourself. Healthcare? Just learned there's a Yu-Gi-Oh card called Mahjong Munia Maidens, and now your headcanon includes Konami's entire design team watching side-scrollers in Kirsche. That's funny. For Freewind in particular, they're very not Japanese coded. I'll have to see when I get there, man. They're salty. Of course they're salty. Like I said, they're losing power, and they need to try and claw back any last grasps of it. So it's gonna get way worse before it gets better. Hans RV's baddies. Imagine. Fucking imagine. Roadkill, thank you. You know, it's not my usual content, but I could record and upload my initial reaction to Freerun episodes 7 to 10. You feel like it would do really well. Really? I think it would be really nice to, like, watch stuff together, but the way that watch-alongs work are kind of weird to me. You know, they're kind of weird. Because, like, you can't show things on screen, so you kind of just have, like, a timestamp or some shit going on. But, on that same note, the Charlotte, North Carolina NAACP president says that it's seriously disturbing that white people are being considered for interim mayor. Why would we replace the black outgoing mayor with a white person?
Why would we replace the black...
I gotta up the volume, chat. Wait a minute.
Why would we replace the black outgoing mayor with a white person? That simple.
NAACP Charlotte Mecklenburg chapter president Corinne Mack refusing to walk back her comments in this Facebook post from Monday.
Post says, it is seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be the interim mayor in Charlotte. Our mayor, who recently resigned, is a black woman who is a registered Democrat. While black representation is being undermined and stripped nationwide, white folks are either tone deaf or worse, self-centered. It's not about you. In Charlotte, black voters have been intentional about having black representation. What is the consensus after several discussions? If the city council votes a non-black person in as interim mayor again, voters will hold you accountable next year. Now, see, in a normal world, this would be hellaciously racist and this woman would never have a career in anything again. But it's actually just perfectly fine to be racist against white people. Don't worry about it.
Mack wrote that it is, quote, seriously disturbing for white folks to be lobbying to be
Charlotte's
interim mayor. City Council is currently searching for someone to serve out the remainder of Vi Lyles' term, who is set to resign at the end of June. In an interview with Queen City News on Wednesday, Mack argued recent rulings on voting rights and redistricting efforts are evidence of black representation being undermined and stripped, and that voters in Charlotte...
They capitalized black but not white? Of course they did. They're just a racist. Like, if Charlotte was literally a 100% black city, I'd be like, yeah, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird, right? Where would you even find a white person to run in a 100% black city? But I have a feeling that Charlotte is not 100% black citizens. They never mentioned why I have no idea why she resigned, but that's interesting. Heathens can only project. It's just like, why? Why do you have to bring race into it, man? Whoever is most qualified to be mayor should be the mayor. They should be the mayor for all of the people, not just one skin color that lives there.
Have been intentional about having black representation.
And my question to the white folks who are up in arms and outraged, are they outraged about the fact that black representation is under attack? Are they outraged about the gerrymandering that's happening all over this country?
Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave thinking about, hearing...
Oh no, we got our racially gerrymandered districts disqualified for being unconstitutional. We are under attack.
Something like what was said today in that post.
Abdul Ali, the vice chair for the 12th Congressional...
I think that's really interesting that he invokes Martin Luther King, who said that he wanted people to be judged on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. And it was ruled that gerrymandering based on race was unconstitutional. So by using critical thinking, Martin Luther King would have been for this decision because it's not using skin color as a determinant.
Republican Party rejected Mac's argument, saying it's antithetical to the original mission of the NAACP.
I think it's ridiculous because we're not talking about black people not being able to vote. We're not talking about black people not being able to run for office. If that were the case in any law that came out, whether it was done by the Trump administration or Republicans in any state, I'd stand with her against that. But that's not what we're talking about.
Maybe I misunderstood what he said. I thought he was saying that Martin Luther was rolling over in his grave because the gerrymandering got rid of, but I guess he was saying it's a good thing that gerrymandering got undone. So yeah, I retract, and I agree with this guy. I agree with what he was saying. We made the same thing. It was me. I was the retard this time. I was the retard this time. All right, okay. Based guy.
The search for interim
We had a
mayor,
woman
meanwhile, is still in
moment.
its early stages, but council has said they want Lyles' replacement ready in time for her June 3rd.
He was opposing what the woman before was saying. Yeah, I did not catch on to that until he started his next statement, because it sounded like he was agreeing with her at first, but that's my misunderstanding. My bad, bro. To be fair, MLK did great things, but was actually a really shitty person, so maybe we shouldn't use him as a metric for how good or bad something is, maybe. Could you summarize what you missed here? Black lady, incredibly racist, doesn't want white people to try to run for mayor in Charlotte. Black guy says that's not the mission of the NAACP, and that if there were actual racist laws, he would oppose them and be on the side of the lady who said racist things. But that's not what's happening. The gerrymandering was the racist thing. It was wrong. And he and I had an agreement statement, and I misunderstood what he said at first. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the retard now. Woman moment, but every time MLK is brought up, it's the same shtick. Check the wiki. The last census, the black population was 284K, and the white population is about 347K in Charlotte. Yeah, that makes your statement, like, even more horrendously racist. White people in a town where there's 347,000 of you, you're not allowed to run for mayor. That's crazy. That's crazy. Jesus Banda, thank you. My elections are under attack. Sofa. Pneumonia. Still screw them. Charlotte's about 1/3 black. It's just fucking crazy to me, man. When people are running for a political seat, there should be no racial angle to it. It's wild. It's wild. Dreadhe, thank you. Dear God Almighty, why do the people leading the organizations that are supposed to represent my race insist on being led by bitter old women? They, look like the aunties that have 5 ex-husbands. Well, they need someone to yell at. When you realize they're being judged by the content of their character. The quote was funny. Oh no. Women. Why are women every time? Roadkill, thank you. I read that already. I'm just scrolling up, making sure. Patchouli, thank you. The second one, assuming anyone beyond them is missing the point of Freerin. Sir, it is you. You are the demons using my words in an attempt to deceive me. Yep. I mean, they're gonna keep doing it because some people keep getting fooled by it. It's obnoxious. Griffinage, thank you. Kirsche is the Bostonian fox supremacist. I'm a fox supremacist. Everyone should be a fox. Artemis Cade, thank you. I used to be a fan of Kirsche, and still am. Bubble bibble score freak. They will always do it because it's in their nature. Thanks, I hate it. I hate the commies, bro. Fox wife for life. Let's see here. Oh, there was a streamer that had a crash out. I feel like I've seen the name Vezao before, but like I have no idea who they are. Like I feel like I've read it on Twitter for some reason. But it says Joe Bartolozzi goes off on people who say black people are more likely to commit crimes than white people. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas and the lives they've been given due to the implications of systemic racism. Bro, this guy looks like he could have been a runner-up for the main character in American History X. That's crazy.
Do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them through, what is it called? Systemic racism. They've been given a shit hand and therefore...
Bro couldn't even remember the buzzword.
...or live in that shit hand and are more likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished, living in areas where they have to survive. If you were to take
someone
a group
called
of
Jontron
people and put them in an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been helped in the way that they need to be. But if you meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you're fucking racist. Yes, whatever statistical fact you're going.
I don't think that there's individuals, especially individuals who look at statistics, going outside and being like, you're more likely to murder someone, you're more likely to be a rapist, you're more likely to commit a B&E 7 times in your lifetime. Like, I don't think anyone's doing that. Like, maybe that Chud the Builder guy, but
going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence. Not because black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid. Do not commit more crimes.
And then Asmongold here, Asmongold saying, it's true that blacks experience systemic racism. They benefit from it. Blacks and other minority groups enjoy preferential treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope, and everyone knows it. And I was like, damn, that's crazy to hear just put out in, like, no uncertain terms. As Asmin Unchained kinda is nuts. And you know what? He's also fucking right. Indian professor classifies a Chinese professor as white in HR records to justify denying him a promotion. Amazing! And this is an excerpt saying, misclassification of race. On its official faculty permission to hire form, Dr. Wang was recorded in SMU's HR EEO records as white, despite self-identifying as Chinese and East Asian. On information and belief, Dr. Wang did not supply or approve that entry, and the misclassification remained uncorrected until at least April 2022. The misclassification was not a typographical error, i.e., clicking the wrong box for race as white was typed into the form, and Dr. Wang's surname, Wang, and multiple face-to-face meetings made his ethnicity obvious. By misclassifying Dr. Wang as white, the department effectively created false records that removed recognition of his minority status from official records. And what this further tells us is that they do explicitly discriminate against white people. This is an explicit notice of this man was misclassified as white, explicitly to discriminate against him and to deny him promotions. That's... I love when they just come out and say it. It's nuts, man. That's absolutely nuts. And then we also have... The DOJ says Yale Medical School discriminated against Asian and white applicants. An investigation concluded that Yale School of Medicine favored black and Hispanic applicants. The Justice Department sent similar findings to UCLA last week. The Justice Department on Thursday accused Yale School of Medicine of discriminating based on race in its admissions by favoring black and Hispanic applicants over white and Asian ones. The department's allegations are based on a years-long investigation that sought to determine whether Yale's admission practices were in compliance with federal civil rights law. The agency determined that the medical school continues to intentionally discriminate against applicants based on their race, despite a 2023 Supreme Court ruling rejecting race-conscious affirmative action in college admissions. The department looked at median grade point averages and standardized test scores broken down by race and concluded that Yale's use of race resulted in a black applicant being as much as 29 times higher odds of getting an interview for admission than an equally strong Asian applicant with similar academic credentials. The investigation did not address other factors Yale may use in admission decisions, such as essays, transcripts, letters of recommendation, and interviews. Nor did it reveal how much scores and grades weigh in on the admission process. Scores for admitted students of all races were very high according to the data, but there were small disparities. The median entrance exam score for admitted black students at Yale's medical school last year was 518 and 517 for Hispanic students, according to the Justice Department. The median score was 524 for both white and Asian students. The highest possible score is 528. The median grade point average in 2025 for admitted black students was 3.88 and 3.91 for Hispanic students. For white students, it was not 3.97, and for Asians, 3.98. The department is seeking a voluntary resolution to its investigation, but said that if this isn't possible, it may seek to compel compliance through enforcement. The students admitted to Yale School of Medicine demonstrate exceptional academic achievement and personal commitment. Its program of medical education encourages curiosity and critical thinking, and its graduates go on to become leaders in clinical care, research, and public service. Yale spokeswoman Karen Pert wrote in an email, "We will carefully review the Department of Justice's letter, and Yale School of Medicine is confident in the rigorous admissions process we follow." The investigation is part of the Trump administration's aggressive effort to force changes in higher education, particularly regarding college admissions and diversity initiatives, which again, I love what he's doing. This is great. There should be no factor of race when it comes to admissions or anything involving college. It should all be meritocratic. But if you're not going to get rid of the communist gobbledygook teachers that are in these institutions, you're never going to fully flout out all of this gay race communism. If you want to get rid of it, the teachers must be fired. They must be removed from the educational system. Bahamut, thank you. You wonder if Dr. Wang uses an elevator or the stairs? Does Wang get up fast, or does he need effort? He might need some pills. Fuck that, just compel them now. They're going to try and wait out the clock for a Dem president to let them keep on being racist. I mean, that's exactly what Bridge has instructed people to do, right? Like, they're teaching companies and colleges and other places how to continue doing the DEI work without getting caught by the administration or by any kind of, conservative activist groups like America First Legal. Sorry, I was trying to fucking find words, my brain. They don't want companies getting attacked by, like, legal groups bringing up discrimination lawsuits, because this is what they're doing. They are being discriminatory. The crazy part about this is we don't need to pass new laws. We already have laws on the book that make all of this shit illegal, but they've been neglected or subverted for 40 years. True? And it's in keeping with ongoing efforts to bring lawsuits challenging admission practices, such as those filed against Harvard and the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill that led to the 2023 Supreme Court ruling. Under President Donald Trump, the Justice Department has repeatedly investigated universities for alleged racial discrimination against white and Asian students, arguing that higher education's diversity goals have led to unfair treatment that is both wrong and against the law. It issued a similar finding last week to UCLA's medical school, with the agency arguing that the school used race as a primary selection criteria. Investigations have also been launched to look into admissions practices at Stanford University, the University of California's schools in Berkeley and Irvine. Oh, Berkeley is going to be a fun investigation. And at the medical schools of Stanford, Ohio State University, and UC San Diego. And in a lawsuit filed against Harvard University, the administration accused the school of failing to provide admissions data as a part of its ongoing investigation there. I would be very shocked if they ever get that admissions data, considering also in Massachusetts, the citizens have voted for a, oh god, what's it called? They voted for a government audit in the state, like, twice now, I believe. And it's like over 70% of Massachusetts voters wanted the government to have an audit, and nobody's doing anything about it. Nobody's doing anything. Berkeley has more white people than you think, less black and Hispanic, but they stack the deck because they don't like how they have to try and be balanced. Berkeley is just like a fucking crazy commie hive mind place. It would not surprise me that it would be overwhelmingly white. The Indian is just mad that the doctor has a bigger wang. True. By the way, note that they glossed over how whites and Asians needed scores more than twice as close to perfect than the DEIs to get in. This is why, like, whenever people complain about a DEI hire being an insult, it's like, this is the future you chose. People would see, like, a black man or a woman being on a CEO board of directors or whatever, and they would be like, wow, that's crazy. Think of the work they had to put in to get there. And now it's just like, oh, they were probably just shoehorned in by somebody because of their race or their gender. Fucking Jakarta method, the entire education system, since the blue sky Bolsheviks scream about it so much, you know? In a statement, a UCLA spokesperson said the school is reviewing the Justice Department's findings and said its admissions process was based on merit and grounded in a rigorous, comprehensive review of each applicant. We just don't believe your lies anymore, buddy boy. We are confident in our practices and our mission to maintain access to a high-quality education for all qualified students. The Trump administration's approach has upended traditional civil rights enforcement, which for years focused on discrimination against people of color. Under Trump, agencies across government, including the Education Department and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, have pressed their case that discrimination against white and Asian people is a more urgent problem. I would say they're like equal problems, right? Because it's not a discrimination against people of color, it's a discrimination in favor of people of color, which disadvantages white and Asian people. So it's like a two-pronged discrimination kind of thing. Certain race colors get preferential treatment and like DEI hiring, and other races get the fuck out, we hate you. People who are that diehard supporters of DEI should forever have to visit dentists who only got in because of DEI and not aptitude. Yeah, I can agree with that. Let's fucking go. The Justice Department has also expansively interpreted the Supreme Court's anti-affirmative action decision, declaring that the ruling barred any considering of race in education. Well, that's because it did. What do you mean? Others suggest there is more nuance to the ruling, but those arguments have held little sway inside the Trump administration. Good. Suffer not a fucking communist. In the Yale investigation, the department pointed to the medical school staff circulation of a holistic admissions graphic created by the Association of American Medical Colleges that includes the word race and national origin, along with many other criteria such as community service and life experiences, that could be factors in admissions decisions. A spokeswoman for the association said the graphic was from 2008 and was out of date. She pointed to a more recent guidance that encourages schools to deploy a mission-aligned approach to selection and retention of students, where a program's mission helps to define merit and where a school considers whether an applicant's attributes and experiences are aligned with the program's goals. This is the Bridge commie gobbledygook. This is exactly what Bridge tells people to do. Oh no, we're not doing that anymore. That's against the law. We're now mission aligned and we're doing things the right way. Don't worry, don't look into it. It's not the same thing as before. Following the 2023 Supreme Court ruling, the association offered other ideas to boost diversity that could be in compliance with the law, including giving balanced consideration to experiences and attributes alongside academic metrics. Why? Why are there so many fucking commies interested in being racially discriminatory? Like, why do you want to do this? It doesn't make sense to me. The fact that they are DEIing super dangerous jobs is rage-inducing. You don't care if the entire hospital looks like Hitler's Aryan wet dream. If the doctor can basically magic heal me, then good. Yeah, it's like, if my doctor is competent, I don't give a shit what they look like. Like, it shouldn't fucking matter. All right, Meg, let's take a look at that Bergina. A Generation Odysseus, thank you. Hey, saw something that the Chud the Builder might actually be the victim. Something about the guy he shot was a stalker that threatened his wife, allegedly. You hope he didn't get caught by AI slop? I was gonna go through the Kiwi thread on him, because apparently, like, they didn't know who the fuck he was either, and they did their autism dives. As much as that site is being inflicted by the cancer of summer, there are still some really great archivists on there. They don't know either. Does a termite understand why it eats wood? I mean, nothing in the Supreme Court decision compels us to deviate from our goal of diversifying the healthcare workforce. David J. Scorton, the CEO of the AAMC, said during a webinar with medical school leaders, "Lives depend on us diversifying the healthcare workforce." Again, this is exactly what Sherm said 2 years ago. This is exactly what Bridge said 2 years ago. I've been ahead of the curve on calling this shit out on every fucking metric. If only more people would look into what Bridge is, maybe we could head off some of this commie gobbledygook before it gets too entrenched. Actually fucking crazy. One of the first, like, oh god, what are they called? It's not the Smart Brief, but one of the first, like, weekly newsletter things that Bridge was putting out in collaboration with like some lawyers and shit, was talking about how even though Trump has made an executive order making it so places can't do DEI as openly, that doesn't mean that you can't do DEI at all, and that also doesn't mean that your mission statement has changed in any way, shape, or form. You just need to figure out how to continue doing the work without getting caught. Many medical professionals and advocates have argued that it is essential to have a racially diverse medical workforce to better serve a racially diverse population. A 2025 UCLA study, for instance, found that clinical outcomes improve when patients are treated by doctors of the same or similar race or ethnicity. There are far fewer Black and Hispanic doctors proportionally than there are patients. I'm racking my brain, right? And I'm trying to think of like all the white doctors I've had, right? If they want to claim that outcomes improve when patients are treated by the doctors of the same or similar race or ethnicity, then by that logic, I should be seeking out only white doctors. The white female doctors I've had have all been fucking terrible, whereas the male Korean doctors I've had have all been fucking wonderful. So, like, again, personal anecdotes are not fact, but, like, I can use my own personal experience to completely rebut this statement in the first place. I just, like, the only white male doctor I can think that I've had in any recent times were the two doctors who actually solved my fucking problems. So I've been going through life, like, years with immense back pain, with, like, nerve pain, with all this damage stemming from an accident I had at 19. No doctors I've seen have wanted to address any of the issues. One of the white females even told me that I must be hallucinating it and I should check myself into a mental health facility. So she was just a cunt. And you know who solved my problems? A white male chiropractor and the white male previous neurosurgeon who now does pain remedial stuff as fun. He does it as a side hobby. Let's say that there's a 3% improvement from that study, then it doesn't fucking matter if they have 20% worse doctors just because they're the correct race. It's just like, I don't fucking know, man. Chiropractor, not chiropractors. Maybe that's why the outcomes improved. It was all white DEI female doctors. Yeah, like maybe they were all white female DEI hires, bro. I don't know. Video gamer, thank you. Good lord, there's no reason to diversify any workforce. Hiring for all jobs in all industries should be on merit. Hard fucking agree. People pushing for this racist BS need to be prosecuted under anti-discrimination laws. Yes, there should be no push to purposefully diversify any job. You get equal opportunity, not equal outcome. Equal outcome doesn't even make any sense because you'd be forcing people who wouldn't be qualified into those positions just to look better. There's the fake study about racial outcomes in childbirth care, the one that I found if you control for the weight of the baby, the difference disappears. Yes, it's that one that we've read before as well. Correct. I'm surprised you remembered that. I didn't. Thank you. Thank you, Pippa's Meat Beater, for being a good memory. Questionable content, thank you. Just finished your first year of law school recently. Be the change you want to see and all that jazz. Take my munya. Congratulations. I hope you do really well in your field, man. Ghost of Aces, thank you. As DEI doctors increase, so do mortality rates. Really makes you think. Really makes you think. Oh god. Oh god. That fucking horrific doctor that removed that guy's, like, liver instead of his spleen or whatever he was supposed to take out. That guy should not have been a doctor. Another first-year law student, let's go! We need more good people practicing law. Get the fucking activists out of there, dude. Liam Dell, thank you. Kirsche is really Korean confirmed. 안녕하세요. Mildly OCD, thank you. White doctors or white with quotes doctors? I don't know. That's a great question. Liam Dell, thank you. It's not about diversity, it's about destroying the West so that communism can take over. Yeah. Come down with pneumonia and Twitch style, your 35 stream streak. The only prescription is more ammonia. What? He possibly killed other people too? This is just the first time he was caught? Yeah, like, whenever I hear about a doctor, like, doing something incredibly, like, malicious like that, because it's probably not incompetency most of the time. It's just, like, it makes me feel even worse than if they had just been, like, a regular murderer, I guess. Because a doctor has, like, a huge degree of responsibility, and to eschew that is just, what the fuck are you doing? Who even dared to hire your dumbass? Lost 111 stream streak because email account was dumb? No! Oh, that's so sad. I'm sorry. Generation Odysseus, thank you. I sounded sarcastic, but I was being genuine. Hold on, I just caught myself. That sounded like I was being sarcastic and making fun of you, but I'm genuinely not. I would have been really fucking sad if I lost 111 streak too. I love seeing Numby go up. She's mean! I didn't mean for it to sound that way! Generation Odysseus, thank you. You saw something that Chud the Builder might act. Oh, I read that. Thank you. I haven't read the thread yet. I wanted to get to him today, but I don't think we will. I don't think we'll get there. Remember the story of the surgeon that got charged with battery because he'd used the cauterizer to sign his initials in his patient's organs? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you to, like, do that shit? What the fuck? She was mean to the chatter and made him straight. No! There are far fewer Black and Hispanic doctors proportionally than there are patients. It is not clear from the data presented that Yale is in fact discriminating on the basis of race, said Richard Collenberg, director of the American Identity Project at the Progressive Policy Institute. I'm seeing a certain GIF meme play in my head. He advocates against racial preferences, but favors preferences for lower income students. I guess you could say if someone's lower income, they could have like certain access to, I guess, sponsorships, but shouldn't they also prove academically that they deserve those sponsorships? You shouldn't just give them that because they're low income. Kanukastani here, you went in for a really nasty respiratory bug. The DEI doc from wherever Stan started to back out of the room when you started coughing, only to be shoved back inside by a Quebecois who then refused to let him leave until they were done. What the fuck? What? He's a doctor. Why is he trying to escape from a patient? What the fuck? Progressive Policy Institute is a phrase of all time. Yeah, that's a red flag. Statistical disparities in academic qualifications between racial groups admitted to the university certainly raise red flags, but it is not definitive evidence of discrimination, said Collenberg. Oh, this fucking piece of shit, who testified against Harvard's policies in the court case challenging its admission procedures. We don't know which of those two things are going on, economic affirmative action, which is perfectly legal, or racial, which is not, he said. I fucking hate commies and the word games they play. For the Trump administration, a race-neutral strategy like this is also illegal if the true goal is racial diversity. A race-neutral strategy is also illegal if the true goal is racial diversity. The math ain't mathin', buddy. What the fuck are you even trying to say? A race-neutral strategy would be perfectly legal because it's not discriminatory. Why would anyone's true goal be racial diversity? Again, it should be meritocratic. What are we doing? Word salad BS to save their asses. For the love of God, use the Communist Control Act, I beg. I beg that communists be given free helicopter rides, please. They love free shit. Officials refer to this as using another factor as a proxy for race. Still, the Supreme Court has never said that proxies are illegal and has declined opportunities to issue rulings that could have done so. This is basically like, yeah, we are using a proxy in order to continually do racial discrimination against certain races, but the Supreme Court never said that the proxies are illegal, so we're technically doing things up and up on the legal front, and you can't tell if we're discriminating based on race or based on income, so get fucked, buddy! I hate communists so fucking much. I hate them. The Supreme Court never said that seeking educational benefits of racial diversity is illegal, he said. To the contrary, they said the goal of increasing cross-racial understanding is laudable. Anyone that praises anything communistic at this point is just subhuman. Like, how do you even? Liam Dell, thank you. Using a different excuse to accomplish the same goal. Again, it's just obfuscation. They're not doing anything different. They're just finding ways to call it something different so that if you call them out on it, they could say, well, you can't really know. What are you, some kind of racist? And get you to shut up and stop paying attention. It's all so tiresome. We have Harmeet Dalon saying, at Yale Medical School, a black applicant is 29 times more likely to be invited to interview than an Asian with equally strong academics. Today, Civil Rights told Yale that its use of race in admissions is illegal, and that the Justice Department will step in to enforce Title VI. And here's the official Justice Department release. Justice Department Civil Rights Division has completed a year-long investigation into the admissions policies and practices at the Yale School of Medicine. Yale's documents show that its leadership intentionally selected applicants based on their race. Yale's documents reveal that they studied how to use racial proxies to circumvent the Supreme Court's prohibition on using race to select students. Fuck, get me in contact with someone in the government and I will give you everything from Bridge, and you will catch these people before they continue discriminating. That's all I need, buddy. I can give you the information so you can go after these people in a much more efficient manner. It's also tiresome. Yale's admissions data demonstrate that Black and Hispanic students have a much higher chance of admission to Yale than white or Asian students with the same test scores. Yale has continued its race-based admissions program despite the Supreme Court and the public's clear mandate for reform, said Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dalon of the Justice Department Civil Rights Division. This department will continue to shed light on these illegal practices and demand that institutions of higher education comply with federal law. The investigation showed that, in general, Black and Hispanic applicants were admitted with consistently lower academic qualifications than their white and Asian counterparts. These facts support the department's finding that Yale violated the law by intentionally discriminating based on race in its admissions, in clear violation of federal law. Medical schools use substantial federal financial assistance to train the next generation of doctors. The department is continuing its focus on eradicating illegal race politics from admissions at medical schools, where quality and excellence are vitally important to public safety. Which is very fucking true. Which is very fucking true. Like, as dangerous and disgusting as DEI and racial discrimination are in every aspect of life, it's especially heinous in places like doctors and the military and places that are actually dealing with other people's lives. Her department is also supposed to be responsible for going after corrupt state-level judges. Oh boy, they have so much fucking work to do. There's a reason why house call doctors is used by the rich. You know? Remember, American government only allows a certain amount of people to become a doctor per year? Oh, I forgot we had that fucking thing. U.S. Supreme Court declared grandfather clauses unconstitutional in the 1915 case Gwynn versus United States, ruling that they violated the 15th Amendment by effectively disenfranchising African American voters. I don't know what you're referencing there, actually. I don't know what the grandfather clause in 1915 or Gwynn versus the United States were, so I'm not sure how that is relevant. Weaponized incompetence in the name of equality as a hostile means of subversion. Yes. If you're ever pissed at the internet or websites running like shit, it's because they replaced people like you with imports that average 75 IQ. Fuck, man. Lich-kun, thank you. Is Atomic Heart worth a buy? Abso-fucking-lutely. That game was so much fucking fun. I don't know if my playthroughs are on my main channel or if they're on the VoD channel, but it was so much fun. I loved playing through that game. Make Kirsche top girl in admin. Please do not give me an admin role. The immediate next message. New keyboard you didn't mean to send separately. Proxy for races? I still do not understand what you're talking about. Which grandfather clause? I don't know. I have no idea. Which grandfather clauses? What is Gwynn versus United States? What is the ruling? How does that have to do anything with proxy for races? I don't know anything about what you're talking about. So saying proxy for races does not help me understand. She's Stephen Miller's top guy. The chatter may be referring to aligning non-racial parameters to racial statistics to achieve racial preference without officially claiming as much. Something similar was done to prevent black people from voting when the 15th Amendment was fresh. Well, that's also fucked up. You shouldn't discriminate on skin color regardless. So if we had like a 1915 directory that said yes, discriminate against black people, that's fucked up. Why would we want to do that? Artemis and Treyri, thank you for the 10 months of Proom. Thank you, my guy. Liam Dell, thank you for the using a different excuse to accomplish the same goal. Yes, true. Yes, true. Phoenix DS, thank you. At what point would seeing a vet be better than going to the ER? If I was still in Georgia, I'd probably prefer going to a veterinarian at that point. It's like, my chiropractor and my pain management guy, fucking great, thumbs up. Unfortunately, I lost my gynecologist because they wanted to go into doing, like, transgender care. So they stopped doing appointments, like, yearlies for women. And then a nurse practitioner told me that, oh, as a woman, you don't need to have a yearly checkup anymore. You only need to come, like, every 5 to 8 years or some shit. And I was like, I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? No, absolutely. Don't. If there's any women who get told that by their gynecologist, do not believe them. Please still get your yearly checkups. That's fucking insane that a nurse would say that to me. I think you're saying the indirect discrimination is already illegal? I think you're saying there's already legal precedents for banning proxy reasons? Maybe? Again, I have no idea what he's talking about, and I don't think I would be able to glean any of the information, because I would have to, like, look it up and read about it, and I can't do that right now. Sees a vet. The vet recommends we push the pill to the back of her mouth and then rub underneath her chin to make her swallow the medicine. Oh my god. You keep telling women they only need to come once every 5 to 6 years, but they just go mental. Oh my god, not this. Phoenix DS, thank you. I already read that. Never believe nurses, they're barely educated in whatever area they're working. You know, say we pass a new amendment to allow Kirsches to vote. Please ignore the Kirsches in my basement who I've trained to vote for me as governor. Lambie Chop, thank you. Gyno saw enough and figured, yeah, I can make that. Oh my god. Sope, thank you for the fucking dongers, bro. I love saying that. I finally caught Kirsche live. Good morning. Good morning! Good morning. Sorry, Kirsche, you can only come once every 6 years. If I'm not coming multiple times a week, you're not doing your job, buddy. It's about Jim Crow laws. Well, yeah, those are bad, obviously. Sorry, Kirsche. No, stop it. The Kirsches are midwit commie women. Which way, Western man? At least the Kirsches can be cute, right? At least the Kirsches are cute. That guy got here just in time to end stream. Yeah, unlucky. Nevaeus Luna, thank you. It's about Jim Crow laws. You can only vote if your grandfathers could vote. Yeah, see, that's dumb. Don't do that. That's discriminatory and subversive. Don't do that. That's dumb and bad. Making your woman come is biblical. You make Jesus happy when you make your woman come. Oh, God. We Kirsches are super duper cute. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you fucking are. And speaking of Kirsches...
Have you ever wanted a pet, but the responsibility of remembering to feed and water something alive is a horrifying prospect? Get your very own Kirsche today. This little guy is too low IQ to understand it's not alive. Do you already own the Conco's My Little Padded Room Magical Girl Kirsche plush? Well, get this companion Kirsche to keep her company. Or maybe you just want to commit war crimes with a reliable partner who won't snitch to Interpol about your dastardly doings. Get your Kirsche today. The Kirsche will continue to love you, no matter what. Except if you try to do it. Do not the Kirsche. The Kirsche is for loving, eating, and war crimes, not for doing. Buy a Kirsche for your Kirsche so that they don't get lonely inside your walls. Kirsches are valuable employees of Kirsche Mart, and if you find a Kirsche reverted back to a Kirsche, please call 1-800-KIRSCHE now to have her return to her original residence. Kirsches are also an endangered species due to severe retardation, overeating, and excessive use by world powers and military conflicts. Please know that owning a Kirsche does not give you the right to do it. The feds are listening to your every move. If you or a loved one has been assaulted by a Kirsche, contact authorities immediately, as you will not make it. You can buy your very own life-size Kirsche or a Kirsche for your Kirsche starting May 8th at 3 p.m. EST through June 5th at 8 p.m. EST. Get yours now before they escape and are gone forever. Gone forever.
Buy a Kirsche for your Kirsche. Yeah. You know what the current sales numbers are? They're pretty up there, bro, but I don't have that browser open at the moment. Build your Kirsche army. You bet that wasn't sped up? I think he sped it up a little bit, but I do talk very fast. I don't know how much he increased sped. Need to see someone stuff one full of tannerite. Exploding Kirsches in the minefield. Help. Jim Crow and black codes. The grandfather clause did not prohibit black people from voting. It prohibited people from voting if their grandfather was never eligible to vote, i.e. all the freed slaves, their children, and grandchildren. Isn't that the same thing? Isn't that the same thing we were just talking about, where they're using, like, subversive language to be like, well, we're not discriminating on race, technically, but actually we are. Isn't that exactly what we were just talking about? How could you ever detonate a Kirsche? Well, that's why you buy multiple, right? One for detonating, one for loving, one for eating as emergency rations. Just giving more detail, yes. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. I thought you were saying the opposite, my bad. Thank you for extra information, buddy man. Bahamut, thank you. But how do you do that? You keep calling her to come to you, but she just walks away. Do I use a whistle? Yeah, I don't know. You just gotta try harder. Maybe a different hand movement, you know? Do not post videos of your Kirsche exploding in the Discord. The furries who run the platform hate that. Well, that means you should do it, right? Devon Adair, thank you for the 22 months. You're going to do it? You're going to buy the Kirsche? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Az, thank you. Good evening, Foxy. When chat, breaking, Tina Peters is finally free. Who is Tina Peters? Who's that? Someone does not post, you need to be tagged. Or someone does post, you need to be tagged so you can see it. Yes. Yes. Hero Sword, thank you. You've been with your family all day. You just got home and I'm still streaming, doing a marathon. No, we're only like 9 minutes overtime. I'm just making sure I thank the last couple of people that came in with donos here. What? Who? Tina Penis? Who's that? Yeah, I don't know. CMBT Accounting, thank you. Missed the Kirsche plush. You bought a Kirsche for the Kirsche that you ordered. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry you missed the Kirsche plush. It was years ago. It was so long. It was such an old plush now. Tina Peters was the woman imprisoned in Colorado, or was it Arizona, for exposing voter fraud? What the fuck? Okay, I'll have to look that up, thank you. I'll have to get a tab for that, because what the fuck? Imagine being imprisoned for exposing voter fraud. That's not good. That's not an okay thing to do. Let me see here where my fucking Twitch tab's at. Where's the Twitch? Who's online, brother? We have... Oh, there's a Bagman. There's a Bagman. I don't know how long Bagman streams anymore, because you guys said that he's an employed lad now. Oh, he's wearing a lumberjack snuggie? This guy's snugged out of his mind? What the fuck is he watching? What the fuck is he watching? Why does that woman look like a corpse? What is happening? We're gonna raid the Bagman. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will not see you tomorrow. I'm not gonna be here on Saturday. Fuck, I forgot I have stuff to do tomorrow. No! I will see you guys on Sunday. I'm so sorry. Don't talk about world disasters. Nothing will happen. Don't reset the clock. Become the Chud meme. Nothing ever happens. Embrace yourself. No! I will see you guys on Sunday. I will miss you, adorable shadows. Be okay. Have a great rest of your night. Have a beautiful Saturday. And go tell Bagman he's gay and bald. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.